morning, everyone. What's up? Hello, hello. We are going to get started pretty shortly. Thought I'd get on a little bit early to make sure everyone knows what's going on, what event this is, the format of it, and all that. Make sure we're all on the same page. Valentinian was the first one in the chat cheering on Big Chief. 26 months, tier 3. Thank you, Val. Golding B with 14 months. Kukulov, 13 months at tier 3. Thank you, Kukulov. Yeah, good morning, everyone. We got a good crowd here. Let's build it up. Obviously, Eric's competing with some beasts today. And a few graphics that I just want to fly by you guys. So first of all, you get an idea who the hell he's up against. I'm saying he's up against strong players. Well, these are those strong players. Eric is going to be competing at least once against every player. So there's going to be 4 days of competition, and at some point Eric will be playing a game against everyone that you see here. All right, and the schedule is probably the next most important thing. It's going to be played over 4 days. All right. You got 4 rounds today. I'll be back tomorrow to do the next 4 rounds. Those are the games that are going to be played today. Neiman Pragnananda to start off. And then, of course, the game against Carlson is going to be on February 21st. And it ends on February 22nd. And when it ends, reminder that it's not completely over necessarily. It all depends on how people finish. The top 8 players are going to qualify for the next stage. So top 8 after those 4 days, which means that you play every single player once, and then they take the top 8 scores after those initial 4 days. So it is a 16-player round robin. All the games are online, of course. And it's rapid chess, 15 plus 10. All right, now the interesting thing about this tournament, in my opinion, a little bit different. We've seen it before in chess, but let's say it's still not the main way tournaments are run and scored. You get 3 points for a win, 1 point each for a draw, and no points for a loss. So definitely there's some incentive to win, and if the point total wasn't enough, you actually get paid per win. All right, so you get paid more money for a win as well. So it's not just oh, you get 3 points, you might have a better chance of qualifying. You actually get paid as well. So a lot of incentives for people to play for wins. We'll see if it actually affects things in this tournament. But yeah, that's pretty much the brief rundown. That's what Eric's up against. He's starting day 1 here against Hans first. So he'll be playing Hans Niemann. Mr. Zachbot, thanks for the Prime sub. These are fresh, by the way, guys. These are brand new Prime subs. Summoner PQ or Megatron. Mr. Zachbot. And even Matt Amoroso for the 4 months of Prime. Thank you very much. Curtis, $50. Let's go, Eric. Yeah, this is an Eric support stream. So appreciate that Curtis. My understanding is that the game's more or less be getting underway now-ish. So just wait and see. First round is often a little bit delayed. I appreciate the 50 Curtis and all the Prime subs. Emad Trika, 27 months. Wooly Ewok, 100 bits. And Jardani, 35 months with Prime. Close to 3 years there. Which platform for betting? Yeah, the chessbrah Discord betting channel. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Hello to J-Bell. Hey, it's Adam, Chess Noob, Sonic, Motor Lublin. Got Amadan in the chat. What's up, buddy? We didn't quite get the patch ready for the event. No. No HelloFresh patch for Eric. Cinemoto, 50 months. 50 with Prime. Thank you, Cinemoto. Thank you for the 100 bits as well, Fang Duster. And D Sanchez, 75 months. There is a guy that's he's been around. It's fair to say. He has been around. Thank you to D Sanchez, 1973 for 75 months. He's seen many an Eric sweat before. Thanks a lot for the resub. Andy is Yoda, 5 gifted subs. Cheers, Andy. I got my morning coffee here as well. It's a little hot at the moment. Anyone else got a coffee? Might need it to keep up with some of the variations we might be seeing. Coffee gang. I'm big into coffee gang. I was in there early. Broward Chase Rush, thanks for the 4 months with Prime. Boneless 44 with Prime sub. Freddy Patzer, 500 bits. War of Ideas. The best damn resub in the business. 69 months for War of Ideas. He waited so long and hard for that resub. Nice. Thank you for the 69 months. GC Kings, 23 months. KVXIPC. Of course. Thanks for the half a year. Bit psyched. Appreciate the full year. And we're off. Things have begun. Alright. This is game 1. Thank you for all the resubs, guys. We actually did get a hype train actually started here. So let's go. Let's go. Get scammed. A nice early morning scam. Darkness. Half a year with Prime. MapRail. 5,000 bits. Thank you, MapRail, so much. Appreciate that. We got a big tournament here for Eric and Mathematical Penguin, who OGs will remember as the original Rump Shaker. 77 months. Guys, is this what it takes to get all our 75 plus month resubs out? Is that what it takes? Gotta throw Eric in tournaments more often. That's right, Amadan. That's correct. Whip Round, thanks for the Prime for 3 months. Pyru, thanks for the 7 months. Unsafe for the 4 months. Rare 11 months. And Kukulov with 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Kukulov. Let's see what's going on here. Some people ask me with the clocks. Yes, I don't know why they weren't up before. They're up now. I'm gonna move my HelloFresh counter on stream because I've got it right over the clocks at the moment. And meanwhile, I hate this line just by looking at it. Does anyone else? H4 is one of those moves where you just know the guy's cooking up something. H4, a move played with purpose. H4, H5 mate. Well, the thing about H4, I mean, it is a line. So it's not, obviously there's some theory to back it up. Eric's playing the Grunfeld, which is something that you usually see against D4, right? you'll often see d4, and the Grunfeld will get played against that with g6 and d5. But against c4, yes, you can still play the exact same setup. But let's say white has a few more options and is a little bit more flexible compared to the d4 Grunfeld. As you see, this pawn doesn't have to be committed to d4. So there's a lot of other options. For example, if I was about to say, if white plays e4, one of the best examples of the difference is potentially white could play the move d takes c3 here. Right? bc3, still incredibly common, go for d4, and you just have the h4 and h6 moves included, basically the same. But d takes c3 offers to play an endgame, which I know gets some airtime. Kind of thinking like, that queen takes d1 is not that good for white, but oftentimes those positions are very good, those endgames. But instead, it looks like we've got a bit more of a standard one, so we might see a transposition. I think the pawn will end up on d4 at some point. Pretty much the only difference is h4 and h6 have been included. What does this really mean? I mean, the g4 square is a little bit weaker. Black can look to maybe station a bishop there in general. However, g6 pawn's a little bit weaker, the king is a little bit more tender, and obviously there's an h pawn that, let's say the bishop on g7 has to watch. Wyatt Reiner, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Armin, local hero. 31 months with Prime. Hello, Armin. Armin from Iceland. And now you guys can see the clock there. As I always say in life, there's room to see the clock and to have HelloFresh. Words to live by. So there we go. Now you guys can see. Rapid game, 15 minutes to start off. Eric definitely had a good little think after h4. Which is why he's down a couple minutes here. But yeah, round 1. There's 15 rounds. You can see on the right-hand side, there's some... Well, you can see all the players here, first of all. We do, Mr. Val. We do. Can we turn the eval on? No. Ooh, eval. The chessbrahs have thrived for years not having the eval on, so you don't know how bad we are. No, I think that, and I've always thought this, Eric as well, that having the eval bar on, when you're a very strong player, it can be kind of an assistance. It can be helpful when watching a game, studying, stuff like that. But I don't think it's that healthy overall when you're trying to improve, learning, still growing as a chess player. If the eval was on right now, telling you, I don't know, plus 0.4, plus 0.6, you just start. I don't know. You'd start to focus on that instead of the actual position, which is, hey, white just played queen b3, pretty obvious threat. Attacking f7, black just castled. I'm looking at knight c6, knight a5. That already looks like, the move knight c6 comes packaged with an extra threat, which is fantastic. And also the way that white's played these last couple moves, to me sort of indicates he's not really planning to go for the main d4 stuff, because this move would never happen if that was the case. I don't think it would. Queen usually wants to be on d1 to support this pawn, so I would be I'd be pretty surprised to see this, unless it's connected with something pretty concrete. So it would have to be something like this and like some very concrete specific sacrifice. Now, if there isn't any sacrifice, I mean, the move knight c6 next looks kind of frustrating to deal with. I guess maybe bishop there, but black's gonna play e6, so I don't know. Knight c6 looks really normal next. If h5, I assume that the whole point of playing h6 was to meet this with g5. It's possible to capture it, but let's say g5. And I don't think this is going anywhere. So I don't really buy the move h5, to be honest with you. Or at least g5 looks like a natural reaction. So the interesting thing is, in order to make a g5 sack really dangerous or possible, I would say that both the bishop and knight have to be hitting it. So this pawn has to move. And let's say you did something like this, h5. Well, now there's more options. Black can play like probably even like knight c6 could be considered, or like here and after take knight c6 to go there, because black's already up a pawn here. So as long as nothing bad happens on this side of the board, I imagine the position is quite playable in general. The other thing is, after this, black could go here. And again, just this move doesn't seem to come fast enough because knight a5 is there. So I think what's reassuring is that white isn't moving immediately. Need to see timers, Amon? Are they not right there? I see them. Do you see them? I promise you they're there, bro. Not a prank. Hedra Helix, thanks for the 37 months. The Brem and LT Watson. Is that Lieutenant Watson? Yep. Big Lieutenant in the chat. Thank you for the Prime subs. Now, I see that because those individuals obviously could not find the chess clock, which I promise you is on screen, but the issue must have been the guys complaining from earlier were likely not subscribers. We have actually a freemium stream here, so the clocks are actually a sub feature. So Lieutenant Watson, the Brem are now able to see the clocks thanks to those Prime subs. That's awesome. Welcome, guys. You'll just be escorted by the lady at the front desk now that you have your subscription, and she'll get the clock set up for you. D. Sanchez says that's no lady, and he's been seeing her for 75 plus months. I'd trust him. But I was gonna say, yeah, I really do think that that it's a reassuring feeling, especially when your opponent's playing a line with h4 and moves a little bit off the beaten path, like not the mean Grunfeld stuff. Personally, I find it reassuring when they actually start thinking. Because if they're not thinking, it means they're like still in their prep. And then if some move like g4 or h5 like happened, I would probably be pretty scared that it definitely works according to the engine. So just seeing that little think is really nice to see. Yeah, you could, I mean, you could play knight c6 potentially, but okay, bishop takes, knight there, yes, you get this. It's an interesting proposition. I guess it just seems unnecessary. You know, if white's committing pieces over here, I don't think there's any concern about h5 anymore. Eric came back with, you know, his opponent. Is that accurate? I mean, these times might be a little bit off, but let's just say according to chess.com, that was like a 6-minute think versus a 9-second response. So it's always, I mean, queen c7 is a good move, so it's always pleasant to be able to react with a good move quickly. So Kukulov, and for anyone that needs to know, there's going to be 4 games today. So it's a 16-player round robin. So there's only 15 games. So today, 4 games. Tomorrow, 4 games. The next day, 4 games. And the final 4th day, there's only going to be 3 games. So 4, 8, 12, 15. So yeah, we got 4 games today. This is the first one. All games are 15 minutes plus 10-second increment. This is the Airthings Masters, part of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, Magnus Carlsen event. Magnus is playing as well. Eric will be playing him on day 3. So, you know, Eric's got a little bit of time to get used to the format before the final boss comes out. And hey, if white's playing bishop c4 and then back to e2, I'm liking what's going on here. I'm liking what's going on. Listen, I've seen the Grunfeld played many different ways, but h4 in conjunction with bishop a3, I just don't see the harmony there. I'm seeing queen here and bishop here just to attack this pawn. Black castles, which is a normal move anyway, and defends the threat. And then white goes back with the bishop. I can't get behind this position for white. This looks way too natural. So I'm liking black, and I think that for game 1, you know, regardless of what happens in this game, Eric's got to be reasonably satisfied with the opening thus far. He's also playing nearly instantly, which is rare for us and usually should inspire some confidence. Shamaran, thanks for the 10 subs. Appreciate that. 10 subs. We're building our sub count as well, guys. I think we're over 10.5 now, so appreciate those 10. Up and up. Calm your nerves with a new sub. Bomberman JM94 with a half a year. No more names. 53 months. No more names. 79. Go, Eric. And we also got Surhai 13. Brand new sub. Welcome. Appreciate the 10 subs, Shamaran. Okay, knight a5, queen back. Like this bishop, I can't stress it enough, guys. Like this bishop is so bad. So I'm very confused right now because I'm just looking at black's position and I'm loving it. I'm just loving it. Like there's no c4 to maybe support. Black's gonna take here and play bishop f5 with more tempo, maybe just like rooks to the middle. This knight can always come back to d6 for a blockade, and you know, this just looks good. Why is there no c4? Because I got a bishop there, bud. c4, I got that long range bishop. But I understand, that's many squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I wouldn't expect you guys to see that. I wouldn't expect you to see that. Shamaran and Swole with 5 more subs apiece. On top of that, thank you for the 5. 5 subs from Shamaran, 5 from Swole. Sacrifice priority with 18 months with Prime, and Ye Old Cracker for half a year with Prime as well. 6 squares is a long way. It's okay. I didn't expect you guys to see it. Can the bishop even travel that far? That's a great point, Giorgio. I mean, this is COVID after all. I mean, gotta ask the real questions. Okay. There's no way that this is not a very extremely good position If anyone plays the Grunfeld here, this is like heaven. This is heaven. This bishop's so bad, doing literally nothing. Black's bishops are both on some of the best diagonals on the board. I mean, Eric's playing literally instantly because his moves are obvious and good, which is a great combo, by the way. And this H-pawn, I know it doesn't look like much, but this H-pawn is actually a fairly noticeable liability. Like, the square being weak, but just also the pawn being weak. In a lot of lines, that pawn is simply going to be hanging, and supporting it with G3 further weakens the king and the light squares. Not sure you really want to do it. So, position is good. There's no way around it. Stop saying literally. Damn teenagers. Hey, I ain't no teenager. I'm an old bastard. I can say literally again. There's a point early on where you say literally too much as a teen, and then once you pass a certain age, you can just say it again. It's okay. I already worked it out. I already got the permission. So this is a great example, I think, of one of those games where Eric's playing this game. He knows his position's good. Like, it's not winning. Definitely not. Maybe it's not even a sizable advantage in the sense that, you know, this is something that you'd expect to convert every time. But you know you're better. And in positions where you know you're better, it can be sometimes tough to play. This is the real conversion. This is where your conversion is tested. I love the move. Love the move, rook e4. Now, maybe I shouldn't, but my first impression of this is great because I really want to play this move. I feel like if I get knight c4 in, it's like, it's just great. If that bishop were ever to trade, I think that's fantastic for black. This rook will probably end up stationed on d8. Also, I mentioned the h4 pawn. Did I not? And rook e4 eyeballs the h-pawn. So what I'm seeing right now are quick moves from Eric, natural moves, but they also appear to be fairly strong. Now, knight c4 now. What happens after knight c4? Because takes. Is white gonna try to push this guy forward? So I'll say something like this. Knight c4, hitting the queen, hitting the bishop. You know, if the queen moves to defend the bishop, let's say, rook takes e1, you know, knight takes e1. Maybe black is like, or sorry, maybe white is hanging on in some weird way here, but the position is just bad. This is so unacceptable. Like black's dominating here. So it's not a concern. This pawn will fall. Even queen d8 happens to be a double attack, whatever. So let's say after knight here, it takes. What white is probably looking at is maybe a bailout, is something like this. And let's say queen d7, knight e5. And, you know, hoping that the opposite bishops plus the pawn on d6 is sufficient compensation, and white might be correct. So that looks like the type of thing that I'd be concerned about in Eric's position. The other thing that I'd be looking at here is knight c4, bishop takes e4, right? And knight d2, d6. You just always have to check stuff like this. Just like, you know, funky variations. In this particular one, I mean, you can throw in this check, but it's less about that. You know, check, takes, whatever. I think check takes and queen somewhere, d8 should probably be sufficient. And you've got an extra piece, an extra bishop, queen for 2 rooks. This pawn should be able to be stopped. And the reason that black's game is so good all the time is the bishop. It's so bad on a3. This pawn structure is ideal. So this bishop's doing absolutely nothing this entire game. It can't even use this diagonal. So the bishop on a3 is such a liability for white. And I think that's why white's position is really bad here. Yeah, Giorgio, the reason I wasn't taking that pawn with the queen in that other line we just looked at was because my rook was hanging, so I'd rather take back the bishop than just get a pawn. Hey, Malone Ranger. 77 months tier 3. And the Malone Ranger is about to start an OTB tournament of himself. Shout out, first of all, to Malone Ranger. But there's also many people in the chessbrah chat, subs, in our Discord. Many people are active playing chess this weekend. I know there's some OTB events. So special shout out to everyone who's competing. Got a lot of the boys, the subs, in action. So love to see that. A lot of OTB chess happening this weekend. So best of luck to everybody. You're playing as well? Let's go. JK Russia. Go over the board chess. Yeah, we got some guys really improving, putting in some shifts. Studying in the gym. And it's a great test to go play an OTB tournament, so. Solo Woman 7, thanks for the Prime sub. In Rangens for the Prime as well. You know, I have noticed that we've got a lot of fresh Primes today. Randy Leahy, oh my god, what a name. Love it. 9 months with Prime. Got a lot of brand new subs to the channel with Prime. I'll say thanks to everyone, and a reminder, if you're not subbed to the channel, hey, check out that Prime. But also, if you're not even following the channel, consider it. It's that heart button right there. It's free to do. And we stream pretty much every damn day. I'm watching Eric Hansen's games right now. He streams on the channel as well. And between him and myself, 2 people, 1 channel. Everyone's seen that raunchy video, right? It means we can be live pretty much all the time, so you get good value for your sub here. A lot of hours streamed. Hey, Hippocrates. We're always here, buddy. Good to see you again. Joel doesn't have Skype. Thanks for the Prime. That's definitely, yeah, we got a League of Legends brah, for sure. So rook a4. After bishop takes f5, I assume we will see this move. Rook takes a3 with this idea. But let's say this gets played. Curious about a few things. d6 and queen c1. Somehow this looks not very clean at first glance. So white plays this, and there's probably a school of thought for g takes f5 as well. But let's say rook takes a3 and knight c4 are really all considerations here. But this in particular was like, not really sure what's going on here. Even d6 could get played now. Queen probably has to go here. And then bishop there, and it's like, what is going on here? I have no idea. Stuff hanging here. This is hanging. And I'm like sort of concerned about queen takes h6 as well, even though it's probably nothing. Queen here. Because if you take something like this, queen takes, you end up with a position where you've got 2 things hanging. Which is never ideal. Never ideal. What if d7 instead of bishop e4? d7? Yeah, d7's also possible as well. I think the queen has to go here. Any other queen move seems like bishop e4 happens with tempo. And if d7, rook e8 is the threat. I mean, this just gets wild, right? This just gets wild. Because if the bishop ever moves, I'm always looking at this. And that's actually maybe a good insertion. I think we've seen a move here, and Eric's not going to go for exactly this. he's going to get the knight involved first, which looks, let's just say it looks extremely smart because it stops d6. I was very bothered by the move d6 in pretty much every line I just calculated there because the queen doesn't have good squares to go to. And if we stop d6, I imagine almost every line that we looked at becomes a bit better. Now, one thing to always consider after a move like knight c4 is the move d6 anyways. So d6 should be like a top calculated move, because after d6, if you take with the knight, then you have to make sure that you're actually winning one of your pieces back. And same thing if you take with the queen. So knight takes here, white takes on c7, and I don't know, that gets pretty messy as well. Should probably still be good. I don't think this pawn is queening, but oof, it's close. Rook there, bishop f6. Kind of hard to calculate, but I think black might be holding strong there. So queen d3. Yeah, queen e3 makes a lot of sense. You don't want to put your queen on a square where black takes this and like attacks your queen or something. So maybe, or I meant like take this and hit your queen in one move. So a move that I wouldn't really like maybe would be like queen c, actually queen c2 maybe also made sense. I guess queen d3 just to stay on the d pawn, helps support d6. So if like knight takes, you'll go there. But of course, knight takes makes no sense. Bishop takes g6 as a desperate move next. It's definitely consideration. This bishop, by the way, is going to go back to c1. So this has become a wild tactical game right now. Rook takes a3, I'm looking at. And if bishop takes here, maybe you throw in rook takes c3. Or queen f5, either one. Let's say this. And I mean, this is kind of a spicy game. Rook f3 looks like it wins here. So the queen has to take, and then you take the bishop. Definitely Natasha. Yeah, after rook a3, if queen c4, rook takes c3 was the idea to hit the queen, and then to play pawn takes g takes f5 next, or rook takes f3. And let's see what got played. So just g takes f5 and bishop c1 by white, queen d7 by black. Here we go. So time is getting down there, and the way that this was converted, Eric's not up a pawn yet. He's putting pressure here. Rook d1 seems to me like it falls victim to knight b2. That should work tactically. But the thing about white's position, which has improved a lot, and queen takes d5, this is like a puzzle rush, right? Puzzle rush 101. How many times have you seen this in in chess.com puzzle rush? This is why you practice them. Queen takes d5, rook e8, right? And if rook takes e8, you lose your queen. And if you don't touch the rook, then these guys protect each other. But the reason that I wasn't necessarily a big fan of this, and I think white's position has turned around noticeably, is because this is a very solid setup now. Black's kingside, let's say, always requires attention. So white's position, especially with less time, has become a lot easier to play. The bishop, that was probably the worst piece I've ever seen, has become a very reasonable piece on f4. This move can't happen. And while I think that there's definite domination here, positionally on the queen side as well, it's not easy to see a breakthrough of any sort. And this pawn can't be touched. So I think white has improved the position for sure. Yeah, knight d6 looks okay, but okay is probably the nicest I could give you there. With this bishop and this rook pressuring a2, Eric's always going to have pretty good compensation. There's no doubt about it. Knight b2 played. And I wonder if the idea is that, well, let's say queen c2, for example, is the idea queen takes d5. Because now you take this knight, I take that knight. And black ends up a pawn there, and still with a lot of pressure. Question is, after queen d2, what happens? Because now if you go here, there's still this threat again. Can't take that pawn. Maybe a GM draw for the boys. Can't tell if this happened. I don't think it did. This is just, yeah, that didn't happen. Yeah, queen d2 played. Looks like about 3.5 minutes to 1.5 minutes. So if b5 now, it feels like white is making slight progress with rook d1. So I much prefer keeping the initiative. And rook a3 looks to be doing that. So we're getting into blitz territory, right? There is plus 10 seconds. Don't forget, it started a rapid game. So you do have plus 10. But when I say blitz, I just mean, you know, it's pretty much a 3-minute chess game here. The plus 10 is just so you don't flag, essentially. All right, and it's gonna get spicy here because pawns are disappearing. I don't think white could have managed to hang on to all 3 of these weak pawns. So rook takes queen e2 to defend the knight will absolutely happen. Meanwhile, Thomas, thanks for the 15 months, tier 3. Salted, thanks for the 11. Sonderlian with the prime sub. Belcolt, 25 months. Hillbuck, 46 months. Knight198 with 2 years. 2-year prime resub. And Mosgeralt, thanks for the 13 months. No. Giorgio, I don't know of any. Maybe I couldn't answer that question entirely. I don't know the full regulations, but I doubt that there would be any draw regulations in place for rapid chess. Usually they only have those in place for classical. Oh, rook takes c3 is possible. The thing is that white is going to play queen e2, and it's not that rook takes c3 isn't possible. It's that after queen e2, what's your next move? So that's likely what Eric's thinking about. Because after that, you know, the move d6 is probably intended, and there's like a queen coming to e7. This is why I was saying it's getting into more of a blitz game now, because that type of position in blitz, I mean, it's always going to be shaky for black. You got to play pretty accurately, but there's a pawn to be captured, no doubt about it. I dislike the coordination after bishop takes pawn. First of all, I don't like that this is hanging. And I also don't like that all 3 of these pieces are kind of weirdly placed. If you take with the bishop, you can never move the bishop again because your knight is hanging. So I don't like the geometry that occurs after bishop takes c3. And if Eric's played it, he must have a follow-up because I don't like that move optically. h6 is hanging and time's getting low. I'm scared of this position, guys. I'm scared of this position. I'll be honest with you. I don't like this. And we've got we got all the boys over here basically. So, okay, this is it. This is the move. This is the move because Eric wouldn't play this move and then just sit in that position. So he wanted to do something that forced the queen off, and here comes d6. So this is going to be the pretty typical counterplay that I was expecting, right? The d-pawn's coming up the board, h6 is hanging. But if black deals with this d-pawn, there's no doubt he's looking tremendous for the remainder of the game. Rook c2 and rook c1 though always have to be considered. If you leave those pieces loose. After rook here, I wonder. Because he's not really going all in over there, is he? Maybe rook e4, then rook c2. Maybe he's trying to do that. Something like rook d5, rook e4, rook c2, bishop, just bishop back somewhere. Also, of course, rook c1, and we would just drop the bishop back, probably to g7. It's kind of tough. Bishop f6 is the better square to actually cover e7, cover d8, but it doesn't cover the h-pawn, and I think that's probably better. So yeah, this is what I expected. I think rook c2 will be played. Maybe king f1, but I think white wants to keep pieces on the board, so rook c2, I would guess. And then I think bishop g7, just because bishop f6, rook f5 hits the bishop, which looks unnecessary, basically. So probably bishop back. And black's going to be up a pawn. Right now, black is up a pawn, but after this, it'll be back to even. And this is a calculation. So what? Bishop has to go back to f6. Takes bishop here, bishop f6, takes rook e5. And after that, it's still very interesting because there's a c-pawn push up the board, and yes, white is going to win the bishop on d8. This makes more sense, I think, rather than play this position. Right, where, let's say this happens and you have the rook and the king just comes over. I think it makes more sense to keep the bishop on the board. Knight d3. These positions are always tough to evaluate. I would instinctively say that black is probably f2. How valuable is f2? I'm wondering about knight d3, right? That's the move that I think we're looking at first here. You could even consider knight d1, just to stop bishop e3 if you're bothered by that. Well, stop. Knight d1, bishop here anyway. And okay, if black plays these pawns up and puts this bishop there, I don't think he should be losing this position. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's going to be a messy game. Eric's gone for knight d1. I like the look of knight d1. However, king f1 maybe is just a fantastic response. Knight takes f2, rook takes d4. So I think this knight has got to go back this way in a lot of lines. Bishop d5 is also a move, let's say. Knight c3. I think it's probably fair to say that white's better. I don't know if that's true. Very tough to evaluate. It feels like a position where white's probably better, but if I was playing this with white, I would not feel like that was the case. Black seems to also be up, if the times can be trusted, seems to be up significantly on the clock. The clocks are never fully accurate at this point because players are probably playing really, really quick moves. So, unfortunately with chess broadcast transmission, kind of just have to bear with the clocks, as usually they go to 0 and then like go back up to, there you go, a minute, you see? So maybe b5. Hey, these pawns are scary. Can't be laughed at. Knight c3, if these pawns get going, you know, obviously white's got his own version of danger, but I think it really comes down to stuff over here. And bishop e3 was an idea that I mentioned earlier. I think it makes sense. If white deals with these two pieces, then I think black might be in trouble. So knight takes I was looking at. And then the rook gets somewhere like a7. And if you go here, then I was thinking rook a5. You can't save both of these. And a position like this is kind of interesting as well. You know, kind of hard for me to evaluate this, but black's going to have a couple pass pawns. Interesting. Interesting. There's also rook d3, which I'm just kind of ignoring for some reason. I thought it was more important to take this one of these pawns as white. But the other option, of course, was for white to play rook d3 and take f3. But then you leave all 3 pawns over here, which I'm not so sure about. Eric decides to take with the bishop. And I have to say, the move rook check is kind of weird to me. He had some reason for doing that, but I don't know. Found that move a little strange. So do you go c4 here? And then a3 is kind of weird. Also, keep in mind that if white plays king f2, then black can play b4. Because rook takes, there's knight e4. So maybe Eric plays a move like f5 here. Or king g6. f5 I kind of like because it stops g4. I could be wrong about that, but f5 makes a reasonable impression. So it's just important to note that the king here and the rook here, I'm a fan of this move. I'm a fan of this. So now all the pawns are stuck, and you can walk your king as a plan. Meanwhile, white doesn't really have something to do, and if you move the rook, b4 happens, and you can't play this because of b4. Well, sorry, you can play this, but my point is that b4, at least black gets c4 as well. And if black gets all these pawns going, I don't know how you stop them. I don't know. It's got to be c4, right? Or c4 or b3, same kind of thing. Like, if all these pawns get connected here, definitely it's going to be rook check. Almost has to be. Rook check in here. Otherwise, that should be winning. Unless white wants to play this and this, but no, there's no way. So yeah, rook check in here. Black's going to go c4. And then, what in the hell is going on? I assume this is winning for black, but it's not so easy to advance these pawns, eh? You got to do it pretty slowly, very specifically. Knight here threatens c3, rook takes, and c2. That wins. There's no rook c3, and there's no rook b6 check in that position. So he decides to give another check. And I think he's doing that because if the king goes, let's say this way, then you start to get scared that this h-pawn runs. Right? The h-pawn is very, very quick here, and black needs some moves. Black needs like a knight move, pawn move, maybe another pawn move. Like, it's not so quick. So if you want to play for a win, I think you have to go up there. King f7 is interesting that it wasn't king there. Because now, man, it's really hard to say, but king there would be nice to have the h6 square. If knight a4, it's going to be rook check. And if king up, there's h6, and you can't stop the pawn. So after rook check, you need to go back, which is fine. King up, b2, well, maybe not take here. Yeah, so I think that's why Eric played this. I don't think you want to, when you get checked, I don't think you want to go backwards. He wants to be able to go up the board. And king f4, there's still a knight d5. King f2, b2. It's winning. It's game over. No, that's GG. Yep, that's GG. That's a win. That's a win for sure. That's a win for sure. Knight a4. Maybe there's other moves to go take the rest of these pawns or put the knight on e5, but it doesn't matter. Eric's not. Eric's not doing anything except winning this game. King h6 looks fine. Even king f6 might be accurate, I can't tell. King h6 looks good. Can't take the knight because c3 happens. And I think just take is the simplest. Yep. G4 is probably going to get tried, but you can just play knight takes G4. If king takes, and knight back on E5. Yeah, and if king takes, you've got this pawn, so. That's GG. That's game one. I'm just waiting for it to sort of officially show up, but that's going to be a resignation, surely. There it is. There it is. Let's get the KOs in chat. It's official now. That's a W in round one. There we go. King F2 was a blunder, no doubt. I really like the move King G7. Fantastic. Just evaluating that you don't want your king on the back rank because then white has checkmate ideas. So love this move. And the pawns were motoring. King F2, B2 blunder, and you're getting B1 queen. Guys, that's 750 bucks in the bag. Remember? I told you guys the format. You get paid per win. 750 bucks for that win. Eric just earned more than I've ever earned from Title Tuesday in my entire career in chess combined in total in my life. From this one win. Go 750. Got this. 5 subs. Is this tournament influencing FIDE rating? No. At the moment, there are no online tournaments that affect your FIDE rating, but I believe that will change personally. But you need good proctoring. I think including the streamer prize might still be true, sadly, Amadan. I have to get the stat book out on that one, though. Spicy Indian Swag, Prime for 22 months. Vincent Gamer, WCC 2026, with a gifted sub, AKD, 34 months. Push to Pawns, 29 months. And also a new sub from Vincent. Submill with 5 subs. Amawful and Cultus, all 5 subs apiece. Guys, Eric Hansen is leading the tournament. We're in first place right now. Leading the tournament. Tied with Magnus Carlsen. Sitting in first, boys. That's all I can tell you. And I don't know what you guys thought about that game, but I can tell you from my perspective. Opening, fantastic. Great opening. Eric was playing quickly, confidently. So I thought the opening was just like... It's just great when you start a tournament to not be shaky or nervous or play really slow or get crushed by theory. So the fact that the opening went well and he's playing comfortable, quick moves, I thought it was a great sign already. Things got very messy here, but Queen A4 getting the queens off, and that's why you played Bishop C3, very concrete line, was big. And honestly, things kind of got out of hand here. I don't know what the evaluation was, but never was black counted out here. I was never really sure what the true eval of something like this is, but as soon as I saw F5 here, I was feeling pretty good. As soon as F5 happened, I was feeling great. Yeah, Bishop takes E3 also looked like a fantastic move as well. Why is F5 good? Well, stops both of the pawns from moving. It passes the move back to white, and as we saw after king there, the move b4 can be played because if rook takes pawn, we have knight check, which is a nice detail. So it just kind of says, hey, you can't go here, you can't push either pawn, and it doesn't look like pushing this pawn helps at all, and your rook can't really do anything. So just kind of passes the move back to white and says, okay, your turn. So I like that move. I like that move. Can we get a KO? We did get a KO, didn't we? We can always get more KOs. But my KOs are saved for... Eric wins. Your KOs can come out at any time. That's true, Java Bandit. It is a confidence boost. I think it's huge. Yeah, you play in a tournament, get the win round 1. No, they don't know Ashish. I think that'll change personally. This is the next game, by the way. I don't know when it starts, as in it might start on the hour. But I don't exactly know the schedule. AW, thanks for the 5 subs. Goblin, 700 bits. Hello to Grilled Peppers. A lot of people saying they didn't see the KO, and listen, guys, I get it. We're going to have to test it again. But not with mine, of course. Get another Eric KO in there. Not testing mine. We got to see if the KO works. People are saying they didn't see it. I believe the chat. If it's not showing up, that's top priority. And in fact, we're gonna consider just wrapping up everything here. Can't continue the stream without a KO activated on this scene right now. And if that's the case, I think we call in the heavy artillery. Might have to pause the whole broadcast. Shut the whole thing down. Dan?
Hello, we can't shut the whole thing down. We just need KO.
Dan, is it true that the KO wasn't there because of a lack of confidence in our chief?
Well, no. We always have confidence in our chief. Try it again.
All I know is that the Amon KO button was working, boys, but Amon KO was looking great there. I just wasn't gonna hit it. Didn't want to take too much credit. I know the commentary was great, but I mean, it wasn't that good.
There you go.
There we go. There we go. Is it fair to say that's working now? Is it fair to say it's working now? We got our KO in. And that won't be the only time I'm using it this event. I can tell you that. I'm going to have that one on speed dial. Hello to Airbus Driver. Thank you guys. Letting us know. We had to make sure we take care of that. KO is going to be very necessary because I'm feeling one in round 2 as well. I think in these games, Eric might have 3 blacks out of the first 4 games. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. He has the black pieces 3 times in the first 4 games, as far as I know. And this is his game with the white pieces. So I'm feeling a back-to-back here. By the way, Eric has played in a Magnus event a few times. And because it's usually 16 players, round robin, you play every other player. It's 15 games, right? Which means you always have an odd number of colors. So it'll be 8 and 7 for one side. And Eric always gets 8 blacks. Always. They probably don't even do it randomly anymore. They're just like, yeah, Eric Hansen, fuck him. Eric Hansen, I heard of the guy, fuck him. Give him 8 blacks. Never lucky. Exactly, CM Serious. Exactly. Exactly. That's been posted, I think, one of the last tournaments Eric played. What's his current record? 1 out of 1. 1 out of 1, yes. Which is a record I often don't post in Title Tuesday. Abe Froman, thanks for the $5. Zole for 8 months with Prime. Juice is loose for 16 months. Calipranzi and Legion715, brand new Prime subs. Carwin Geraint, thanks for the 3 months. Vinny for a year. Eric won on the 1 year anniversary. Yes. AW 5 subs and Goblin 700 bits from earlier. And Ace Mendez with Prime. Thank you, Ace. Exclamation mark Prime. That's right. Exclamation mark Prime. Free to do. This is just cash generation. You pay no money and you pay me money at the same time. Isn't that a great deal? Hello to the Endgame Magician. And here we go. So it looks like the games will start on the hour, guys. Looks like that's the plan. So we're off. Eric's got the white pieces. Playing against Pragnananda. Very strong player. From India. Young player as well. Eric will go for a Jerome. It's funny, I've always known Eric to be more of a bishop b5 brah, but you know, I think it's very reasonable to assume the Jerome could be whipped out here at top level play. So what I've been thinking, you know, is that chess can be so easily monetized, right? Let's say you're Magnus Carlsen, right? Now, this would obviously cost you in the tournament standings, but let's say you're Magnus Carlsen and you start a Patreon or maybe just one of those like fund me kind of pages, whatever it is, just something where people can donate for something to happen. And let's say you say $100,000 and I play the Jerome in my next classical game. He would raise $100,000. I can guarantee that. And you could just do that. You could have a logo like $10,000 for the Rui Lopez. I mean, this is just basic monetization. Like, I think it's so simple. I'd chip in a few for old Jeromski. Nepo reaching for his wallet. Yeah. Nepo about to drop 100K over the course of the World Championship match. Nepo gonna spend $1 million and might still lose the match. But as expected, Eric is a Rui Lopez brah. Always has been. So bishop b5 and b5. So bishop e7 is the other very standard mainline variation that maybe a lot of you are familiar with, whether you play it in your own games or whether you see it in top level games that you watch, like tournaments. Very common. So bishop e7 is normal, but b5 and bishop c5 is a bit of a different variation. Like I think the concepts are an a4 rook b8. The concepts are really so different. Like the position you have on the board here, very difficult to explain, but without a bishop on e7 and a bishop on a7, black is taking a much more sort of risky, dynamic approach. There's going to be way more pressure on the center, especially coupled with bishop g4. And that's why h3 is played. Emad says, I just saw Eric in Discord asking for odds for betting on the Leafs game tonight. Listen, Emad, life goes on, man. You know, after a win in a Magnus Carlsen tournament, life goes on. I mean, there's still priorities. You know? You still gotta take care of things on ground zero. That's right. There's plus 750 in the bank. Put it on the Leafs. In fact, it just gets auto-booked. Every time there's a result, every time there's a win or a draw, it just auto-booked on the hockey game in the evening. One thing you guys should know, yes, you can ask me, like, hey, wasn't e4 hanging? So first of all, is e4 hanging? Well, no, you lose a piece. But as a general rule, if you think e4 might be hanging and you're not castled yet, it's probably not hanging. It's just kind of how the Ruy Lopez works. But knight e4, bishop d5 would be particularly unpleasant. And bishop d5 is a very, very common, let's call it tactic or indirect defense to the e-pawn. Pragnananda and just Indian chess players in general, also extremely well prepared, as you can see here. It's a 15-minute game, and Buddy's got 16 and a half minutes, so he definitely knows what he's doing. So very confident opening by Black. I mean, Eric's doing fine here, but Black's definitely in his prep or in his theory. This is the second game shook well. And I think what I'll do, yeah, so I'll just update the title every game. Here we go. Yeah, so this is round 2. Symphonicity. Thanks for the Prime sub. 5 months. 30 months from Going to Go Mad as well. Welcome back, the Paria. Round 1 opponent was Hans Niemann. Alright. Knight takes e4, guys. What says the chat about knight e4? Any takers? Knight e4, white to play. What's the move? Well, bishop d5 now. Keep in mind that the knight's defended now, right? But sneaky, sneaky, the move d5 hits the knight, which must move, let's say. And if it moves, you'll lose this, right? And let's say you take this, because you're thinking, oh, if I take there, I take here. Well, now rook takes, and now you've got 2 knights hanging once again. It's just one of those openings. If you think the pawn is hanging, it's probably not. It very often has an indirect way that the pawn is defended. Takes, takes, knight b4. And I know for a fact that we are very much in some sort of theory right now. I think d5, well, e5 could also be a move, gives up the d5 square. I think d5 is the move, but I'll be the first to admit that my e4 theory knowledge is pitiful. The knight b4 is a pretty solid square. There's no pawns that can kick it out, and black might want to play c5 in the future. But definitely looking at d5. d5 also defends the pawn because, again, this trade is probably going to happen. So if you go to chess.com/events, you will find the round 1 game, for example. So you go to chess.com, that's where I am. I'm just on chess.com/events. I don't have like some special access to the games that you guys don't. So if you want to catch up on the first game, like you missed it, you can obviously rewatch the VOD even now while we're going. But chess.com/events, find the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. You'll be able to see all the games there. So you can take a look at it. Thanks, Basil, for 19 months with Prime. Grizzhog, 30 months with Prime. Is this the same thing as the Rapid Chess Championship? No. No, this is different. Rapid Chess Championship is a chess.com event, hosted every weekend. Qualifiers for a long time, like for many, many months. That's a long event, and that's just chess.com. But this is actually Magnus. Well, it's a Champions Chess Tour event, so Chess 24 Magnus organized. Eric's likes the bishops, doesn't want to play d5. Well, trading bishop for bishop is bad. Is not bad, rather. Like, if he gave away his bishop for the knight, yeah, I can see him being apprehensive. But if he's not playing d5, I don't think it's because he's afraid of this. This. You know, something like this, then you get a little concerned maybe for this pawn on a5. That's definitely a reason. Right? Kind of behind in development. So I'm not sure that you would actually take that. And if you didn't, okay, black's position is kind of easy to play. You know, even something like this, knight d7. Black's position looks pretty comfy. This is just me playing moves. I think Eric's still thinking after knight b4, yeah. Yep, definitely Tom. Definitely in the tank here. I mean, you got to make some important decisions. Queen d2 to hit the knight. It does look like it's trapped, but c5 will happen. And I imagine if this happens that we could even consider bishop d2 or bishop g5 there. I'm not sure. Bishop g5, bishop f3 is concerning. Bishop d2 hits the knight. Maybe something like this. The knight doesn't have anywhere to go. You kind of have to play this move. And I don't know, I could see some positions where you even take this and play a position like this with a really powerful bishop on b3. Queen c6 or something. I don't know, I could see this being quite good. Definitely not something I think black wants to get into. Yeah, bishop d2 hits both of those. So that's why I was playing bishop f3 here. So knight c3 played. Again, I'm curious about c5. The one difference between c5 now and before is that the bishops are still on the board. Let's say c5 d5 was played. Same kind of thing. You don't have to play d5, but let's say it happened. It would be the same position, but bishop's still on the board. Probably favors white. The bishop doesn't look great when there's a pawn in front of it. Joe God 92, thanks for the 3 months. Shout out to the plebs. Definitely the same for white's light squared bishop, but you could say that black's bishop isn't very good with the pawn blocking it, and black's other bishop isn't very good with white's pawn blocking it. Meanwhile, only one of white's bishops is blocked. So you could definitely make the case. But c5 has so many other reactions than just d5. You can do nothing, just leave it there. You can also meet it with e5, and things get very contested in the center, a lot of tension. They definitely look scary right now. But I know that a lot of the time black ends up playing the move c5 to support the knight, so it's just something to keep in mind. Otherwise, you know, even a move like rook e8 makes the f7 pawn a little more tender, and we've looked at knight e4 a bunch, and I feel like that's not something black wants to go for. Yeah, we finally got black thinking, didn't we? Pragnananda has been playing instantly every single move, and it is a small victory to make them actually think. Imagine playing your opponent in chess and they actually have to play chess. Imagine. It's a beautiful thing. Hello, Big Azizi. Will we see the Jerome today? I was saying, like, yeah, there's no value in playing the Jerome without raising $100,000 beforehand. So I might have to get on that business model. Can I check the Hans and Ding match? Well, in general, if Eric's playing, then Eric's game is going to be the one on screen. If Eric's game ends and there's other games going, then I'll definitely check other games. But if you're looking for commentary on like just the event in general or all the games, then you should probably check out another stream. Like, I don't know, there's probably some official coverage. Because, yeah, as long as Eric's playing, I'm definitely only going to be looking at that game. Don't really care about the other ones, if I'm honest. You really put Buddy in the tank here. Yeah, that's what I thought, Mathematical Penguin, for sure. Yeah, there's definitely official commentary, so yeah, if you want to bounce around to the other games, or, I mean, there's exciting games going on. Magnus and Co are in action. Eddie, what do you think of Eric's position, according to your files? Because knight takes e4 was looking shaky, but he decides to play bishop takes, and regardless of what happens, I can't imagine Eric being too upset with getting the light squared bishop here. So the difference is that all the moves, like the bishop moves I was thinking about to discover an attack on the knight, or it was a bishop last time, they don't work because now the knight can actually take those bishop moves. So white's down a pawn, has the bishop pair, also has a loose knight on e4, as well as on b4 to maybe try to take advantage of. How to do that? I'm looking at d5 as one of my first moves because, okay, let's say I go d5, bishop is hanging, let's say takes, this knight has to go somewhere, even knight c5, and what about queen d2? And this is basically me saying, like, this knight has nowhere to go. I know that it does get out, but the idea of like trying to trap the knight is real. c5 would be the only move, takes, and okay, after rook here, I imagine that white is doing pretty decent. Gonna get this pawn back, that guy's defended. Bishop f4 played. So, bishop f4 still... No, okay, so bishop f4 is looks like a different kind of plan. I think white's just trying to play down the pawn with the bishop pair here. Queen d4 instead of bishop f4. Oh, queen d4 you mean in the last line. Yeah, queen d4, the problem was knight takes b3 and knight c2. What about bishop h6? Somehow I feel like this isn't crippling enough of a... Just doesn't seem like enough of an issue, I guess. So I'm wondering about something like this. And I mean, black is up 2 pawns. There is queen d2, which is nice, but there's knight d3, so I don't even think we can. I'm not even sure we can take this. Be very messy, that's for sure. Because there's a knight g5 happening. But of course, knight takes isn't forced, right? Black could just move the knight, and then white would have to move the bishop again. So kind of the same thing is accomplished by bishop f4. or rather bishop h6, d5, the same move that he just did, looks like it would be pretty reasonable against bishop h6 as well. So I think no matter what white would do, f4, h6, d5 looks like it was black's response. So black's bishop is, it's really not that bad. The knight is kind of still quote unquote trapped, like doesn't have places to go, but it's hard to attack. I can't really force anything, and black always has the move c5 in case it's trapped. Yes, some eval plebs. Exclamation mark eval. Again, there's, I think a lot of the official commentary streams will have the eval on, and they'll be going over all the games. So I certainly invite you to check those streams out if you do want to watch the games with the eval on. But I've never been of the opinion that it's healthy for your chess to do that. I mean, take the last game as a good example. Eric against Hans. It was a very double-edged position where at many moments, I'll happily admit I had no idea what the exact eval was. Didn't really know how to evaluate it. But that's what made it pretty entertaining to watch, that you didn't really know what's going to happen. That's the point. And that's what the players are experiencing. When Eric and Hans are playing out that tricky endgame with like a rook against a knight, they don't get an engine. So you get to experience it the way the players are. But anyhow, there's a lot of streams that have the eval on, so that won't be something you'll find here. But if you are interested in it, I'm sure you could locate some places that do. Now, as for some actual moves, bishop kind of looks great on b3, but I'm not too sure exactly. Knight d2 is knight d3. I mean, knight e5 always looks like a decent move. One thing after knight e5 that sometimes needs to be considered is like queen h4. It's also good to keep in mind that this bishop in the right moment might threaten to win the knight. So let's say something like this, rook takes e4. It's just a good thing to note down that if the f-pawn moves, then you always have rook takes e4. Eric's gone knight e5. Makes a bunch of sense. Clock must be wrong. Well, the clock just it updates like kind of after the move. It's kind of annoying just how the transmission works. So it looks like 10 minutes to about 7, almost 8 minutes is probably accurate. That feels correct based on how much time people have spent here. He chuckles. Lord Waldemar, thanks for 20 months. Cookeroni Pizza for 17 months. He says the eval bar is awful. Wow. Cookeroni Pizza. He has spoken. Beam me up, Snotty. The Val bar is better than the eval bar. I feel like Val's always at the bar. I would trust his evaluation here. We need some input. Yep. Eric has 4 minutes and 36 seconds, according to Lee Chess. Okay, so I guess he has about 2 minutes on chess.com. Have to apply the appropriate translation. Now, what is black going to do? We've talked about how f6 is a little sketchy. I also mentioned queen h4, which, okay, I think merits a look. Threatening queen takes f2. And threatening the bishop. So obviously bishop e3 deals with both. The question is there something more aggressive to do? Like, you know, does g3 work? You lose the pawn, but... Or there's some threats after that. One thing that... One thing I'm always looking at is something like knight c6. So I'm just going to put this on the board for a sec. Let's say this. Yes, I lose this. Knight c6. And just a position like this is very dangerous for black as a general theme. Just because this is potentially falling, which undermines this. And also this bishop is subject to like rook takes a6. And it's almost, like it is trapped essentially. Like bishop b8 is really not good. So I'm always on the lookout for stuff like this, like knight c6, where white can sort of get a bind. Like, yes, you're down material, but there's some sort of like positional bind to a knight c6 idea. And c5 is, I think, trained a little bit at that idea that I don't think you want your pawn on c7 for too long. White's about to play knight c6, rook takes c6, and in my opinion, have a pretty nice position. So I think c5 makes a lot of sense. All the other lines I was looking at, if white can just get that knight in there, black's position sort of looked unpleasant. So takes, and how do we play? Bishop can't really be saved, so if black wants to take it, it's his. Rook c3, and white's still playing against this knight a little bit. Like, you know, if you take this, the knight still doesn't have a lot of places to go. The nice thing about queen h4 now is we can play bishop g3, even though this is hit. So just that with this pin here, sometimes bishop g3, you can take it, but with the rook on the third rank, just nice to have that covered. Don't have to think about it. Let's say white would be able to move again here. What would be the move? I'm not too sure. Maybe, honestly, you really could consider something like this. Perhaps queen h5. Yeah, queen g4, queen h5. I think if white were to move again, he would probably want to do one of these moves. Rook c3 also covers the d3 square, which is just nice. Nice caretaking here. And as soon as this knight moves, that pawn drops, which could be bad. So position is still pretty double-edged for me. So let's say knight takes b3. I'm curious also about... So like even this could be considered. I don't think that this would get played, but let's say this could be considered, and just the fact that the knight doesn't have a ton of places to go is potentially concerning. It looks like black might have a good move here, queen c2, to take this pawn. Actually, wow, I just realized. Queen takes b4 covers both of those things. Holy smokes. Because my plan was to take queen takes f2, not, not with the bishop. Still, this looks pretty sketchy for white. Interesting. I don't know if I'd be able to evaluate this properly. Hard to tell who's better here. You have the two pieces, but black has 3 pawns for it. But really after this, queen takes b3 is kind of the more dangerous option, threatening the knight. And there's no knight c6 move available. So the knight just doesn't have many places to go. So let's say queen takes a5 then. And I don't know, you're always always concerned about stuff like this. Pinning the knight to the queen. Bishop c5, knight d3, for example. also with rook e8. And I think rook takes b3 is probably the only one I wouldn't really consider. So yeah, queen takes b3 or rook c8. Here, this may be rook c1 or just queen takes d5. Queen c2 though I was also looking at. But yeah, I think queen b3. So if knight b3 is not going to be played by black, what other moves are there? I mean, there's knight e6 to hit this bishop. I guess you would just go bishop g3. And you know, if you ever play d4, all of a sudden white probably takes this and just uncorks knight takes f7. Because black never really wants this bishop to get open on the king. This is a very strong piece. Very strong piece. And it looks like he did go for one of those moves that I was mentioning earlier. Queen h4. Number one, I think queen g4, rook g3, or just some combination of aggressive moves over here is kind of concerning for black. And also these knight takes b3 lines weren't convincing me. Yeah, I think so, FK Gun. I think so. Unique Hexler, thanks for the Prime sub. Karmatronic, 10 months. Scoot the Sploot for 16 months with Prime. Pineda, thanks for the 12 months, the full year. Honeypot 1990 for 15 months, and Average Joe for a full year. Eric, 1 is round 1 game. This is round 2. Hello to Tommy Fukin Shelby. Tommy, who are you cheering for in this game? Hoping to have your support, sir. So bishop g3 looks, yeah, okay. Automatic. I think bishop g3 is the move. Queen g5. Well, this has been great, hasn't it? So, black played queen h4. White played bishop g3, h4, and black played queen d8. So basically all that changed was now white can't really bring the rook over very easily. And this pawn would be hanging if the bishop moved in order to facilitate that. So I can appreciate the trickery involved here. I think when somebody who's a strong player does stuff like that, you can't help but think, wow, that was very clever. But when someone who's not a strong player does that, you can't help but think, wow, they're really stupid. And it's just the privilege of being high rated. You can do stuff like that. You can just sit here in this position, play this move. White makes 2 moves and just go back to your original square. So you gave white 1, 2, and then another move, 3 moves for free. And you can sit back with your GM title and say, yep, black's a bit better now. Definitely the case there, Goblin. I think I might kick a lot of people out of the gym if they played like that for sure. So there are some serious moves potentially incoming. Queen g4, I love, of course. You got your h-pawn marching up the board. You also have a slow plan of moving your bishop. And if d4 happens, I mean, you're always crying in those positions. You never want to open up that bishop. If knight takes b3, I see a proposed line which looks fairly lethal. Knight takes b3, knight takes f7. Rook takes c3. Okay, the queen's hanging. Queen's hanging, have to do something. Rook takes. I mean, you're getting killed. If king takes, I assume we're getting killed there. A little mate in one action. Knight f7 looks too crushing. Oh my god, it got played. That's not me missing something, right? That actually happened. Yep, that actually just happened. Knight b3, knight takes f7 just got played on the board. And okay, guys, let's sit here and play chess. If we can't take that knight and we just established we can't, what's black gonna do? What's the move? Let's find a move here. The queen can't go to a single square, by the way. Queen can't go anywhere. Okay, let's say queen f6. Rook takes. Here, and then bishop d6. That resigns. I know there's queen f2, but I think it might not matter. Because this is under attack. And there should be some mate here. Okay, h5 played. h5. So h5, one of those moves that hits the queen and kind of throws off your momentum a bit. So there's knight takes d8, takes, and rook takes c8. So it's important to at least notice that as a bailout option if you don't have anything else. Queen e6 though, I would at least be considering. Although it's a little sketchy. Knight d4, I mean, you have this. That's probably not good enough. Knight takes d8 looks pretty fine. But okay, it's maybe you're thinking that you're supposed to have better here, right? Yeah, queen e6, knight takes d8 look like the two moves to consider. Knight h6, I think you're losing the thread a little bit. I don't know what's going on after king h7. I don't think we have any serious threats. But I think it's probably got to play knight d8. Especially because time's ticking down, right? h5's just been played. You know, do you trust your calculation, or do you kind of take a line which, to me, sort of bails a little bit? Because, hey, black's got a d-pawn there and two knights, and I'm not so sure about that. So, queen h3 was played, basically maintaining the exact same threats in the position, which I can only assume makes a lot of sense. One thing that I'd be considering here, which is really strange, is bishop takes f2. Because, and I don't know if this works, this is complete BS, but if king takes, of course, you're taking with check. So that's bad. And if rook takes, or sorry, bishop takes, then you take this and it hits the queen. So that's the move that looks annoying to me. h3, bishop f2. I mean, king takes is not even a discussion. I mean, I guess you can play like this. Maybe this makes sense. Queen takes. And just take this knight, and the knight's trapped. Well, okay, I guess you have this, but somehow white is... Okay, you're not, like, lost or anything. So it's not like a critical blunder. Okay, rook takes c3 played. And then bishop takes f2. Okay, that makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? That makes way more sense than bishop f2 immediately. What in the flying hell is going on here? As soon as black plays rook g4, by the way, position starts to look very sketchy. Black's got a lot of material here. I assume that black's better. King h7? Don't know what's going on. I say I assume black's better because I just see this, and I also don't know what the threat is after that. That's the threat after that. Even if king h7, it's rook e5. It's probably the biggest resource on the board. g6 is pretty much necessary. But g6 is going to get KO'd for sure. Look at these pieces, man. There's so many black pieces just like chilling. Hard chilling. Bishop e3 to try to go to h6. But then there's always knight f7 and rook h5. So it's got to be... It's got to be it. Yeah, g6 played, but then once you bring the knight into the game, surely there's no no surviving. Knight g5, threatening queen e7, winning. You'd think it's knight g5 here. This threatens a lot of things. Man, I was thinking like king h6. There's probably a lot of KOs here. Is rook f5 a KO? Rook takes f5, queen g8. Intending mate and mate. And even if you take the rook, it's mate. That'd be like such a dirty KO. Yeah, takes, queen e7. Okay. Eric's definitely gotta be winning here. He just, yeah, black had to sack there because he's basically getting checkmated. However, everything defends everything, right? So everything's protected. It's two pieces for the queen, so it's not a discussion. It's just about finding the way to do it, finding the win, because it's 100% winning. And White's king surviving that whole thing, I did not know what was going on that entire time. Now if rook f6, maybe just take the pawn on d5. So king h7 and then queen takes d5. This pawn is going to be taken next by black. So if queen takes d5, I think bishop takes h4 is going to happen. Which isn't necessarily the nicest. Yeah, if white ever takes the a pawn, it's definitely over. The rook on g5 it isn't the best, right? It doesn't have the greatest coordination on g5. So you almost want to go like, I don't know, queen d5 and rook e5. So I think we've had this position twice now. So there's a few positions I think we've had twice. This one, and maybe e5 we've only had once. Is he gonna play this move? Can't tell. But black's definitely doing this. And okay, black's getting some coordination, right? If the knight comes to f5, like, it's definitely not over yet. There's no doubt it's winning, but as I said, everything is defended here in black's position, so it's kind of tricky. And black might even consider this move now. I don't think he will, but it's got to be rook f7 here. But the rook is annoying. It's not on a great square here. Either bishop takes h4 or knight f5 is kind of coming. It does go for king h6. Wow. One idea that you have to be careful of is something like this, but okay, I guess you have g3 all the time. Okay, is it just me, guys? I don't know why. Might have been missing something, but I don't know why king h6 was played, because now you go queen d8 and you get your rook over and you have like serious threats. I don't get that at all. This was extremely helpful for Eric. Now he gets the rook out with a tempo. And there's stuff hanging. Now you gotta be careful about the check, but guys, I think rook takes, yeah, I love that. Yeah, I think rook d4 is GG. This is This has got to be a good simplification because you get the check, you pick up this pawn. That's a much cleaner simplification. This is game over. That's a win for sure. No doubt in my mind. But I can't help thinking that King H6 was just let Eric off the hook there. Because Rook F7, Rook F6 blocking the checks, it seemed like there was not a necessarily not a clear answer that Eric was finding. The guy goes King H6 and now the result's official. It's a good thing we have that KO handy. Get the KOs out, boys. That's another win for the Chief. And you know what? That's $1,500 we can bet on the hockey game tonight. $1,500. We're printing. We're printing. Two out of two. And you know who's not 2 out of 2? Magnus. So, yeah. Just gonna go ahead and lead the tournament. Yeah, no big deal. This was a wild game, right? Now, I knew as soon as this happened that, you know, whether Eric wins or not, he would enjoy his position. He likes playing with the 2 bishops. There's clear compensation, right? He lost the pawn in the middle, but he got the light squares. And this entire game got messy, and it got very, very fun to play, especially on the king side. After queen g4, knight b3, knight takes f7, and I don't know if Eric made the right decision with queen h3, but god damn, it kind of looked good. Especially rook e5. I missed rook e5, and seeing it on the board, it was like, oh, that's why this completely works. Because bishop f2 was kind of concerning for me. By the way, maybe bishop f2 should have been played first. That was my move, instead of rook c3. Maybe he did it in the wrong order. I don't know. Now, obviously, knight d8, you know it's a good position. But, as I said, there's still a d-pawn there, and it's a little sketchy. It's a little sketchy. So I get queen h3. Wants to maintain the same threats. And then what in the flying hell was this? Rook e5 I had missed initially, but you need to see this move. Then black's in trouble. He's basically getting mated. I did think that line I pointed out was kind of fun. I don't know if it's necessary. Probably BS. But king here. There's lots of moves like queen e7. Looks like a great move. Might just win on the spot. But of course, rook f5 and queen g8. One of the strangest. Like black almost has to play rook h3. Anyway, that's just me trolling, of course. What did he do? He had to sack. And here. So this is what I was saying. At this point, Eric's giving checks, right? And black's just going up and down with the rooks. Up and down, right? He's blocking all the checks. Eric doesn't really have a clear path yet. What was the issue here? Ah. Can't take this. I thought he was concerned about this. By the way, this could have happened in the past, no? Okay, great detail. So this is great to explain. So after this move, right, queen e5, if you take the pawn, then bishop h4. So by doing this, he's giving a check so that after here, you definitely can't take this because of queen takes d4 check. And in the past, the rook was on f6, so it wouldn't have been a check. So basically, you protect your h pawn by doing this little queen dance, so that you're gonna take the pawn when it's a check on d4. Now after queen d7, played king there, and ended up getting into trouble. If rook f7 here, maybe knight f5. It's possible that something like this should have still been played. I might be missing something, but black's position looks like he has more chances with something like this. But instead, he went king h6 and then queen d8. And yeah, as soon as this happens, I knew it was probably good because you're threatening mate. So you gotta defend mate and defend your rook. And now rook d5, and you still can't take this because the knight is hanging. But don't take the knight right away because it's rook f1 check. Queen d7, and then great simplification and immediately winning because you take the a6 pawn, and your pawn is going to promote. So that's what just happened there. One sec here. All right, the Velt, 29 months. Goblin, 700 bits. Thank you, Goblin, and Knack One Water, or Nats Water. Appreciate the bits. Submill, 5 subs. Juice is loose with 5 subs. Illiterate Pig, tier 1 sub. Panda TTC for 21 months, and Clark Twitch for 2 months with Prime. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the Submill, Juice. All 15 rounds today? Not at all. I can even flash you very quickly the schedule, but no, definitely not. It's a 16-player round robin, so 15 games, and those are going to be played over the course of 4 days. So 4 games today, 4 games tomorrow, 4 games the day after that, and then 3 games on the final day for 15. So there's 4 games today. We've played 2 of them, so we're halfway. And after all these games, the point is that you just check the standings, and the top 8 players continue to play and compete, and the bottom 8 players get knocked out. So round 3 is incoming next. Yes. Yeah, day 2 is going to be tough to pick for sure. Magnus is on day 3 against Eric. Keep that in mind. And yes, it is a 3-1-0 scoring system. And you get paid for wins. So 750 for a win, 250 for a draw. You also get 3 points for a win. This is all online, as the thing on the screen just said there. SR Dangerous. I'm gonna go with Senor. Senor Dangerous. Thanks for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Alien Wizard, 67 months. Appreciate that, Alien Wizard. Standings, I think they have standings here on the site. Camera's gonna block the names near the bottom, but luckily it won't block Eric's, and I don't think we'll ever be concerned about that. So that's good. That was a nice conversion there. Check other games. Yeah, I think there's one more game. It is MPsych. So yeah, that does make a difference. Ying is trying to win this position with white, and it looks like he's making a pretty good attempt. Because rook against knight is a draw as well. So I think he's trying to play g4 here, I would guess. Unless there's another move. Knight g3. Oh, okay. Rook check, knight back to e4. I guess that makes total sense. And then he's threatening to push the pawn. So we might just repeat here. I feel like this is just going to be a draw. G4. Now, actually, after g4, h4 might be concerning. Interesting. G4, H4, G3, G2. That might be something. Surprisingly. Yeah, we're two out of 2 right now, guys. I can change the stream title to round 3. we go. Very satisfied, Airbus. Glad to hear it. I'll just change the title there to number 3. Actually, there was a comment I read a while ago that I read it, I internalized it, but I think Eric was just in the process of winning, so it's getting pretty hyped. But somebody said that they ordered HelloFresh. I saw someone wrote that, and we're at 71, so I'm gonna shout out that person. Whoever you are, I remember the comment. I remember the comment. Thank you. Appreciate it. White can draw at any time? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. King G3, so king takes F5. I guess knight, what? Knight F2 and then king H4. It's rook G4 would be a nice way to lose the game. And if rook check, I want king H4 and knight takes. Yeah, it's kind of hard to imagine anything except, yeah, rook against knight here. Hey, Matthias.
There's a guy in the chat called Dido Rancher. He says, "Yo, Iman, I ran into you last night. Hope you have a good."
Hey, what's up, dude? Yeah, I was actually I was seeing in a Discord that I ran into somebody at the bar last night that watched the stream. Ditto Rancher. Hey, buddy. Let's go. You see, we got chessbrahs stationed everywhere. Ditto Rancher also gave me a drink on the house, so shout out to Ditto Rancher. Hope you had a good night, dude. That was nice to run into you. We gotta get a chessbrah viewer at every bar in town. That's the end goal. There we go. So we got to draw in this game as well. When are the bras coming to Philly? I mean, dude, it's Philadelphia, so there's got to be a lot going on for me to take a voluntary trip to Philadelphia. I've been to Philly before. That's the thing. I have been to Philadelphia. So has Robin. We played a chess tournament there. Philadelphia Open. So, been there for sure. Round 3. Eric is playing Le Quang Liam. Or as Yasser likes to say, Liam Lee. I don't know how Yasser gets away with calling Le Quang Liam Liam Lee, but it's just like it's a Yasser thing. Not a fucking soul in the world could get away with calling him Liam Lee, and nobody says anything. Everyone just completely allows it. Liam Lee. Here we go. So it looks like what happens is probably Hans, because he just finished his game against Ding, they probably get like a break, like a bit more of a break, maybe an extra 5 minutes or something, but it looks like the games pretty much start on the hour if the players are ready. So Eric might not have known that, and that's why he's not making a move, Kappa. But yeah, it seems pretty consistent so far. So pretty much a game every hour. So we get the black pieces, and I think we get the black pieces in the next game as well. That's what I was saying, that I think we have 3 out of 4 games with black today. But we've got to use the KO button twice so far. Good deal. There we go. All right, and Eric has I would say a little bit of a storied history playing Le Quang Liam. Just that he's a he's a player that I know Eric has played quite a bit, and just finds his way into a bunch of different events like PCL. I know they've had a few games online. They play quite a lot, even just casually. So I know he has a lot of experience playing Liam Lee. But on top of that, I know he has at least a pretty good record against him. I think Le Quang Lim is a very strong player. And I also think he always challenges you. So Eric's done well against him in the past. This should be a fun game. I see that clearly there was a convention where, you know, I think during the opening ceremony, they split people up. They had, you know, Grandmaster professional chess players, and then they had Grandmaster streamers. And all the professionals said, all right, so what's the fucking deal? Should we just H4 against Eric? Just, yeah, fuck him up, got it. And then all the streamers, like, so what should we do? Should we just win the event? Eric and Hickey on a Skype call or something. So what do? We just win all the games, win the event? All right, cool. Two different game plans. But clearly the boys, maybe Hansen has some nasty losses in this line or something. Clearly they did some homework. They were like, yep, I'm playing this line. So do you guys think that Le Quang Liam was going to play this against Eric no matter what? Or do you guys think that he saw the game against Hans and decided to play it because of that? Also, there's not a lot of time to prepare for the games. Maybe like 10 minutes or so. Because what I would be thinking as Eric right now, put myself in his shoes, I'm thinking, oh, Le Quang Liam's a pretty strong prepared player. He's playing H5, or H4, that's interesting. I just played a game with H4 and it went really well, right? I just played Hans. That's that game went well. Why would I not repeat that and just get another good game? Well, I'm going to start thinking at the moment that my opponent saw the game against Hans and is going to copy the game up to a certain point and then maybe do something a bit different. So if you repeat the exact same game, you often risk the fact that your opponent may have just literally looked at the exact thing that you played and just come up with a slightly better move. Plus, they've been running the engine on it, so it's kind of scary sometimes to go into those lines knowing that. Eric ends up making what I would say is a good practical decision. Yes, go back into the line. There were no issues with it. Trust yourself. So he does, plays h6, and it turns out Le Quang just goes for something I was mentioning the last time we saw this against Hans in round 1, that d4, yeah, it just goes for pretty main stuff here. Alien Wizard, thanks for the 67 months. Appreciate that, Alien Wizard. Been a minute, buddy. Thank you for the resub. We'll see you in bot lane soon, bud. We have our buddy Senor Dangerous hitting us with that prime from earlier, and FK Gone, thanks for 16 months, man. What is this opening called? Well, it is the Grunfeld, but usually when you see the Grunfeld against moves like C4, they call it like weird stuff, like Neo Grunfeld, and like just weird openings. Weird names. Neo. If something is like, it kind of looks like something, but it's not that something, and you use the word Neo, you're just gonna sound really smart. If something kind of looks like the Queen's Gambit, but it's not, it's like a Neo QG, and that'll pass. That'll impress like a baseline amount of people. Neo, yes, the chess term for it's kind of that fucking thing, but it's not that thing at the same time. Neo, big chess word. Okay, so this is just a bit more of a standard approach, as I mentioned. Always interesting for me to see this because if I'm honest, if I see the move h4 and h6, and let's say the entire rest of the position stays the same, instinctively, I'm thinking, oh, I kind of like that more for black. h6, maybe a useful move, and h4 seems to give away squares and maybe is a weak pawn. The reason that you would do a move like h4, encouraging h6, is a little bit so that this pawn is, well, let's say not as tender. If black ever takes this, you know, like wins a pawn there somehow and has to take with a bishop, then the h6 pawn is always going to be hanging. So that's probably the main detail, is that d4 is never as loose as it is in the main lines because the pawn is on h6. So it gives white a little bit more flexibility in the center. For example, right now, the move d5 can be played, right? And the move d5 might normally just drop the c-pawn. But if you take the c-pawn, there's bishop takes h6. So those are the types of reasons why white would play h4 in the opening, even though to me it does look very strange. It feels like black got the better end of that deal, but no, it's about the pressure on the h6 pawn. Bishop e3, pretty normal stuff by white. If knight c6, then white is probably going to play, like, for example, d5 and c4. You got the file up there, Eddie? We got Eddie's Grunfeld being pitted against Liam Lee's Grunfeld. How you feeling about this position, Eddie, after bishop e3? Knight d7, knight c6 certainly look like important moves. Queen c7, but somehow knight c6, d5 doesn't make a good impression to me, offhand. I think that I get a better feeling from e6. Keep in mind another big idea with e6 is, in some cases, you got to be careful, of course, that you don't blunder your rook with e5, but in some cases, you're planning to just take this pawn on h4, really. Not right away, but that's certainly a theme. So, sacking a pawn for the boys, yes, Danger Dolan. I think if you, like, I don't know, how many people in chat play the Grunfeld as one of their main openings? Can't be the most common thing. I think there's a lot more popular openings, especially at different levels. But I would say that if you're a Grunfeld player, there are a few things that you need to be comfortable doing at all times. And in fact, some of these things might be things that you should be doing more often than you already are. One of them is sacking a pawn and being comfortable sacking a pawn. For example, let's say white takes here and black goes knight d7 and white takes here again and black just like takes this back, either with the pawn or with the knight or something. You just have to be comfortable when you're playing the Grunfeld, playing positions like this. It's like you just kind of have open lines, the pieces are flowing. Like these are the kind of positions that a Grunfeld player just has to be comfortable with. Okay, I just made this up, but the point is this pawn sack doesn't even look too bad. Probably totally playable for black. So sacking a pawn is one thing. The other thing is sacking the exchange. So to put another kind of position on the board, let's say takes, here I'm sacking a pawn and the exchange, but really just to make a point, that positions like this are often extremely playable for black. It'd be nice if I had a b pawn here as well, and I didn't sack a pawn on top of it, but illustrating the point that sacking the exchange, especially for the dark squared bishop, these positions are often extremely playable for black, and something that a Grunfeld player is usually incredibly comfortable with. So the Grunfeld's a tough opening, but it's made tougher if you're playing it with a bit too much of a rigid mindset where you're not open to pawn sacks, exchange sacks, because that's where the beauty of the Grunfeld comes into play. It's a very dynamic opening. This is the best piece on the board, usually no matter what, for either side. And an exchange sack, especially for the dark squared bishop, makes this bishop even better. Such a valuable piece. And pawn sacks open the lines for the pieces. So you need to play the Grunfeld usually with kind of in the spirit. Just a little more huzzah than other openings. Grunfeld is for closers. Yeah, I can see that. Well, speaking of that very important advice, after d takes c5, guess what Eric played? Rain424, thanks for the 300 bits. Yeah, you just gotta be comfortable sacking a pawn. That's what the Grunfeld's all about. Piece activity, 100%. It's almost like Eric hears me. Fuck, I hope not. Especially during that last game. If he heard me last game, he'd probably be like, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? So we know that's not the case. It must be a little bit of that, Giorgio. Has to be. If they invited me, would I accept? Yeah, sure. If I ever get invited to a tournament with Magnus in it, and I say no, I mean, you guys can safely assume that I'm on drugs. Lots of them. If anyone in the chat gets invited to an event with Magnus and you say no, I can safely assume you're also on drugs. So, this is a position we discussed briefly, but I'm a fan of it. I think it's kind of trademark Grunfeld. You got pressure on 2 pawns, got open lines. Queen c7 is going to be a great next move, followed by knight c5. There's also this old idea of the h-pawn hanging. Of course, our knight's hanging at the moment, so we have to be a little tempered, but I like the look of this so far. What do you think, Eddie? Typical Grunfeld stuff, right? This has a good feeling for black. I'm not saying that white doesn't have a fine position. White's got an extra pawn, but it's just, you know, Eric can't be unhappy here. He's playing the Grunfeld in the spirit of the opening. I'm sure he's not displeased. If you had this position with black OTB, Eddie, you might not need the Viagra anymore. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, in Eddie's old age, he's actually still able to keep his performance high by setting up Grunfeld positions to look at. He has one on the ceiling, and boy, does it do wonders. Yeah, bishop takes b6 is definitely a move, Johnny. So it would probably coincide with, like, I don't think this will get played, but there's absolutely some logic to it, right? So you're gonna get a position where, in all likelihood, like, white is gonna lose this pawn as well, and it's just not something that I think a GM would even really consider. The dark square bishop for white is such a strong piece. It's white's best piece, and you would never, like, pretty much ever give it away for, let's say, a pawn here, especially when black's just getting a pawn back. You know, opposite bishops is always available if black's ever worried about losing, but in this position, this pawn's hanging. I assume rook c2 happens. The h-pawn is still weak. Black's got the bishop pair. This would be like a dream position. So absolutely, yes, it's playable. It doesn't lose or anything. It simplifies the pawn. But if you play bishop b6, you're not trying to win the game, is what I'm seeing. The best you could do is draw that as white. So I definitely think that will not be played. So a more reasonable, I mean, tons of reasonable moves, but let's say queen c2, right? And queen c2 makes a lot of sense, defends both pawns. Can't complain about that. Here, there's already an option for Eric to maybe play takes and queen h4. Let's just say he wants to restore material balance. He could do this. Now, I don't think this would be too bad for white, so I think he might play queen c2 because this looks reasonable. Who cares? Right? You still have the two bishops. But I think it's a... Okay, it does play queen c2. I think it's a very logical move. The other way to play, if you're not going to do this, or maybe you could take and play knight e5 first, whatever. If you're not going to do that, you're probably playing queen c7, I would guess. Queen c7, rook c8, and just putting all the pressure on these two pawns there. That's correct, Amadan. Yeah, I was mentioning that before they played, that Eric and Lequan Liem have definitely played before, and Eric has had some success against him. He's had some really nice wins against him before, so you know, there might be some players in this event where, you know, Eric's never played them before, or they have a good record against them or something like that. But this is a person that I would say Eric is overall pretty confident against. So rook a3 I was thinking of, Eddie, but I was a little bothered by rook b3, if I'm being honest. Otherwise, I like the move, of course, because we put pressure everywhere. But rook b3 was a little concerning. You know, we never want to do this, so I wasn't too sure about this. There's queen a8, and there's also queen e7. I think maybe queen e7 is good. Queen a8 might even make the point like that you have to trade more emphatic. And I don't know, I just couldn't really get behind this. This plan. Maybe even bishop d4. Bishop d4 is always going to be a kind of standard move for white to try. And after bishop d4, let's say e5, bishop back. And I think if you prevent bishop like c4, black still has very good chances here. I know the bishop got shut out, but you can go rook c8, you can go bishop e6, and you're still putting pressure on all these pawns here. But I agree. I think the two plans in the position are sort of like queen c7, rook c8, rook a3, these kind of ideas, or bishop takes and queen h4. And you have to make a decision how you want to play the game. I don't like rook c8 because I'd much rather have this rook go on c8. So something like that I prefer to rook c8 now, because I do like having the rook on the a file. What would you guys play here? Would you guys take the pawn, sort of take the guarantee that's on the board right now? Or would you try to build the pressure up? You're down a pawn right now. Is queen e7 a move? Hey, there's lots of great moves here. I definitely think there's a lot of good suggestions. Queen c7 feels like the most chill move. Like, basically, if you can't really decide, queen c7 will always be good. Like, that will never be a mistake. Right, you're playing still down a pawn. I don't mind the move rook a3, but I sort of want to save that for when I'm a little more prepared to do it. So that's why I'm thinking about queen c7 first. Taking here somehow just doesn't feel like enough. And although I'm really not, no, I'm not even going to say it. Like, I'm really just not a fan of this move ever. Like, black is always swimming in these positions. Queen f4 threatens to win the game with bishop e5, or pretty close to it. And lots of good moves. You just never, it's almost never worth it to give away your dark square bishop. But if you can take this and go back and get everything else, then you're kind of doing both, right? You're attacking these pawns, you're playing over here, plus you picked up a pawn on the king side. So it's a very tough decision in my opinion. Queen c7 is never a bad move, but you just might be thinking in your head, oh, I'm missing my opportunity with takes and queen takes h4. Knight on c5 ASAP. Yeah, knight on c5 is going to be great. The problem with doing it a little bit too early, not that now is too early, but the problem with doing it too early is that it kind of blocks the c file, and you might want to, let's say, build up the pressure and then bring the knight in, maybe to a4. But knight on c5 isn't as operative as you think. You know, the bishop goes maybe on b5, and the knight doesn't have a ton of squares to go to. Eric decides to cash in for the h pawn, but still is probably intending to work on the queen side. So bishop takes f3, queen h4 played. That's what he decided to go for, and I feel like he's got to be up on time a little bit against his opponent here. Nothing crazy. Yeah, the clocks usually update after the move, so I think now is probably the most accurate. Eric around 7 minutes, his opponent around 5 minutes. I think that's probably the most accurate. Yeah, knight e5, knight g4. Always in the air. I think knight g4 is one of those moves you keep in reserve for a rainy day. Plus, you know, the knight can always jump into c4. Notice how Eric is putting pretty much no stock into this b pawn. No stock into the b pawn. So let's make a random move. Rook takes c3, right? And knight f3. So little threat there. It is possible in this position probably to play bishop takes, because then this isn't a move. But he's decided to play c4. Very interesting. So one thing that I'll point out is that knight g4 takes. These positions are like a little bit sketchy for black, because your bishop, you'd rather have this bishop off the board for sure. f3 can happen and sort of solidify over there. Meanwhile, this pawn is now falling. These pawns are both defended, and they're all on light squares, so they're not targets that can be attacked that easily by the bishop. Rook a3 and sack with the bishop, 100% agree with you. If black could play this and take this bishop, oh my goodness. Guys, what did I say earlier about how to play the Grunfeld? Be ready to sack a pawn and be ready to sack a rook. However, I still think rook b3 deserves some serious consideration. So after rook b3, then maybe rook a8 to be considered. Takes again, but it's a little bit different that way though. Now you take here, and I'm not sure there's any mates happening to this king, and that c-pawn is kind of really dangerous now. So I'm a little shaky there. But I agree that after rook a3, if you were able to take this bishop, it would be like resignation. That's a game over. It's done. But I just don't think it's not that easy to accomplish. Rook a3, rook b3. It's definitely a fun game. Very double-edged. I mean, the Grunfeld is going to get you double-edged positions. No doubt about it. There's no knight takes c4 kind of trickery that I see. Can there be rook c3 tricks? Joe, absolutely. But that's why white plays c4. Rook takes c3 was a threat last turn. Heber23, thanks for 14 months. Prime from Wee Pizza for 8 months. 5 months from Dilksnodge. Using Prime 5 months, 2 months with Prime. Severus 18th and Johahi 37 months, 3 years, and getting started on the 4th. Thank you. As the song says, I'm calling out your name and thanking you for resetting. So rook b3. Wondering what happens after rook b3. That's what's puzzling me at the moment. Because if rook takes e3, I think we can all get the KOs ready, boys. There's also bishop b6. Absolutely. I'm wondering, what are the plans here? Something like this. The thing is, even this, I'm not sure that it's actually so good for black. Because sometimes it's like, yeah, you win all that. Okay, let's say f3 happens. White plays bishop f2. He's got the outside pass pawn. I don't know. Black's fine here. It's nothing to be concerned about. But I think it's surprising sometimes how you do a tactic, knight c4, you think it's good for you, but then, white has the outside pass pawn. It's like, it can be a little sketchy. Yeah, rook c2, rook d2. I don't know. I'm sure black's fine here. It's not really a big deal, but rook b3, rook a4 seems to make a lot of sense. First of all, rook b3 by white definitely makes sense. If bishop takes b6 now, then knight takes c4. And this makes a better impression than previous because now there's a pawn hanging. And if rook takes b6, threatening the rook, what is the plan now? What is the plan now? Takes knight g4. Yeah, but you guys are doing a lot, right? You guys are giving me a lot. So you want to give me an entire rook for this, which is just, I mean, it is just a check. My king is going to go here. I have a hard time buying that. There's also bishop f4. Rook takes c4, and then, I don't know, maybe queen e2. I don't know. I don't know. It's... that's a lot. You give me a full rook for that. Yeah. Rook takes b6, rook ca8. Slightly more tempered approach there. So a2 is being threatened. Rooks are doubled. The one thing about this, which I'm not sure that is a good thing, is rook b8. So I'm wondering about rook b8 here. I guess takes, queen takes e4. Still very double-edged. Rook a8 coming. Rook b8 I would definitely think is one of the top considerations here. If rook takes a2 happens, then black's position starts to look pretty comfortable, I imagine. g3, little in-between move. Kicking that queen off that square. So now I think the idea is that if queen here, you give this check. And if black moves, okay, you're only up one pawn, but you have both of them. Eric goes for queen h3. This happens. If the bishop moves, there's knight f3. So like bishop f1, hello, knight f3 mate. Also, if rook e1, hello, rook takes e2. So I think rook d2 has to be played. Is that right? Rook d2. And hello, GM drop. How do you defend this? Not really a good way, right? And the checks are irrelevant. Eric's king has a nice escape square. And why is there a nice escape square? Oh, because the guy played h4 way in the opening. So we got h6 in there. Now it's looking genius. But rook d2 looks absolutely like the move. And you can't play bishop d1 here because of, again, knight f3. I'm wondering if there's better, though, after rook d2 for black. I'm not sure if there is. What about bishop d2? Yeah, definitely right. Bishop d2 could be played, but somehow the coordination was just looking off there to me. But yes, if white's trying to be ambitious, definitely they're going bishop d2. Hard to tell though, black has a lot of activity. And if white doesn't have a move, by the way, something like h5, h4 is pretty annoying. One thing that's nice for white is queen d8 check and queen h4. So keep in mind at some point that if white goes for something like this, black could really do something like queen a5 and block that whole idea. What's going on here? Queen d1? Okay. Interesting. White's definitely going for it. This could be a very good maneuver for white, actually. Queen d1 covers f3, so that maybe bishop f1's an idea. Can't tell if this is good or not, but it makes a decent impression. a2 is hanging, of course, but white's trying to hang on to his c-pawn and check that down the board. The one thing that queen d1 does is that after rook here, we've got rook a1 ideas, right? So I would say rook a2 is looking tasty because of this. Is rook takes e2, knight g5 an idea? Well, with the bishop here, I would say... Oh, sorry, you mean knight g4. Rook takes, knight g4. I don't think so. Probably because of queen f3. Usually this checkmate pattern, if there's a queen on f3, just doesn't exist. White's just going to go here. So that's probably the reason. But yeah, once white gets a queen on f3, that usually handles the checkmate pattern. Remember, guys, knight g4, queen h2, it's just a check. Like, the white king is going to run into the middle of the board. So you got to be more sure than that. You got to have more than just a check in your pocket. There we go. That's the move I wanted to see. Rook takes a2, because you got rook a1 energy here. Bishop f1 looks like it might be played. Yeah, bishop f1 can be played, right? And then I think black, unfortunately, needs to offer queen trade. Because after bishop f1, there's no knight f3. Is this. Or queen g2. And there's no rook a1 because of this. Bishop d4. It's covering everything. So this is turning into a blitz game. Both players around 3 minutes, it looks like. Definitely JK Russia. I don't know about g5, g4, but definitely something on the king side. Remember, I mean, Eric's only got so many pieces here. White's got the c-pawn, black's got the h-pawn. Colonel Mustang, thanks for the prime sub. Little Green Friend, 17 months as well. Got a new job. Congrats. Happy to hear the good news. Yeah, h5 is ready to send it. c5. Makes sense. Both guys are going for their plans here. Because after h4, important to remember that white always has something like this. Now, what I'm looking at is h4, bishop f1, rook d2. And I'm wondering what's happening here. This might still be okay for white, eh? No, it's not. Knight c6. Knight c6 is big. Yeah, okay. So it's nice that at least we have a tactic. Rook d2. Rook d2 should be winning, I assume. Yeah. So I think if you go h4, then I mean surely white is not planning to just take this. So what is white gonna do? Rook here, or sorry, queen here? Maybe he's gonna go queen there. It forces a queen trade unless there's another tricky tactic. Can black draw with this? My instinct says definitely no. Bishop takes e5. And bishop g4. And unfortunately, rook a, well, it's defended anyway, but rook a1 is not really playable. So I don't think we can even get it in. Yeah, I think that's the case, Kingbert. If I can't play h4, what am I playing? That's why he's thinking so much. What was up with this move? Why is this not a move, by the way? Knight g4 played. I would need to look at knight c6 again, but there's obviously a reason why I didn't want to do it. Yeah, I think he's gonna quote unquote bail here because he's gonna get the rook behind the pawn if the queens exchange. It's hard to imagine white not exchanging the queens as well. I think if anyone wins this endgame, though, it's definitely... Well, it depends if he keeps the bishops. The rook endgame, I would give the edge to black because you can sort of put the rook here and you got a couple weak pawns. But bishop e3, okay, maybe rook a4. It's tricky though. I'm not sure who I give the edge to here with the bishops on the board because you got this pawn, but I think black is surprisingly resourceful here. You put the rook behind, and this pawn is actually really strong. I think it's in all likelihood a draw, but e5. That's probably an important move. I wasn't liking this, and I wasn't liking this for white. So e5 might be very strong. Important note that rook e2 doesn't do much. King f1 can be played, and then also just the c-pawn rolling. Yeah, g5 pretty much has to be played. You got to get your king out. Also, rook c2. This pawn is never really a concern to become a queen. It's not that easy to push. But yeah, this, and bishop takes e5. Those are the moves here. And I imagine, yeah, rook c2. Got to be king g6. And what happens actually after king g6, c7? If king there, there's rook g8. Right? It's not so simple. c7, and then you're threatening bishop b6 and move the rook. So hang on, if you can't play that move, I guess you're playing this. Then bishop there, and you can't take that pawn. This This doesn't look right, right? Like, you almost have to play king h7 here. I know that looks really weird. Yeah, you played king h7. It's strange, but I think you almost have to do it. Because if the king goes forward, you lose to rook g8. And here, takes rook f8. Takes rook takes f7. But this is all forced. That whole thing was forced. Yeah, Eric has to do this, but it's lost, of course. I didn't see a way out of that. Once the pawn got to c7, yeah, it's over. So there was some optimism in the chat, but after e5, I wasn't evaluating this correctly, I have to admit. Because I think that this is maybe just a lot worse for black than we gave it credit for. There's one more game after this, yes. It's an unfortunate loss. E5 is a strong move, though. King h6, so there's no check. But, I mean, there's no moves, though, right? We're just in Zugzwang. Why does king h6 matter? Like, what's black threatening to do? Literally can't move the bishop. Can't move the pawn. Okay, no king move is going to be interesting. This move doesn't even threaten to take that. Can't white just bring the king here and win the game? I don't get it. Well, I understand that there's no check after rook f7. So I understand if bishop here, that black can play bishop there and take it. But what if white doesn't play bishop there and just brings the king? Isn't black completely paralyzed here? Not a single pawn can move. The king can't do anything. The bishop's trapped. And black can't even take white's bishop because the rook has to stay on the c file. So black's completely paralyzed here. So you guys are saying king h6, but what's the line? I don't understand. Why doesn't white just win? A grandmaster is not going to ever be comfortable playing a position where they can't move. Where they have like no moves. It just doesn't make sense. So I don't think, to be honest, I don't think king h6 matters at all. How does white make progress? Well, I just told you, bring the king. What do you mean? My king is totally free to move. Black's completely stuck. White's king could literally travel across the board down here if it wanted to. I'm definitely convinced that somehow this endgame shouldn't be like losing, but it's not easy to play. Eric had a lot less time than the clock showed as well, so it was not that easy. So there's no doubt in my mind that black has moves here and shouldn't be losing, of course. But I would have probably played it very similarly. G5 makes a bunch of sense. The only thing that maybe you could do instead of G5 is rook C2 first to stop C6. Because then if rook here, maybe you can start being annoying with rook C4. Attack that bishop a bunch of times. Yeah, so perhaps after g5, maybe it's just lost in a weird way. It is pretty weird, but I think that's the case. Because, yeah, there just doesn't seem to be any stopping this plan. Rook d2, c6, bishop e5. Yes, some serious lines from the chat. I get it. Rook d2, c6, bishop takes c5. I get it. Get it. It's a cute move. You guys are impressive. But my point is after rook c2, that if white can't play this move, surely it's a little more annoying to play. Like at least then black can actually execute their plan of like g5, king, g6, king f5, right? At least then what was instinctive for Eric to do, g5, actually does, I think, work. But as I said, I have no doubt here that black has resources. There's no way that white's just better or winning here. So I assume that it's not like they weren't there. It's that Eric didn't have a lot of time and didn't play them. What about rook a1 check so we can go rook e1? It's a great idea. Unfortunately, execution-wise, falls a little short. Rook c6 after c7 doesn't help much either. Nothing really helps in this sense because you can always move the bishop, let's say, to like b6, and technically if the rook takes, then you move the rook and queen the pawn. So again, I think there's resources for black. Like the best case scenario is that we want to sack the rook and play bishop takes e5, but also I struggle to find the moves. I struggle to find the moves that black plays here because king f5 never works because of this. We lose our piece. So if black can't play this, and we also are saying we can't play this because of this and queen, or it takes the bishop and then rook f8. If we're saying we can't do this, we can't do this, and we can't move our bishop, then rook c6 doesn't matter because white's king will eventually just like enter the game and just win. There's not a single thing black can do. Rook c6, rook c4, none of these are threats. Kind of annoying. But position looks lost though. I wouldn't be debating this position because Eric's got 10 seconds and position just doesn't look winning. Or sorry, it doesn't look holdable. So tough to play. Here, things were getting optimistic, but bishop d4 was a good move. Bishop d4 was a good move. So what is the reason knight c6 is not working? Is it takes and bishop f6? Bishop g4 coming? Because even if that is the case, you could always just take this back. You don't have to. But then I guess, yeah, you don't really like this position. Your queen's doing nothing. Some sort of just c6. Like basically the queen is way offside. Interesting. Tough game. It really spiraled out of control at the end, eh? Just out of nowhere. I didn't think this position would be so winning. And the game just ended, like, all of a sudden. So I really misevaluated that as well. Didn't really identify how few moves black actually had available to him there. Why king f5 losing? I've probably explained it 10 times, so... Unfortunately, I think you'll just have to... you just have to ask the chat. Chat will have the answers as well. But I think I've gone over pretty much every line multiple times. The chat has the answers. They'll be able to help you. Hoko, thanks for the 10 months. Afchess, 7 months. Salmonam, 74 months. A giraffe for you, sir. A lone giraffe for you. Thank you, Salmonam, supporting Eric here. 3 months with Prime from Manoji93, an FCST fan. 49 months. Also here to support the Chief. Yeah, the next game will be in a bit. Let's say less than 10 minutes. Another long game for Hans, but completely winning game. Definitely completely winning. I think Rook C2 is a really nice move there. Yeah, this is good as well. This is the last game, but Eric's game should start on the hour, more or less. Here are the standings. I guess they're updated? Yeah. 2 wins, 1 loss. I'm going to update the title as well. Sorry? Okay, let's update that title there. So we're 2 out of 3, and round 4 is coming up. Next. 8 Toph. Eric's played Hans Niemann. We just played Likwang Lian. And he also played Pragnananda. So win against Hans, win against Prag, and just lost against Likwang Lian. There's one more game, Jerk Village, exactly. So there's one more game today, and then 4 games tomorrow, 4 games the day after that, and 3 games the final day. Is this game over, by the way? Yeah. He called it a day there. So all the games are done, and I think the standings should be, fully updated here. Hey, Chicken Pants. Yeah, it's definitely been a good start. Won the first 2 games. Just lost one. I mean, losses are going to happen. He's in a tournament with some pretty big dogs, but it's still a tough loss. It stings because that game did not look like... it definitely wasn't one that I expected to lose, but I think I didn't give White's position enough credit there at the end. Amen, Sanjam. Yeah, we gotta give Eric our energy. Obviously, you know, in the worst case, 2 out of 4 is still a great result, but I can tell by the way that Eric's playing that he's capable of a lot more than that today and just in the tournament in general. So when you're in form, you want to take advantage of that. So no, definitely looking for a good result to finish the day. Yeah, actually, Magnus must have had something happen to him, right? So he just lost to Sipienko? Whoa. The fuck kind of final position is this? So he got his rook finagled in there a little bit, didn't he? Yep. That's right, Amadan. The organizers didn't really take into account that by offering $750 for a win and $250 for a draw, they didn't really take that into account, eh? Instead of drawing the game, just yeah, take a loss here and send me the 375. Yeah, that endgame was a funny looking one for sure. I'm gonna switch the view here. So Artemiev is the last round game for today, and as I said, Eric has the black pieces 3 times out of 4. So he was played black against Hans, white against Pragnananda, black against Le Quang Lien, and now black against Artemiev. Right. So what it means is that going forward, he's obviously going to have more whites than blacks, which is nice. So he's got a tough first round day, and he's already got 2 points out of 3. So I think it's already a pretty good result considering the colors and whatnot. But I think, as I said earlier, the way that Eric's playing is usually something you want to take advantage of when you're in form and you're feeling it. I think it's a good thing. One thing about Eric is I don't think he's been too slow today, which is really important. I don't think he's been sluggish. I don't think he's been outclassed. But most important, he hasn't been like super slow. So c4 was played, by the way, and Eric decided to play e5 instead of knight f6 and g6 and d5. I mean, guys, he's probably a little bored of playing everyone. Everyone's got the same prep. The fucking h4 was coming out again. Like, everyone's got the same Hansen prep. Guy's probably bored of playing it. It's like, come on, boys. Let's get a new position here. David Talk, 7 months. Go Eric and Maprail with 5,000 bits. Not his first even today. Thank you, Maprail. They've definitely been sharing some notes, I think. Yep. Yeah, you want to give Eric PTSD when you play Sub Sunday? You bust out the old English and then H5. So, a lot of the time you'll see bishop takes c3 get played. That's the whole point. If white plays a3, I don't think black's hanging on to the bishop in any way. Rook e8, d6, all moves. And the big decision, I guess, is between d6 and d5. So, takes and a d5 move. Or do you just go for like d6 and a bit more tempered? JC Digital Girl, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Appreciate those. We're cheering on Eric here. He's gone rook e8. I think you need to play this move no matter what you're deciding to do, but takes d5 is now the choice, or if you're just going for d6. Yeah, we're at 2 out of 3 right now. I've updated the title, so it should show there. But yeah, Eric's 2 out of 3. This is round 4. This is the last game for today. And I think Eric is giving the consideration to bishop takes c3. This isn't a very dangerous opening for white either, like not very ambitious, let's say. He's just getting the pieces out. It's rapid chess, so you don't always need to fight for a crazy advantage out of the opening. Just get a chess position and go from there. This is online. Yeah, the players are all playing these games on the computer. And then they have you know, all the fair play, let's say, safety measures, security measures in place. Can you see Eric on cam? Well, no, he needs to be on cam for the official tournament for, like, yeah, all the requirements that go into playing a fair game of chess online. But I am trying to get Eric to make an appearance after his games are over. That's something that might interest you there, Man San Jam Singh. You always lose to bishop sacks here. Are you talking about on h6? Like after you play h6, you always lose to stuff like that. You have to remember that these sacrifices are a lot more dangerous when this bishop is actually aimed at the king. So the fact this bishop is pointing this way, this should almost never, ever be dangerous. Still, the same takes in d5 thing exists. And I think Eric's probably just about running out of moves that he can play, other than either d6 or d5. a5 is another move. a5. Some cases the bishop drops back and goes on g7, but I think that's a little too much here. Yeah, a5 is probably the only other move. Black doesn't really ever want to play b6, bishop b7. Doesn't make any sense here. So this bishop definitely will be developing on that diagonal. Okay, so this move tells me he's playing d5, and he does. So this was the plan we mentioned earlier. Now, bishop d2 can be played, but I think white's maybe more likely to just play a move like rook c1 here. Yeah, bishop c3 and d5 I think it makes the most sense. Black's got an open game. Artemiev did get the h4 memo S&M. That's why he played c4, but Eric played it differently. He played e5, so he didn't allow that h4 stuff that he's been playing against pretty much every single game. So g6 and knight f6 was what he played before, and it ran into that. Well, it hasn't been a problem for him, really, but I think Eric's position has been really good every time he's faced that h4 stuff, so I'm not sure that people should still be going for it. Do you mean e4 for white or black, FK Gun? Because e4 for white I could understand a bit. I still don't like the move. e4 for black, I don't like it. I think it's not a good move. You have rook c1, queen d2, queen c2. So many moves for white here to choose from. I think to a certain extent d4 could be considered, but e4 looks pretty strong. So I would expect this. You usually want to leave your pawn on d3, control the square, rook c1, queen c2. The only other reasonable move to me is bishop d2 if you want to keep the bishop pair, but I don't think it's that important here. That's right, MPsych. There's 15 rounds, so it'll get made up a little bit in future games. But yes, he has 3 games with black today, 1 game with white. And overall in the tournament, he has 8 games with black, 7 with white. I think in general you do FK gun. It kind of depends on the setup, right? Because right now bishop e6 might drop that e-pawn. And f6 as well as h6 is not usually a combo you want to have. Even bishop g4, queen d7 to play like bishop h3 makes some sense. But yeah, a5 I always like as a move. a5 I do. Unlucky Nico. How do you judge when the bishop pair is good and when it's not? I mean, buddy, you're asking one of the most detailed questions in chess. I don't know where you're at in chess right now, but I think there's probably about 50 other things that you should focus on instead of that. That is, it's pretty advanced, I would say. Tough to answer. Okay, in the think tank a little bit. I think Artemyev's really trying to decide whether keeping this bishop is worth anything, like bishop d2. In this position, well, that's easy. In this position, if you're white, the bishop pair is good, and if you're black, the bishop pair is bad. And both people are trying to prove themselves correct the entire game, and that's why we have this chess game in front of us. Someone's gonna be right. Zapper Mano, thanks for the 100 bits. Exactly, amused bystander. That's what I just said, basically. That if you have the bishop pair, then it's very important and it's good, and you made the correct decision to have it. And if you don't have the bishop pair, then it doesn't matter that much and should be okay. I still like my initial move, rook c1. But it's not like white can really make a mistake here. Queen c2, also a good looking move. Even queen d2 could be played, although it looks a little awkward. That's often a square other pieces want to use. But queen d2 with an idea of b4 is certainly something. And yeah, he is spending a lot of time here. No question about it. How many considerations for white? I would say 1, 2, 3, 4 main ones. Oof, 5. That's the thing about white's position is knight takes bishop is not the most serious threat. So there's so many moves that can be played. Really, if white played like any number of these moves, I think the position would still be fine. Any of those moves. Yeah, knight d2 makes a lot of sense. Some important squares to get on. Like knight d2, takes, you know, there's going to be pressure here. There's already pressure with the bishop. This knight can jump into some key squares as well. And if you don't take it, let's say you go like here, then the plan might be knight e4. Trying to play knight c5. And a lot of times black, you know, can try to play b6, and although it looks strange with the knight there, you know, with queen d7 and knight back to e7 and then bishop d5, black can deal with this diagonal pretty nicely. Eric's score should be in the title of the stream, just so you know. Okay, white played queen b3, which I have to admit, it's probably one of the stranger moves of all the all the ones that I was considering. It just kind of looks weird because one of the most natural places for white's bishop is going to be e6. And it just feels like bishop e6 at some point in this game, maybe very soon, is going to gain time on the queen. So yeah, all the moves are fine for white, but somehow this one makes the weirdest impression. No, Dan JD. I would say Maroxy is very tough for black to get here. Of course, it's possible, but if black were to get b6, move the knight in c5 somehow, and then move the knight back, I would say white is, like, you know, doing something wrong if there's that much free time. So, queen b3 hits the knight, pressures b7. So that much is obvious. Knight takes e5. Can't tell at the moment. Is that a tactic? I think it... is, question mark? I think it is. No, I think it's not, because the knight comes back to d4. Takes. Alright, let me just make a move. Takes. If you just take here, yeah, it is a tactic. So knight takes c3. And if white takes back, then you lose. Lose a piece. So it's got to be take here. And then I was thinking take this. Take this. And if you take it, just this. Maybe there's other good things as well. It doesn't really matter, but yeah, this should not work for white there. Oh, queen takes f7 check. Yep, I definitely forgot about that one. I don't think it matters though, if I'm honest. Draw. Because if you take this back, I go here, and if you take this, I do the same thing. I take here and take here. So this one we would want to avoid, I assume. Maybe this is even good for black. Bishop e6, and you lose the knight. Yeah, it's quite possible that it just doesn't matter, and it still works for black, honestly. Because the queen doesn't have any squares here. And, you know, knight takes here. I'm going to do the same thing. Bishop takes. At the minimum, I'm going to get 2 pieces for the rook. So I imagine black is probably doing fine. Now, it doesn't mean that it's okay to leave that there. I think I would definitely deal with this move. But I was just trying to make the point that I don't think it's actually a threat right now. Hang on a sec. Knight takes c3. Pawn takes. Okay, queen takes also makes a lot of sense, but pawn takes e4. This is going to be a very strong piece on g2. But structurally, white has some issues. e2's hanging. c3 and a2 are kind of loose here. We had one game with the white pieces, Justin. One game. But it has been 3 out of 4 games with black today. So I like the fact that, you know, long term there's clear positional deficiencies for white, but knight d4, rook b1, a4, there's a lot of easy moves coming for white. And I'm not exactly sure how to handle them. Also, this bishop, kind of tough to develop because it needs to watch this b pawn. Yes, that's right. c3 and a2 were featured in the last game as well. Yeah, the rook has to disappear. There's no way you can deal with knight d4 with the rook there. So if knight d4 now... Sometimes the structure for these ones is like you take, you go c6, and then like rook e7, bishop there, queen d6. And I think white is a bit better in these, but black can often just hold. Knight a5, c6. Yep, definitely another way to handle it. The knight needs to move. There might even be knight e5. Who knows what's going on there? But black is usually relying on the pin on b8. But knight a5 and some sort of c6 move. Yeah, maybe something like this, like bishop d7, queen d7, and like b5, knight c4. I could see this working. Isn't d3 the place for the knight? Well, I mean, a guy can dream. You could say d3 is good, but okay. I'll put a rook on d1. I'm not sure how good it is. d3 might be good if like it was anchored properly by pawns and whatnot, but no, I wouldn't say d3 is so special. Big Lads, thanks for the 7 months of Prime. Zapper Mano, I think I said you earlier, but thanks for the bits. And Cuz789, thank you Cuz for the resub. 73 months, tier 3. 73 is an important month, you know. You've got your 6 years under your belt, and you're ready for more. You've started your journey onto year 7. Thank you, Cuz. Appreciate it. Tier 3 as well. Okay, queen f6. Played and queen there. Okay, so there's pressure building up here. It's getting tough for Eric's pieces to move. I would have naturally thought to play queen e7 instead of queen f6. But queen f6 has an idea of like bishop to g4. So I think that's why he did it. And queen c4 stops that. But queen e7... kind of intending this, did make some sense to me. Not that it's not really updated in Muse Bystander, just that it wasn't really a planned command for the stream. But we've been showcasing the format and the schedule and the players, kind of what's going on in the tournament, with some graphics on stream here rather than in the chat. But yeah, it's the last game today, so there's 4 games today, 4 games tomorrow. I'll be back commentating at 12 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that. It'll be 4 days in a row of chess. 4 games a day, except for the final day. Yeah, on rook b8, you absolutely have to be careful of ideas with bishop c6. Eric played queen f6. Queen c4 was played. It stops bishop g4. And I just feel like white's got a firm grasp of the position here. I almost want to play queen back or something just to move the knight. So let's say knight e5 gets played. You can't take this. So knight takes, queen takes, guarding that pawn. You know, if rook d5, I think we go here and we play c6 next. I mean, is this really so bad for black? You play c6 and I think it's okay. Something like that. We'll see. Queen c4 has been played and Eric's still thinking. They both look like they're spending a good amount of time. Bishop e6, and I think if queen b5, there was bishop g4, so the bishop e6 move to start makes sense. If you take here, then these moves plus knight d4 look concerning. Plus, let's not forget, queen takes c7 is a pretty serious threat. Yeah, well, Eric's pieces are starting to get developed with tempo. That's for sure. I said at some point this bishop would get there and hit the queen. Queen ended up being on c4, but same thing. Let's say we take, and white takes back with the pawn, because he'd like to play knight d4. This looks This looks potentially like what he's up to. Knight a5 might need to happen by black. Yeah, what are the other options though? After queen f4, it's like, it's kind of forcing. I don't think you want that to happen. And if queen c7 is a threat, I don't know. So queen takes here, queen takes there, rook e7. Looks like one way to do things. Queen has to probably go back to f4. Queen here is rook d7. Okay, that happened. This is on the board. I thought rook e7. I don't know if there's another move, but yeah, rook e7 looks normal. This looks like a good game so far. I mean, you really can't complain with the piece placement. Queen there's rook d7. Queen back to f4, I think will be played. And then what? Yeah, then we need a move. Maybe queen a3. Okay, rook d7. Yeah, actually this is just much more intelligent because you can't take it, which I kind of forgot about for some reason. So yeah, rook d7 only makes sense with rook d8 coming. Is g5 possible? Dude, the move g5 could only come from Ireland. What is this? g5. You got a great game. Everything's set up beautifully. Of course you want to send g5. That looks unnecessary, Mr. Ramadan. Surely unnecessary. Black's position looks good. I think if I didn't like Black's position as much, I'd be more interested in a move like g5. Kick her out. Well, you'd definitely be accomplishing that, that's for sure. Rook d7 looks normal. I don't know. It's hard to find something to dislike about the position. You're gonna double up, queen a3. I think the reason that you'd shy away from g5 is just because the position doesn't look like there's any issues for black. Like rook d7 is such a good move, but if black didn't have all the resources available, then I'd be looking at g5 a lot more. With king g7 to follow, queen f6. I mean, guys, it's a 16-player round robin. You guys are surprised that Hans beat Levon Aronian? There's only about 100 or so difference in their rapid ratings, and there's 15 games of chess. Like, trust me, there's gonna be upsets. There are going to be upsets. Thank you, Prim. That's definitely true. Well, rook d7, kind of a good practical move. You know, the funny thing about Artemiev, sort of a weird thing. He's such a good player, a very quick player, but he's quick, like, where he's good under time pressure. Like, he's pretty resilient. He doesn't make, like, egregious blunders, but he really can tank in a lot of his games. Like, he can really tank. And I think he kind of did right there. That was a good chunk of minutes spent on rook dc1. Now, if rook there, absolutely taking that guy. If the knight goes anywhere that can be taken, it'll be taken immediately. So it's just, I don't know, like, if the knight can't move to any good squares from f3, then the bishop doesn't really get to play the game. Black's got to be happy here. There is an increment. It's 15 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. Every move. Do you mean knight h4, Amadan? Because I was asking where the knight could go, or do you mean h4? But yeah, either way, I think black's gonna play rook d8. Knight h4 to f5. I think knight h4, then I might consider your move there, buddy. g5. So yeah, you probably mean h4, of course. Rook d8. I think black's doing well there, Amadan, I have to say. Position looks good. I mean, it's just easy chess, right? Double the rooks in the open file, why not? Queen b2. I can tell by the speed of the moves that Eric's got to be up a good chunk of time here. There's also a possibility of something like this, but maybe at this point, first of all, Eric can just repeat his queen moves, or he could try to play queen a3, which feels like a good, maybe a good try. The queen here covering e5 though is nice, that the knight on f3 can't get active. Did Eric prepare a lot for this event? Yeah, I think he's been betting on Australian football and watching the Olympics. And we've gone to some Flames games. So I would say, yeah, he's pretty well prepared. As you can see, paying off. That's great to hear, Iceberger. Artemiev is, well, the thing is, I don't like white's position. So if I'm Artemiev, I'm probably attacking the queen and being quite comfortable with it. Yeah. maybe shake the hands. Maybe draw. Draw, maybe draw. But okay. Maybe draw. Would I take the draw as black? Yep, definitely. Definitely. 2.5 out of 4. Now, it depends on the situation, but 2.5 out of 4 when I have 3 blacks and it's day 1 of the tournament, get the nerves off, I think it's a fantastic result. So I would definitely take the draw. Hey, playing Artemiev with black, you can't complain about a draw, really. It's a draw from a position of strength as well, so it's an alpha draw. It's like, yeah, I was a bit better, but I decided to draw, let you off the hook, you know. Keep in mind, guys, a draw is worth $250. Now, if you guys in the chat were playing Artemiev, you guys have the black pieces, you're playing big art. And I tell you, you can have a draw, and I'll pay you $250 as well. And you're telling me that you're going to say no? Well, actually, I'll play on. Well, actually, I like my chances. Yeah, good luck. So, I don't know about you guys. I think I might need chat approval for this. We have to bring it to the High Sparrow Commission. Guys, are we enabling a KO for a draw with the black pieces? Is that legal? It's $250 as well. Maybe like an overall day KO. Okay, I agree with the chat. We're gonna go with a Amon Hamilton KO. Not to taint. How about an Amon Hamilton KO? We're not gonna taint an Eric KO with dirty draws. But an Amon KO. Just a filthy Hamilton KO. So we still get to enjoy a KO. But I wouldn't dare taint the Eric Hansen reputation. Rather taint mine instead. The Hamilton KO stock is plummeting right now. Plummeting. You sell it off. You don't want to be in there when it hits rock bottom. Hansen KO on its way up though. But it's a day KO, you know? You gotta appreciate the day. That's 4 games of chess against 4 very strong players. We got 2.5 out of 4. That's what we just witnessed there. And you got a nice little handshake in the final round. Get to go home early. Mapril, 20 gifted subs. Thank you, Mapril. Must have been the Amon KO. Jeez. Thank you, Mapril. Kothis with 5 subs. Thank you as well. Motorboater 4, 22 months. Brickbash, 5 months with Prime, 2 months from Coco's Bad with Prime, and Pen MC with 400 bits. Thank you, Pen. Mapril's coming in with the support, the donos, and he's saying KO. I trust the guy. I trust the guy. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, it was an unfortunate game as well to lose. I didn't think he was going to lose it, actually. But it was a lot harder than it looked to hold. I think so, Warship. I think it's a feel-good day one, for sure. Bring Eric? I think I could bring Eric, but that depends if there's still energy in the chat. Because, you know, long day of chess. You guys are probably tired as well. Coffee's wearing off, you know. Ralph. Yes. I think so, CM Serious. You guys can see the standings. Eric's tied for first because no one else has finished their games yet. So, yep. Nice little screenshot there. End of day one. Post-game presser. Okay, some post-game presser energy, eh? Yeah, stop the count. Don't let them finish their games. Don't let them finish their games. Magnus v Nepo rematch. Looks fairly drawish. Probably Nepo is a bit better, though. Nepo winning here would be quite something. But yeah, I think we can see if we can get a hold of Eric. Sounds like a good idea. 71 Hello Freshers as well. We picked up one during Eric's stream, or during his games rather. Goblin, thanks for the 100 bits. 3 non-losses. Yep. Remember, $750 per win, $250 for a draw. Banking big time. Big time bank. Thank you very much. Collect that. Better optically for Nepo. I think it's definitely better. Somehow I just feel like it'll end up as a draw, but there's no doubt that we should expect black to win normally. We are going to be doing a HelloFresh stream. It'll happen next week. We're going to do actually cook some real food in front of you guys. So we'll do a cooking stream. Probably be next Wednesday or Thursday. Look forward to that. This is tourney rated. The thing with online events is it won't count for your FIDE rating. So I guess technically no. Yeah, look at these fucking nerds. They really care about a bunch of unrated games. Lamau. Imagine playing unrated chess for money. Well, remember, you don't know what else is going on behind the scenes in terms of the players. Like, I can tell you that not everyone is playing in this tournament for a $750 payout if they win. I mean, chess players don't like things that aren't guaranteed. So competing in a tournament with no guaranteed money, let's say you lose all your games, is definitely not happening. There's not a chance Magnus is competing in a tournament where he could lose all his games and not get paid any money for showing up. So I can I can remind you guys that that's definitely not the case. That's what is publicly advertised, but the players in this tournament are also receiving offers to play for sure. Eric, that's a great question. I was just asking the chat, and honestly, the replies seemed pretty low energy. I think they need to be asked again. Yeah, I was actually just scolding the guys for only one HelloFresh order for Eric's performance. So we're getting one HelloFresh every time Eric makes $1,750. And that's not a good ratio. That's not a good ratio. Eric got more points than HelloFresh orders. This is actually a fact. And that reflects on the chat, the way I see it. Right? We only got one order. 71, and I remember the guy who typed it, so go that guy. He wanted to share that he got it as well. I appreciate it. Bet on the least, what could go wrong? Hey, you're 100% correct. But 2.5 points today. 2.5 points, and oh, hello, Tom. Tom's definitely got some energy. Grilled peppers. I think it is Airbus. Definitely can't be complaining about that. Magnus is going to hold this. You would think so. But, you know, Bishop G2, H3 maybe, yeah. Bring Eric on. 1,000 bits says NASA water. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. ASMR Chief. Yes, as he's so called. I think it could be arranged. There's definitely, we did have some good energy during the games today. I'll give you guys that credit. You know, I can talk bad about you and how we only got one HelloFresh order, but while the games were going, the energy was good. The games were also pretty dynamic for the most part and balanced, so cause for some good discussions. Is this a draw? We'll see, man. I think it will be a draw, put it that way. Somehow, some way. Clark checked in early. Saw you in here early, Clark. Well, built similar. That's why HelloFresh is very convenient for people who stream. That's the whole point. It's ideal. HelloFresh as a company overall is not just in the US, but our deal and promotion and current sponsorship is based on a US only promotion, yes. So what we're offering you is US only. ! HelloFresh. Some good savings. Real company, real savings, free shipping. Was Eric's game a draw? Yes, it was. I can change the title. I guess round 4 is kind of over. Yeah, no bueno in the UK. Sorry there, buddy. You're all UK now. All fancy. We don't have deals for you there, Mr. Donut. Rip. We have a code for HelloFresh, but you can also just use the link there. If you click the link, then the discount should be automatically applied. This looks fairly winning, yeah. Black can sack this pawn and try to get this guy. You're starving? I'm starving too, dude. I'm very hungry right now. We might be using the word in a bit of a different way from one another, but I can tell you I'm very hungry. 2 wins, a draw, and a loss. Can't complain, right, Conglossion? Lieutenant Watson. And I don't know if it's LT or something else, but we're going with Lieutenant. Lieutenant Watson. Thank you, bud. Yep, Hans beat Duda and then beat Aronian, so he's killing it. Killing it. FCST fans, $7 dono. Thank you, FCST. Appreciate it, buddy. Long time viewer. Is anyone else hungry? Man, I'm really working up a craving for some HelloFresh. Oof, after the morning coffee and all that chess analysis. And I think we are going to get the Chief over, so stay tuned. But it'll be a little bit, so we got some time. But we're gonna get Eric over. In person, not even joining on Discord or Zoom or something. In person, that's right. Delivering the lad. But it'll take some time for him to get over here, so. We got a little bit of time. Like 20, 30 minutes. Yeah, you know him, Basil? You heard of him? What an honor for the Uber. I would agree. Right now, to get a 2.5 out of 4 Chad in your car, they don't even know. Kalthus, yes. I know what we're gonna be cooking. I feel like I won't bother saying it. May as well just save it for the stream. But yes, I've ordered the meals already from HelloFresh, and they should be here pretty soon. So that's why we'll likely do the stream next week. Part of the mystery, yes, the intrigue. Have to get people ready for the show. But I'm in Canada. I know. And because I'm in Canada, I did get... Oh, is that someone? It is, right? That's someone. I just saw the pop-up. That's 72 right there. 72. We have a Hello Fresher. Thank you very much. Whoever that was, we're at 72, which means we have 2 HelloFresh orders and 2.5 points for Eric. 1 more HelloFresh order and HelloFresh wins for the day. Meanwhile, this is resignable? Is it not? I mean, this is game over. Has to be. Yep. Magnus just got rolled. Rolled. There's only 1 game left. There's 2 games left in the round, right? 2 games left in the round. This one, which looks winning for white, and this one, which looks maybe winning for white, otherwise draw. Yeah, Nepo really got the revenge in there. That was a serious endgame to grind out, but yeah, impressive. Very impressive. Vincent is popping off. Yeah, he drew Aronian. He beat Mamedyarov. And he beat Duda. And he lost to Ding. So, yeah, that's pretty serious. He's also got 2.5 points. So these are the standings right now. They can still change based on the current games, though. But Eric at 2.5, definitely happy. No, rookie. He didn't play Magnus yet. Did not play Magnus yet. That is going to happen in 2 days. 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, yes. So, what you see here are not the, let's say, the actual scores. So, some people could be higher or lower. This is just like the chess.com generated one. But, you know, obviously Eric would have 6 points for his wins. +1, 7. So he's at 7. Whereas, you know, technically if you have 2.5 points, you could have 5 draws. Or, let's say, 2.5 points that were earned by draws. Technically they could be a whole bunch of draws and you would be at less points than 2 wins in a draw. So someone that wins all their games and loses all their games is going to do very well. By the way, is this really a draw? I find that hard to believe. There's no way, right? This is a joke. This is winning. Yeah, this is going to happen. I think you can resign here. Check here, and then just a king move for Zugzwang. I guess there's queen there. Queen G7, eh? So queen H5. Queen there. After you get all the way there, then I think you take it and go check. Black can do nothing except shuffle, and white brings the king there, takes queens and goes there. He, by the way, can also time it if he wants, like king h4. So that he gets king h5 like that, but this works as well. Like queen h8, king h6, or even queen g8 check. It's all winning, but king h6 is probably the absolute cleanest. Just rolled. Nothing to do. That is a KO, yeah. Yep, so now all the games are done for today. So that's day 1 in the books. Ding is killing it, 3.5 points. Esipienko, Nepomniachtchi, 3 points. 2.5 points for a ton of people. All I can say right now is that Mamedyarov has 1 point, Magnus has 1.5 points, and Eric has 2.5 points. So, you know, those are just the facts. Just gonna put those out there in the world. Those are the facts. The numbers don't lie. Can you be a GM starting age at 25? Nope. Sorry, pal. Yeah, Kosteniak unfortunately has 0 points so far. Feels bad, man. They do have 3 points for a win in this tournament, yep. But I don't have those standings readily available because chess.com isn't doing them that way, so this is at least a representation of how people are doing in the event. It's more or less going to be correlated, but as I said earlier, obviously the actual standings will be slightly different. Those who won more games and lost more games will be higher placed than people that have drawn, for example, to collect their points. But yeah, it's 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. So it definitely matters getting wins in this event. So too many draws, you're not gonna get rewarded. People who win games, like someone could draw 3 games in a row, and someone else could lose 2 games and win a game, and they have the same amount of points. So definitely incentivized to go for the win. Corleone, thanks for the 36 months. 3 years on the dot. Thank you. Corleone, appreciate it. Vincent Gamer WCC, thanks for the gifted sub. That's correct. Yeah, 750 for a win. 250 for a draw. Eric is on his way. On his way over, so he'll be around to talk about the games or just the day in general. That's right, Kill Stealer. We've had some good support. Who does Eric play next and when? Great question. I can show you. But yeah, the upcoming games will happen tomorrow, same time. So the stream will be on tomorrow morning. And the games will start at 12 p.m. Eastern time. I'll be here doing the commentary, covering all of Eric's games. And you can see the day 2 matchups. Ding, Duda, Aronian, Mamedyarov. So if you thought today was tough, tomorrow's gonna be brutal. Those are some big dogs. And then, yeah, you can see. It doesn't get any easier, but Eric plays Magnus on day 3 as well. So, some big matchups. But definitely tomorrow will be pretty intense. 4 extremely strong games. Ding, Duda, Ronian, and Mamedyarov back to back to back. At least he gets 2 whites. That's all we can say there. See you tomorrow, FCST fan. Take care, buddy. See you for those games. We aren't ending the stream, so in case you guys want to stay and hang out, we're going to get Eric on here to chat about the tournament so far. He's just on his way. We may as well bring him here in person, right? That's better than joining on Discord or something, since we have the option to. But take care, FCST fan. Yeah, Amused Bystander. It definitely does feel that way. I mean, in these tournaments, it's not so much about like who the strongest player that you're playing is, but like the general caliber. And tomorrow, all of the players are kind of the same, very high caliber. Like all top 10 players in the world, basically. So, pretty scary stuff. But yeah, the commentary will be every day at 12 Eastern, so you can count on that. McConnell B. Thank you, McConnell. That's 3 months with Prime. McConnell B 0321. Geary's gonna offer a GM draw. Aha. So that was good. If you guys want to see the games, by the way, they're on chess.com/events. So you can just navigate to that webpage here, and you'll be able to find like all the rounds, right? So it is pretty comprehensive. If you want to check some of the previous games that Eric played, you can just search them by round. So pretty nice. If you want to try that. We were here since the beginning though. So if you were here for round 1 all the way till round 4, shout out to you. Made it on time. We'll be live at the same time tomorrow, so hopefully you'll make it then as well. Morning coffee and game analysis. That's how we're gonna start our days for the next couple days here. I agree with you, Lulu. Free to play. I think Blitz and Rapid tournaments are very exciting. Classical somehow is a little boring to me. To both play, watch, and commentate. So definitely in favor of more Blitz and Rapid. FIDE Blitz and Rapid is always great too. Yep, it starts again tomorrow, Mortar Lublin. I see our chat bot is reminding you guys of what's important here. And the chessbrah store is important. There you go. Boom, we have a sale on right now, guys. And that guy right there, you see that? You see that guy right there? Modeling those clothes? Yeah, that's right. It's Eric fucking Hansen. That's 2.5 out of 4 right there you're looking at. Not just any model. That's a 2.5 out of 4 model right there. These items, the pullover hoodie, PCL hoodie red and black, these 3 hoodies, as well as the snapback hats, PCL, the signature toques, the beanies, and the mugs. Those are all 30% off right now. 30% off. And the mugs, I think, are the underrated sleeper deal. 30% off. The mugs are like less than 15 bucks. And these things are awesome. Big fan of the mugs. So we got a lot of things on sale right now. 30%. Even the Push and Baby shirts, these are on for 40%. So big sale in the store right now. ! Sale. or !merch. Kind of just a link to the store. But yeah, the discounts will be automatic, so you shop for the items, put them in your cart, go to checkout, the discount should be applied automatically. You can still shop for all the other items. I'm just saying those are the sale items. Obviously, the rest of them are still in stock. But yeah, the mug, I highly recommend if you even want to try one product or a few. The mug is a very solid option. Thank you, Tommy. I think it gets the vouch from Tommy. The only good-looking mug on the stream, according to Tommy Fukin Shelby. And I think that guy can be trusted. Allez, allez, yes. The top 8 go through, but only after the 4 days of chess. So lots more chess before we even think about qualifying to the next stage. Not quite 20 ounces there, Chess Ninja, but it's a big mug for sure. Got it right here. Like, it fits the morning coffee, the tea, but it's worth it. Like I don't like one that's too small because there are different sizes of coffee. So this will fit just about anything. And I've been informed by a few people that it also holds liquor quite well. But to be honest, I feel like those people would have put their liquor in anything that was in front of them. So not sure what that means. Where's Neil? Well, I think he's playing, isn't he? Neil's at USAID right now. He's competing. I heard Chicken Pants won his first game at the tournament, so that was exciting. Hopefully the team did well. Kodaquake says bought a hoodie. I got the notification, buddy. Thank you, Kodaquake. The merch quality is high, I can tell you that. I never have an issue selling the merch and vouching for the merch because there's a lot of other people that can vouch as well. Like the stuff is comfy, it fits, and it's on sale right now. So hope you enjoy it. Thanks for the order. There's another one as well. So a couple people checking out some of the merch, taking advantage of a good sale right now. We're going to try to get some new products in there, some plans in 2022 for the store. I know there hasn't been new stuff in a while, but we're moving houses very, very shortly. And it's a busy time at the moment. So it's a good time to shop in the store because we're offering a lot of sales, getting rid of some products, and we'll get some new stuff in there once we're settled in. Thank you, Twink Time. Permanently moving to Toronto. I don't know what permanently means. Like, when you move, isn't it permanent? But, like, I'm not moving to Toronto and coming back next week, if that's what you mean. But I also don't know if I'm going to live in Toronto for the rest of my life. I don't think I could possibly answer that. We do have an apartment with Eric Rosen. That's in the US, in St. Louis. And I'm not sure we're going to be spending a ton of time there in the future. But definitely more in Toronto. I think so, Bunglet. Yeah, in general. Toronto house tour video is probably in the cards. We've done a house tour video for all of pretty much every place we've lived in. So I think it's something you could count on in general. Our house tour videos, yes, they get a few views. Tommy, don't worry, you can count on us for that. I think we can arrange it. Nitrous oxide. If you wear chessbrah hoodies to OTV events, you're guaranteed to do well. That has been proven many times. And there are a lot of chessbrah hoodies. Like, if you do have the merch, you are an active chess player, especially playing in events. OTV. Definitely wear the merch. A lot of people do, and you'll be able to spot the bras. Like the large, predominant majority of people that I've met from the stream, no matter the circumstance, have been pretty cool people. I think we got a good community here. New house tours, same hairstyle. Yes, true. There's no updates there, unemployed noob. Bucko Bonsai. It's always frightening with you, but yes. I'll take a song request. We're hanging out, waiting for Eric to drop by shortly. The Munchback, thanks for the 9 months with Prime. I appreciate it. Glad you think so. I do think the merch is high quality. Inviro, thanks for the 5 months. And McConnell again, thanks for the 3 earlier. Cheers for the support today, Swole. Yeah, good games. I thought, can't complain. Can't complain. At some point I'm gonna have to play some chess because we gotta examine the research here, guys. Have you noticed my sweaty division? I'm barely in here, right? Look at that. There's only 22 hours left, and I'm barely qualifying here. Is it deep crystal division? Okay, Bucko. I got you. What happened to Bronze Life? I'm out of there, Six Beards. I couldn't stand it. I was the same division, same elo as some of the chat, and it bothered me immensely. I don't want to ever be stuck in an enclosed room with other bronze chat members. So I had to vroom out of there. Yeah, but Ralph, 22 hours left. I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle Rook over there. With some big guys chasing me. Hey, listening to techno while you're playing will always help. Always. Yeah, Tivil, we just need Eric to compete in tournaments, secure the bag, 750 every win. We'll live off that for the rest of our lives. That's the plan. I used to be in a wood there, Beaker, and it was tough. It was rough. I didn't enjoy it. I had to get out of there. It affected my daily life. I absolutely do. Space Spiff, man. In all seriousness, if I'm cooking food, I love to have music playing. If I'm like cleaning, cooking, something in the kitchen, oof, love to have music playing. So I think some techno and some HelloFresh would be a nice pairing. Kind of like, a steak and a red wine. Just a great pairing. Dusty Pagan. Great name. Dusty Pagan. Thanks for the Prime sub. Thanks, bro. Hey, Dylan. Blonde Maestro, 69. Bill, where are you checking in from right now? Hey, first time chatter. How you doing there, Deech? You think so, JK Russia? Well, you're correct, but only because I believe he's getting some fresh air and walking. Hey, Loafs. It went well today, definitely. We got 2.5 out of 4 day one. Tough loss, really tough loss. Not, you won't be happy with that one. but I think every game he was playing for a half point or more, and in most of them he got it. So I think he'll be happy overall with the day, but the Lequan game is an unfortunate loss, unnecessary. You guys are all telling me you're in Crystal. I'm not gonna be Crystal in 22 hours, guys. Don't speak to me. Don't speak to me or my dog. Yeah, no worries, Deech. To this day, I'm still pretty proud of that series. So glad that it's been well received and helping a lot of players. But building habits, always a good one for chess improvement, especially if you're starting out. K9 Hearts, thanks for the 9 months. Loafs was actually the opposite. Eric usually does pretty well against Lequan. Like, he's got some wins against him in PCL, and in general, they always have pretty interesting matchups. So I was saying a lot during the stream that I think he'd be pretty confident against him compared to maybe other opponents. At least he has a lot of experience playing him, that's for sure. You do, Giorgio, but that time is expiring. It's 21 hours and 59 minutes now, so don't waste it. I'm subhuman only for a moment. They've gone back and forth, Loafs. Always competitive. But let's just say, I know Eric, Eric would think that you would always have a chance against him, where it's not like another player who just has an overwhelming score or much higher rating. Lequan and Eric have battled. They've done battle. I do not play any backgammon, no. I feel like as a guy to play backgammon, you probably need like a little bit of a beer gut and a greasy ponytail. And I just haven't quite hit that stage of my life yet. But once I do, maybe I'll pick up backgammon. How far away is Eric? I don't have a fucking like GPS tracker in his head or something. Like, how do you expect me to answer that? Yeah, or just be over 65. That works as well for backgammon. Yeah, Dylan, people can bet on Eric's games in our Discord, surely, but also I think there's an official market for it on some books. Maybe not the individual games, but you can bet on who'd win the tournament at least. The games are on chess.com to analyze. I was saying, if you guys want to find the game, chess.com/events and the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Pretty easy to find, right? Meltwater here. And there's 4 games done. And there will be 4 more tomorrow. We just got another order from the store. Exclamation mark sale. Love it. Take advantage of that, guys. It's a good price right now for a lot of the items. And the discounts automatically applied to the items that are actually on sale once you get to checkout. Watson, that must have been you then. I just saw the notification. What does shipping to EU cost? I mean, it depends, right? You just got to plug in your address at the checkout and you'll get the answer. I can't tell you because I don't know exactly where you are. Man, a lot of people asking that question. Isn't it just easier to put your address in on the website and just find out the answer? I don't know where you live. What do you mean what's shipping? How can I answer that? Okay, you guys tell me your full address and then I'll tell you. Kev, we're gonna get a statement from Eric. Maybe more than that. Statement stream. Okay. Tommy. RS Rome, thanks for the gifted sub. And Louis Vuitton Dawn 3, thanks for the fresh prime. Do we ship to Edmonton? Absolutely. We know the guys in Edmonton need chessbrah hoodies like more than anyone. Edmonton is a let's just say it's an area of focus for the chessbrah store. There are a lot of chess playing guys, a lot of single guys. Could definitely use the warmth of a chessbrah hoodie. Yeah, depending on when you order from our store, we have promos for free shipping and whatnot. But right now we have 40% off the Push 'N Baby shirts and 30% off a lot of the other items like the mugs, hats, snapbacks, and pullover hoodies. So, Louis Vuitton Dawn. Fair question. I get it a lot. Not specifically that one, but like, you know, there are phrases in the channel like, you know, KO or is this theory or mate in one look for better. And people are always like, Amon, why don't you have a shirt that says, is this theory? I would buy the hell out of it. And a lot of people say that. Now, if I was actually to create that shirt, probably 2 people would buy it. Like in a whole world. And you guys know that's true. You guys talk about, oh my God, how do you not have this shirt? Literally none of you would buy it. It would look like ass. It'd have a bunch of text on it. It would suck. And you guys are just trolling hard. You're all trolling. Just trying to get me to waste my time and waste my money. That not a soul will buy that. Oh, yeah, we got a lot of people. Yeah, I'm buying that. Dude, the amount of people that say they're going to buy it versus the amount of people that actually would buy it, probably like, you know, 10% conversion rate. Terrible. That's not going to sell a lot of copies. People don't want to walk around outside with a shirt that says mate in one look for better. Like there's a very, very small percentage of the market. Very small. You have to think bigger picture. I'd rather sell merch that doesn't necessarily say, hi, I'm a chess player and this is an inside joke that you don't get. I'd rather sell a cool looking logo with a minimal design that's going to look cool regardless. And if people recognize it as chessbrah or as chess, then awesome. But if they don't recognize it, then it's still a cool shirt. Like, you know, like, is this theory? Like, oh, is this theory? What does that mean? Well, actually, I watched this stream and the guy always says, is this theory? So I bought a shirt that says, is this? It's like, shut the fuck up, buddy. Like, no one gives a shit, man. We have our inside jokes. The fact that it's a chessbrah logo, if people recognize that, that's the inside, you know, that's the inside scoop. The fact that you recognize where it's from, that's cool. And people will recognize the logo, you know? All right, Bucko. Let's see it, man. Adding that. There we go, Bucko. Added. The buddy.
Hey, Bucko.
Thanks, Bucko Bonsai, for the $10. Added the song up next, dude. Oh, yeah, the word Bucko is definitely great. I enjoy saying the name. I really do. You guys hear the rumblings of a chief? Sir Smith, thanks for the 6 months, half a year. Welcome back. And he likes the merch. There you go. Thanks, Sir Smith. Nice to hear the vouches, the trustworthy chat, and their recommendations. But we have got some orders, guys. Thank you. They keep coming in. We got about 4 or 5 there. Hello, Ralph.
Did you hear Chicken Pants won?
They did.
Oh, man.
I haven't heard any updates on round 2. Hello, Chicken Pants. I don't know if another round happened, but I heard about round 1, which is a great start. Go CP. Your girlfriend really likes your chessbrah t-shirt. Hey, I believe it, man. The ladies do appreciate the merch. They appreciate a well-dressed lad. I mean, if you're wearing chessbrah, you're well-dressed. Did you actually name your team that, Chicken Pants?
They're the chessbrah bottoms, yeah.
Chessbrah bottoms?
Power bottoms, yeah.
Okay.
I said they were allowed to. It was a good idea.
That's great. Yeah, that's the problem though, Airbus. The ladies appreciate the hoodies too much. They steal them. Oh, so you got time. Maybe some lunch with the boys. I can actually recommend a great Italian place in USAID. You can check out Chicken Pants. Kurtz was a big fan of it. JK Russia, 5.5 out of 6. There we go. Some OTB success from the chat. It's been a good chess day. Chessbrah Power Bottoms. I like it. I like the name. Winning USAID with a name like that definitely put Power Bottoms on the map. Oh, it is Lopes. That's not... There's no debate there. It really happens. Hayes. I think, yeah, in some way or another it will. So you can count on that. But remember, the VOD is still there, so you can always take a look at the replay. Eric, we picked up one more HelloFresh order.
The person who guaranteed they'd get it? That guy who said he would order for sure?
I don't know who.
Okay.
I don't know who. I didn't get a confirmation. But we're still behind your score of 2.5.
Tim Fish, you have until the 27th.
27th. End of the month, basically. But yeah, 27th. So you should have time, Tim. You should have enough time. That's right, compadre. Yeah, you really secured the bag, Eric. Really paid for some pepperoni with the wins. Dan JD 90, thanks for the 3 months. Appreciate it, bud. That's a good question from Carpocrat. I'm not sure I could affirmatively answer that. Eric might not be decent right now. This is the song, right? Bucko?
I'm hiding from Bucko's music.
You wouldn't want to be here for this.
That's what I'm doing.
And it's 5 minutes long. Yeah, this is Bucko's music, that's for sure.
Oh, maybe Urukai. That would be even more explicit.
This is the sex song the ladies prefer. Really. I have trouble believing that. Gold Stripe, thanks, dude. Yeah, we got some regular shorts. You'll find a YouTube short on our channel every day on the main YouTube channel. So appreciate it, buddy. You can always find content. We'll have usually a regular video as well as a short on the main channel. We also have !extra. We have a second YouTube channel that we upload to daily. Some funny clips there. So you'll usually see about 3, maybe more videos almost every day. So count on that. I'm not sure I want to hear the rest of his playlist after hearing this song. But listen, the guy's probably got a decent amount of empirical evidence, so can't clown him for it. Hello, Glory Hole.
Did he sleep in? No, he's with his family.
I didn't see Gory active, but he could have been here. Could have been here in spirit or something. Was Gory a chessbrah? Just the one song? Okay. I'll take your word for it, Becca. Well, Chess Ninja D1, they weren't played on chess.com, so that's probably why, bud. Remember, this is a broadcast, right? So these are just chess.com boards displaying games from around the world. It's like when you watch a top tournament, you know, let's say where Magnus is playing. Let's say it happens in real life in Norway. I would still be able to potentially follow the games on board here on chess.com because they're broadcasting the games, but they weren't played online necessarily.
You hungry, sir?
I am. And there's a minute left in this song, so hold off. You really don't want this. How about you? Did you? What was your morning routine?
I woke up early, watched Slovakia versus Sweden. Had a lot on Slovakia. They scored an upset.
Men or
Men.
ladies?
Bronze medal game.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching some tennis. And the only thing I've had today is one bite out of the Kit Kat. I don't like chocolate, but in the morning I don't like to eat anyway, so I might as well have like a little bit of chocolate. But it was some sort of double Kit Kat where it's double the chocolate flavor. I ordered the wrong one, so it's really chocolatey. But that's all I've had. I've had
Chocolate's supposed to be good for chess games.
It is. So I had. That's all.
It's good to bring a banana and a chocolate bar.
The Kit Kat and a Red Bull, a red Red Bull.
Oof.
Slovakia won 3-0 as an underdog. That's good.
And you were watching AFL?
That was last night.
Ah.
Like early this morning.
Yep.
I was watching AFL. I was talking with Aiden.
That's right.
Carlton in the AFL Women's League, really cute girls on that team. And they won 44-4 and the spread was 7. So I bet on them and they killed the spread by 33 points.
You heard it here.
But
that sounds like a great routine.
Well, I'm charged up.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Docked and charged. Hello, the iceberg. A red Bull Airbus. Very specific.
Yes, the watermelon flavor.
Yep. There's watermelon and there's also the raspberry one. Thank you, Beadford. Thanks for the 3 months with Prime. Happy Saturday. And CJ Edmond for a full year. Appreciate it, CJ. Welcome back. How you doing, Josh? MCJGP. How are you, bud? I think, yeah, I've mentioned that before, Josh. I have. Bringing just a chocolate part of the game is good. Chocolate's supposed to be good to have when you play chess. You thought blueberry was average? I think it's my favorite Red Bull. Blueberry. Blueberry. Yes, run CMD. He did. What about now? Do you want any food?
I don't need to go now. I'm more of a walk and a meal guy after playing chess, so I can wait.
Yep.
Definitely not in a rush anymore.
Well, the walk must have been nice.
It was. My ears got a little cold. It's not warm right now, but it was nice. It was a nice walk.
You take the mouse side.
You want me to take the mouse?
Yeah, you take the mouse side. I've been. I definitely didn't see everything that was calculated today. That's for sure.
I didn't either. I didn't either. Oof.
Hey, JK Russia. Oh, can we just change the name that's written there? We can.
Hey, Kanan.
Just to his.
So there was a call. All the players in a call, and or there's a bunch of cameras on, and so I'm there in the morning with 2 buttons undone. Just to feel like a little more, because I have a big neck, so it's a little tight. But I like to go 2 buttons undone with the shirt. And then like I notice a few minutes later, Big Shaq comes in. He's got 2 buttons undone, his chest hair is popping out. So when you got a guy like he out alphaed me. So I just put my
You buttoned up?
I buttoned up because he was just chilling there. The Azeri chest hair was very prominent, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna. so I'm down to 1 button again.
You got the guys that have the
I
the
can't,
ticklers.
I can't the ticklers. The feelers were out there, and I had to concede. That was my first loss of the day.
So you've already played Shaq, is what you're saying. And he's been victorious already.
Well, he beat me in that. It looks like he hung a piece. I didn't see it until now.
I heard.
He just hung a piece. So
In round 1.
round 1. So,
Maybe he just took the shirt off after
but
that.
yeah, sure. I would be very down for shirts
Tarps
versus
off,
skins. Yeah, exactly. You gotta tap out. Yeah.
Were people looking like... well, Ding was also playing in the morning as well, eh?
He was playing 1 a.m. I heard. So I'm trying to figure out what's worse, 10 a.m. for me or 1 a.m. for him. It's probably worse for him, but slightly.
I think
Because I could play at 1 a.m.
That's the thing. I think 1 a.m. is worse for him.
Yes.
But it's not a worse time
Yeah.
in general. You'd rather...
And for me, 1 a.m. is fine. So we're both, both kind of suffering there.
Well, it'd be great to switch. He'd rather play at 10 a.m.
Yes.
And you'd rather play at 1.
It would be a fine switch for sure. What's with my voice? I'm not sure. I was just maybe walking. It's a little cold and
Morning voice.
just the morning voice. Your
Thanks,
music
Swole.
didn't help, Bucko.
Maprail's been in here since the start, actually, as well, yeah.
I mean, I had a Kit Kat and a Red Bull, so probably not very healthy. What's coming out of my mouth? No, that's not the Rona. Magnus has the Rona. We have antibodies here. Everybody that went to Tulum has.
Definitely, yeah. No chance to...
Seems to be back and operational. They're all playing tournaments. A lot of
That's
guys.
true.
A lot of guys are playing the tournaments right now.
That's true.
Yeah.
Thanks, Swole, for the 1,000 bits. California Chess for 100. And Peter Teacher, thanks for 37 months. There were a lot of 75 plus monthers, so you actually brought a lot of guys like out of like sub-retirement to spectate the games today.
Well, Yossi from Switzerland.
That's right. FCST fan.
Yes. Yes.
Got him
We're
chatting, donating again. Thanks for the gifted sub, Little Green.
So I got the games fresh in my mind, so it's always going to be easier now than later.
Well, the game against Hans seemed like a great start. Like, great to have a game like that to start the day. Looked like your opening was comfortable.
Is it easy to bring up the games here?
Yeah, I think you go to, well, you can even scroll, but yeah, if you go to round 1, then yeah.
We're gonna do some game analysis, hey?
Yeah, you know,
Haven't done
you're,
this. So I didn't prepare for people specifically, and you know the thing that's tough is I think the second they gave me three blacks today, and I think in August I got three blacks as well, and three blacks is it's very difficult to deal with three blacks when you're rusty, because like when you're rusty you don't play tournament slot. It's black when you're under pressure and you need to kind of build some confidence. It's usually when, yeah, I mean, most of the players are just going to target you when that's the situation. But it is unlucky because they're both 15-round tournaments, and you could have a 15-round tournament where you just have 8 games and 7 games of each color.
Yes.
But having 3 blacks on the very first day when you're rusty is like, you don't want to start really poorly.
No.
But when you have 3 blacks, there's a very decent chance like everybody's going to play for a win against you. And yeah, I think that's the second straight tournament like that, which I didn't really. The good thing is that because I didn't prepare for the games individually, I didn't stress about that. But
It would look like the whole crew prepared for you.
but people were preparing against me, I
Yeah.
think, for sure. So I didn't know what to play because I played Hans in the Rapid last week.
The chess.com.
Chess.com Rapid, and he played E4. But he's played D4. I think he's playing full time. He's playing everything these days.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean at C4 I was just thinking on move 1, and off the top of my head I'm guessing most players prepared for E5 because that's what I play in Title Tuesday, which you're just looking my games up. It's mainly online events. But I decided to go for the anti-Grunfeld, which used to be one of my main openings like 5-6 years ago when I competed. And at least I'm familiar with the positions. So, I'm familiar with the ideas. I'm a little rusty. But knight f6, it's a flexible move. I'm not committing anything. Could still play e5 or something afterwards. Knight f3, and now g6. So you could be playing the King's Indian, Benoni, all the knight f6 lines, but I was planning on playing the Grunfeld, which is usually coupled with d5. And so after knight c3, you have to play d5 right now. The reason it's called an anti-Grunfeld is like white hasn't played d4 yet, so it's like a bit of a hybrid. It gives white some more options because d4. In the Grunfeld, you're playing against the d4 pawn, and here white doesn't have to commit that. So after d5, takes, which is say queen b3. Black's setup is like a Grunfeld, but white's setup isn't because there's no pawn on d4. So you could even already here, after something like this, well, white could even take like this, and there's a pawn on c3 instead of a d pawn, or take like this, and it's like, by not playing d4, white has some additional options. So I don't know why I'm talking about the opening, but
Well, it happened against you almost every time.
It did.
It was a popular choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure what people were expecting, but maybe they wanted me to play this, and so you go d5 here. If you don't play d5 right now, bishop g7, white goes e4, and you don't have a chance to play d5. So that would be a King's Indian, which is okay, but it wasn't what I was planning on playing.
Yeah.
And this is all normal, and h4 is a move I've played against a lot. But all the games have been like 4 or 5 or 6 years ago, or even 7 or 8. So I don't remember much. I've played everything. I've played h6, I've played h5, I've played bishop g7. This is another benefit of the opening. Like white can just like rush the h-pawn because black doesn't really have any targets. So it's like something like this. You can just take back like this, and something like h5, and it's like, well, white has a very flexible setup. They could still castle kingside, they could castle queenside, they could just not castle and open up the h file. But black is like waiting for some sort of commitment in the center before figuring out what to do. So these positions are not popular for black. But I figured I'd play something that I know better than trying to play like something really principled that I'm just not as up to date with. H6. The drawback of playing H5 is the G5 square. Drawback of H6 is there's going to be certain lines where this pawn is just hanging when white eventually does go with a D pawn. Like it could be loose. It could be loose in the main positions. We'll take a look at that. And if you just play it here, then H5, these positions you gotta contend with H6. So there's no really good line here. I'm not gonna. Fortunately, I don't have any novelties. I don't have anything to reveal. This is yeah, just the line. And what's wrong with my voice? Oof. It's the chess stress. So E4, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop G7, bishop C4. This was like kind of the first surprise because white can go D4 here and it's like a regular Grunfeld. But H4 and H6 have been inserted. And that might be something to consider as white, because then you have this target on H6 with Queen D2 in the normal Bishop E3 lines. But I'm sure there's like different ways of playing this. And I'm just like reacting a little bit. I'm going to play C5 after D4. Bishop C4 was played. Won C5 anyways. Put some pressure on D4. Want to play knight C6. It looks natural. Queen B3.
I thought all your moves looked natural.
Yeah, so here, as soon as Queen B3 is played, I realized, well, white's probably not going for D4, and then I'm like, is this prep or kind of some improvisation? Because it can also be risky. I mean, when you put your queen and bishop like this, knight C6, knight A5, could hit you with tempo. So queen here looks pretty straightforward, bishop here, and queen C7. I think these are all logical. If something like B6, I didn't really entertain it. But sometimes white can go D4 here and just like, I don't know, rook D1 or
Bishop
take.
D5.
Yeah, bishop D5. Actually, bishop D5 was exactly bishop D5 just wins. That's why I didn't do it.
Yeah.
So that's. I thought about queen A5, but then I'm like, so the upside is like, it's a bit more aggressive. It defends this, and the queen is tethered. But the drawback is the knight can't use the A5 square, and I thought that'd be useful. So like, let's say something like castles, knight C6. It's very possible like white can just play aggressively like D4 and everything gets traded. I don't want to get into this. Looks very messy, but it looks like white has a good initiative. I didn't calculate all this, but I thought my queen might be. It would just be like. On C7 to defend C5 and E7, and it frees up the A5 square. I thought that would be more solid. And if people are watching the game live, I was like playing pretty quickly from here on out. And he was taking time, so I was like, well, he's taking time, he might be calculating sharp lines. So he might be anticipating moves like Queen A5 or something. I'd rather just like be solid and play a more slower position.
Yeah, because he's spending his whole clock, calculating the crazy stuff.
I assume because he was spending a lot of time here. I mean,
and then you play a simple thing.
First round, Hans hasn't played many super strong events like this. I'm pretty rusty. We're probably both like just trying to get warmed up, and he was probably double checking lines, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was a little nervous in the first round. And I mean, my theory is pretty out of date, so I was just reacting. But I did notice like white was taking a lot of time. So Queen C7. It's a very simple move, just defending the pawn. Just a side note is I am threatening knight c6, and it's probably the one thing to calculate is with queen c7 I can play knight c6, which is a pretty common Grunfeld tactic, where let's say this pawn is not actually hanging. Because with the queen on c7 I can pin the bishop. There's no like queen d5 to get out of the pin. So knight c6 is available, and that makes it all the more attractive. So bishop e2 is played in anticipation, I assume.
But at this point, you were probably like feeling pretty good. I mean, you played bishop c4.
When you
b3 back.
When you play the Grunfeld, you're worried about getting like mated from the opening.
Yeah.
And this is not looking like I'm getting mated from the opening, so I was feeling better because there are I mean, there are lines that could be all over the place. I mean, like for example, there are some lines maybe, and we'll look in a future game. Maybe white just like sacks things or something. There could be some home prep that would be like much more directed at the king. But this looked like a normal position, which was I was very happy to see.
Great sign.
Here, just develop. Bishop a3 is not always played against the Grunfeld because it's like risky. If you don't manage to break this diagonal, this bishop is arguably a lot worse than if it was just on e3, which is centralized, putting pressure on both diagonals. Here, it's like stuck on a single diagonal, which if this pawn stays, it's just not a good bishop. It's just not a good bishop. So d4, knight c6, d5, knight a5. This is nice with tempo, and
yeah,
I was pretty happy with this position. Again, this bishop is clearly misplaced. It's going to have to reroute, and I'm not getting attacked on the king's side. Got my pieces out.
Yep.
So played e6. Pretty typical. Want to get rid of this pawn, create a target here, get my bishop out on f5. So castles, I mean, usually white would never take because that only helps black develop and leaves them with lack of center and worse pawns. But this is where I thought I was like better. I thought I was clearly better and had 5 minutes extra if I remember.
Yep.
And
Definitely.
I don't like the way I played here. It is important that this pawn is pinned. If white had a couple extra moves to play rook d1 and c4, that'd be a different story. But here, castles, ed5, bishop f5. And Hans put queen d2 here right away, which is a good move, I think. And I didn't really... I was just playing natural moves, but in hindsight, I wish I spent more time because I really thought I had a good position. What I mean by that is if bishop f5, which is what happened, and I was looking at bishop d3, trade, and queen f4, and I thought I was going to get a really comfortable endgame because of this c4 square. So what I mean by that is like, let's say rook here, queen c4, and I was just looking at this position, and if I can maintain something on c4, I'm putting pressure on here. If I get my knight there, I'm blocking white from playing c4 themselves, and it's like just to... Well, white can't take, but I wasn't worried about the d pawn here.
Right.
I just thought it was disconnected from the rest of the pieces. And so something, well, you can't take, but I thought I had a very good blockade here. I could just gang up on it or bring my knight back, and then I would win it. And you can't really take, and
Bishop is so bad.
Let's say bishop here. I mean, I wasn't sure if I should take or not, but I was assessing this endgame as very promising because I thought I could gang up, play knight c4. So let's say bishop here, rook here, something like that. Knight c4. This is almost like an outpost. It can't be attacked. I have threats on b2, pressure here, and I mean, I'm just a couple moves away from maybe playing, first of all, bishop f8, or maybe just f6 and bringing the king over. And this looks like a pawn that will fall eventually. And there's nothing white can really do outside of that I could see here. Like this knight is solid. I don't have any weaknesses, and I'm just going to slowly bring my king in and gang up on this. I can take at my leisure, but I thought the whole on c4 would be really good. There's also like this move, which also is very tempting. It's just bishop c1. So I was like queen c4, and I thought, a lot of Grunfeld endgames are considered good. And even in this game, it's not necessarily out of the question. The reason being is these pawns could be weaknesses, but the d pawn, if it runs, is a strong pass pawn. So it very much depends on, is that a good pass pawn or a bad pass pawn? And I thought this was good. I do want to check what it says right here, because I felt like I was overestimating the position. Like I thought this was really good. It actually, okay, well, it is good, but it's not necessarily something that I should like force.
That looked like one of those.
But it looks like a no. Yeah,
like
this line.
Pretty bad, but like
it prefers black, and it says white has to like go all in or something. And what I thought about this position was it's a 2-result game. That queen's off, it's only a win or a draw, which for a first round would be really nice.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing Hans in his first round, I mean, you know, he's one of the lower rated players too. Guys are going to try to push against me. So if I leverage a queen trade, it's possible white doesn't trade. And it's very likely. They move the queen somewhere, kind of like the game. But this is a worse version than the game for white. There's way more pawns hanging, and white's not set up properly to push this. So this was a good version. I didn't get this because it didn't happen, but it's very important that black blockades the c4 square, because if you're slow and you just allow white to play c4, now this is a protected pass pawn, and now this position, because you've played c4, even your bishop can get into the game for white. So this would be a huge swing. Yeah, you can blockade the pawn and stuff, but this is a protected pass pawn, and I didn't want to allow that. So I thought it was very important to always make sure this wasn't playable. It's not out of the question, by the way. Something like this, a move like c4, if there's an opening where you see it, it's the Grunfeld. And that's another, like, that the dark squared bishop is worth an exchange or more. So I'm not interested in preventing c4 based on material. I want to put a piece there. I don't want to allow it to be played, because even here, bishop b2, queen c3, the dark squares are weak. I wouldn't take, obviously I wouldn't take, and black has bishop f5 and can just play on, but I wanted to blockade it, and bishop f5 looked good. So here, can't really criticize the move, but I just felt like I did something wrong.
Because of how it went, like the position you got.
It got too messy. I really thought I could figure out a way to. This is a weakness, like in the game. This is a weakness, and I thought this was a weakness for something to target. And black is really happy. I mean, these are way better bishops than the average Grunfeld. Mm-hmm. So I definitely thought I potentially misplayed something. Bishop f5. Now I don't have queen f4 anymore after queen d2. I mean, if I go queen f4 right away, there's this move.
Yeah.
And I didn't look at this, bishop f5, and I could be wrong that these endgames are not that good for black. Like here, I'm just gonna play bishop c7, and this pawn's not hanging because of rook c1. Maybe there's a way white's pawn is strong. It revolves around that, for sure. So bishop f5, queen d2. Can't be terrible. It just got messy. Rook e8, and now I just couldn't come up with a plan. Because if I just play natural moves like rook here, say rook there.
Yeah. You can't let c4 happen.
I can't let c4 happen. Although bishop here, c4, you can probably take and play this way. I didn't play the most natural moves. D6 is the move to look at. And I don't believe this pawn can survive, but in the game, it didn't happen in the game, but white, he was ready to play it in the game, and I didn't have a good response. Because I assume here I can just corral it, the knight b7 next move.
Yeah, none of white's pieces are
This is a better version than the game, though.
Yeah.
So I probably made an inaccuracy here. Probably just rook 88. Wait. Is this why I didn't play it? Yeah, this is why. Of course. This is why. Same thing. Because here it's even. This is hanging, and I'm very afraid of this. But I also don't like that this is hanging immediately, because a move like this is not. That already gives white a valuable tempo. I just thought there was compensation here objectively. Bishop c1. Sorry, you're right. Bishop c1. Well, yeah, bishop c1 is a good.
Feels bad.
It didn't look good, and I wasn't gonna take. But if I allow c4, then
Mm-hmm.
if I'm not taking, then
Well, you'll get called out, right? Like a bluff. Like
those are the kind of moves that you end up tanking, and you end up not taking it and just feeling bad the whole game.
yeah.
So I was trying to avoid that. Rook here.
I thought what you did was pretty
So-
reasonable. Like rook e4 is a standard idea.
Yeah, rook e4 is good. It's stronger than normal because of there's an h4 pawn, not an h3 pawn, so the rook is even more mobile, and there's an a3 bishop.
Mm.
And after this move, I wasn't gonna take. I was still gonna go rook here.
Yeah.
And at least like let's say something like rook here, double. Something like bishop here. I was looking at like rook g4, rook f4. I wasn't sure exactly. Kind of depends on this.
Mm-hmm.
Like rook f4. It's sharp because you have some position like this similar to the game, like c4.
Yeah, it's very weak.
Looks really weak, and the rook is actually quite strong. Like
You could bring the
I'm-
other rook to e4.
I'm pretty sure this is good for black because c4 will hang, and with like d6, I have queen d7, and looks like a good blockade to me. So
Mhm.
I was willing to take concessions, kind of like the game, but these versions all look better. So I thought I was playing okay, but after bishop d3, I'm called out. And this is where I was a little frustrated and started tanking because with rook e4, what am I threatening? Well, if you just make a normal move like rook here, I was going to go knight c4. Or maybe I can go rook a4 first, but let's say knight c4. Actually, here, I didn't want to go knight c4 necessarily because I knew he would play this.
Right.
But, yeah. Queen f4 was one of the moves.
Mm-hmm.
Get the queens off here, and then c3 is loose. Or rook a4. I was trying to play an endgame. I really
Yeah,
did think
if
I
you
could
could get the
blockade.
queens off.
I really think I thought I could blockade that pawn. But rook a4 was really sharp. I mean, so this is what I was upset about. Another thing I missed. Takes, queen f4. This line doesn't work. It's like a way better version for white because they have rook e4. There's no rook e4, I would have played this and
Same
gone for the
idea.
same idea. Queen c4. Rook e4, queen doesn't have anywhere, and then c4 comes, and white's doing well.
And did you think of knight c4? After the initial... Yeah.
Here with rook a4, I calculated knight c4. You mean knight c4 right now?
Knight c4.
Yeah, so knight c4 right now, I was looking at takes,
Right.
and d6.
Yeah.
And I started getting upset at myself because I was like, this is how you lose with your Grunfeld. You play well, but in rapid, white's going to sacrifice this pawn and play very loose and sharp. So like, how could I lose almost instantly? I was starting to see ways that I could lose the game right away.
Yeah.
Queen d7,
Yeah.
queen d5. It's game over. The rook's hanging. Rook e7's a threat, and if bishop e6, you can still take because this rook's hanging.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, Hans is a very like tactical player. Like he calculates very well and he goes for tactics, and it's like,
He's gonna throw the d pawn up the
oh,
board.
100%. And
it's
he
gonna get
did.
loose.
He was gonna do it, and my knight c4 move delayed it. Because here I don't have to play queen d7. I can play queen here, but then there's knight e5, right? And it's
Yeah,
like
h6 is loose.
h6 is loose now. Queen d7, there's knight e5 anyways, by the way. But queen d5, like d6 is, I didn't think it was strong, but it's very strong when I played the moves originally.
Yeah.
So like, unless I'm missing something, d6 is like rook e7, knight e5. I'm just not in time to comfortably snipe this without giving serious counterplay. And yeah, like passive move here. A computer might be able to like find some moves here, but I was like, I'm really
even
playing
just
fire.
95 instead of queen d5. It's just
Knight
like,
e5.
you're just not happy.
I'm not happy.
This is kind of gross.
Yeah, so knight e5 I don't want to take, of course. So I was looking at like rook e4, but this is like, I'm playing with fire here. I'm playing with serious fire.
You're getting into
Even
stuff.
though this bishop's doing nothing, white still has counterplay, which is very frustrating because the bishop's not doing anything. So there's a reason I thought for me to be optimistic, but so the answer, my original intention when I first played Rookie 8 was Rookie 4 Knight C4, and
Yeah,
I realized
and
it
then
was
you
not
realized,
very
like,
good.
not worth it.
Rook A4 takes. White's gonna just run this pawn down the board. That was the point. So if Rook takes here first,
Yeah.
you could be like, hey, the bishop's hanging and the pawn on C3 is hanging. It's like, it's true, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Yeah.
Because can't go here because of bishop E4. Can't go here. If I go here, I mean, there's D7,
Yeah.
and it feels like this is exactly the kind of game White wants. They shift from passive to active for the price of a pawn, and rapid, the initiative has a lot of value. So Knight C4 is what I calculated. A key variation being that I can do Queen D6. I can just stop any sharp stuff. Yeah, because taking here, same thing. I do not want to allow it.
Yeah. Rook E7. Queen D5.
Yeah. Exactly. Rook D7. Rook D7. Queen D3 I didn't see actually. I looked at everything almost. Queen C2, Queen D1, Queen E2. Queen D3 is a good move. One of the issues this game was like, once I started seeing these lines, I really got afraid of them. Like, after Queen D3, maybe Rook A3 is really good. Oh, I know what I saw now. But I started getting pretty scared. So this is an example. So Rook A3,
Yeah.
Queen takes. Rook takes C3, intermezzo. Queen E4. And in my head, I assumed this was really strong. But now that I see it, there's no time to do it. I didn't want to mess with lines like this.
But even just taking, like, that same line, just taking on F5 with the queen at the end of it instead of D6.
Oh, yeah,
you're
that's right,
still
that's
not,
right,
like,
that's
that
right.
happy, right?
No,
you don't want to deal
so
with it.
so there's this position which, this is what I was looking at. I was trying to
Play
make
it,
this work
Right.
to liquidate.
Right.
I was just taking a look at it, and I'm like, oh man, I don't want.
No.
There's always gonna be some move. I was like, because the Grinfeld endgames are usually decent, especially now there's a pass pawn, but I'm probably missing moves here, or this whole thing is faulty. Because if everything gets traded off, black should be better.
Yeah.
With the weaknesses, with the bishop on A3, with the C3 pawn, but like for example, okay, knight A3 doesn't look right. So here I think I only have two options.
Yeah.
Yeah. Takes, like, obviously this is ugly in a way, but I did think, like I said earlier, a blockade. C4, D5 is going to fall, and this pawn with this rook is not actually that bad because you can't target it. So I actually thought, oh, I'm doing a good job. This is going to fall soon. And there's no way to like really try to gang up on this because I have a discovered attack on the knight in a lot of lines. So here I'm like, I'm just gonna double, just gonna win this pawn because you can't defend it because I have knight b2, and you see what happens in the game.
Yeah.
Bishop f4, rook here, and actually as soon as this happened, I did see what I'd missed, which happened in the game. Because I'm curious, here is where I can play knight b2 early. You got to go queen here probably because this is hanging.
Yeah.
And now it's like
Bishop takes h6 as well, right? Seriously.
yeah. So I was looking at can I play an endgame?
If white plays c4, then you're just worse.
Yeah, like I have b5 right after c4. I really thought even this would be playable, but I wanted to wait for that. It's definitely not. My knight on c4 I wanted to keep there, that's for sure. And I guess I'm a move too slow. No.
But it looked like he was making some achievements.
I
Getting
was
the bishop to
White
F4.
White definitely has made achievements, and I started taking time here. And
Yeah. Now it got into a real.
if I don't win the d pawn, I'm not very happy because my king is weak. There's heavy pieces on the board, and yeah, I started getting worried about the d pawn. But yeah, obviously this bishop going from here to here is like a little unacceptable. So I do feel like I botched this. And
without making any like serious mistakes, which is why it felt kind of weird. White's position just improved all of a sudden.
Yeah, like it's the one move. It all revolves around here because the key point is that I'd looked at all this, and d6 here I can't take because of the tactic that you end up seeing in the game. The same tactic, but without that, there's no way to defend this. Obviously, that tactic is just really useful in all the lines. Yeah, so g3.
Do you want to just show the tactic?
Yeah,
I showed it as well.
So g3 was played, and I'm like, I can't take it.
Oops.
Because rook here, I have knight b2.
Right.
And this is hanging as well. So everything hangs. But g3, yeah, I mean, queen d5, there's rook e8 with the deflection. And it works in so many lines, which the position revolves around, because if I can't win the d pawn, then everything I built up with this blockade and stuff is a little artificial. It happens in all the lines. I mean, the only way to not allow it, like king h7.
Never feels right long term, but have your king on that diagonal.
And after king h7, g3 has already been played, so this is defended.
Mm-hmm.
You can even like go here, because if I take rook here, this pin is like, my king is weak, pieces are weak.
Yeah. Something's off.
Yeah. It got very sharp and I started losing control. So it's definitely not what it's not the end game I wanted, and that's I mean, the one thing is like, do I take back here instead of throwing a knight c4? d6, queen here. I don't think white can play d6. Like, I'm in time now to win it.
Yeah.
But it's like move order is like, okay, so here there's, let's say, bishop c1, but I haven't committed my knight here. So here my rook is free. And don't suggest this move probably, because for a few different reasons, maybe d6, but even like queen c2, I don't want to go pawn hunting. But yeah, here, and white doesn't get the setup they got in the game, and I am controlling the c4 square.
Mm-hmm.
So if they go like queen here, well, they're not going bishop c4 next. That's kind of important. I still can't take this, which is a little annoying. But say this position, if something like g3 is played, they have a much worse version of the game because they're way slower. I could even go rook e4 here, and trade everything off. Now I can take d5.
Rook e4 looks good here.
So the Grunfeld endgames should be good because of the queenside majority and the better structure, but I wasn't able to force that. So yeah, I started getting low on time, and the game got very sharp because I can't take the pawn, and that's a big loss. So knight b2 and queen d2, knight c4. let's just say, for argument's sake, white were to repeat. Would I have repeated? Decent chance, because I
thought
lost
so as
control
well.
over the position.
Yeah.
Understandable why white didn't repeat, because black's pieces could be overextended if they're not going to win the pawn. So, queen c2, rook a3. At this point, you know, I don't, I don't know why I've lost my voice, by the way, but
We've been talking for
I know. I mean, I lost it before I showed up, but
maybe you were hyped after your wins, buddy.
maybe. So rook a3. And he was going to get very sharp because white's already played in a style that shows they don't care about the c3 pawn, which is probably correct.
Yeah.
And I can win this, but I know white's just going to put the rook here and go all in on the pawn. And in a time scramble and low time, I mean, that's a very serious pawn. So, rook a d1. Okay, let's say rook takes c3. I was kind of debating here. Just couldn't decide, but take queen e2. And I just don't know how to space the pieces out.
Yeah, that's exactly
The pieces are just... There's just no natural way to put the rook here. It's not coming back into the game. The knight has no follow-up. I'm up a pawn, but something's off with the coordination. I can't play rook here. d6 is coming. Maybe like h4, knight h4. I'm sorry, h5, knight h4. This made my pieces look bad, I thought. If I had a follow-up, if I could, you know, teleport this knight to e4, maybe. But even something like this, it's like...
Yeah.
95, and bad things are happening. Very bad things. Losing things. It's that.
Bishop c3 is concrete.
Yeah, I saw. Look, we're both one time. Rook e2 is really probable. Besides rook f1.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go queen a4 and try to trade. And I can say at this point, I don't have any more deep thoughts. Like, I wasn't calculating. Like, from here on out, it's like we're both under a minute, and we're around a minute, and I want to get the end game, but like, everything went out the window. This wasn't what I envisioned when I came out of the opening.
Right.
So rook e2. I don't want to go any further with my pieces. I really want the queens off because I'm overextended. If this doesn't turn into some sort of like lucrative, you know, journey over here, which I've already won a pawn, but like committing 3 pieces, whereas white has the passed pawn, and like these are all loose pieces, like it's going to be hard for me to play a loose position with the minute. I'm much more likely to blunder than my opponent.
Yeah,
it's got a very compact position.
Exactly.
So I'm like, I got to get the queens off. Queen a4. You can't take because of rook d1 hanging. So I was surprised by the queen trade, but I wasn't calculating. I just thought, oh, I'm playing white. I might go queen b1 here.
Right.
Because, you know, you're down a pawn, and maybe you think that black also is a good endgame, which is what I thought. I kind of overestimated things. After queen b1, I think I could just move my bishop, and this is hanging, which is annoying. Because where do you put the knight? And they're still not in a position to take here, so it kind of slows down the position a bit for, at least probably white didn't like the optics of this.
Yep.
So queen a4, rook a4. I was surprised by this, but after d6, yeah, my rook on a4 is not coming back. Or I tried to bring it back, which probably was what I had to do. But this is hanging, and this is coming. I didn't see what to do here. I just played on instincts that I needed to quickly block the e-file before this move was playable. Did Han say something in the chat? He said, yeah, GG. Yeah. Well, he recovered after this. This is a very,
he had
very sweaty warm-up game.
He had some good results.
Absolutely. Thanks, Hans. Yeah, so here, There are examples in the Grunfeld where you go down the exchange. So some of these lines, like if I knew this pawn was going to queen after,
Yeah.
but I do have passed pawn and some decent minor pieces that just trying to get the best version of that. But it wasn't looking good. White's playing a game where they can win in like 5 moves, and black, if they're winning, is like not even winning, but if they're getting counterplay, it's like gotta move this out of the way, gotta move this out of the way and push.
Yeah.
So definitely this could very well just be winning for white. I just had to be stubborn here, knight b2. But that was important.
This made sense to me, but at the same time, white, the way he played in the game is just so.
Yeah, rook
simple
d5.
and-
Rook d5 is probably the best move.
Yeah.
Anything else? I do play rook e4 anyways. Or if you go something like this, well, now you're off of the d file. And I'm going to go knight d3. And then here, black might be the one winning. But after what was played in the game, it's clear this pawn's not going to fall. So rook e4. Thought that was all interesting. Like, I didn't know what was happening. Something like here. But with the rook on e4, it's definitely a big improvement.
Yeah, I thought this was good. Would be good for black, but
Like, looking at it now, I'm just looking at it. d7.
yeah.
Rook here. Rook here. Like, I might be in time here, right? But
Just.
it's like just, because it's even like stuff like this is really annoying. It's like, am I really, you know what I mean? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, this doesn't look nice.
There might be rook e5 here. Like, I'm just saying, like, white is almost able, like in the game, to brute force the pawn through, which is not a good sign. So, and that's kind of what happened. Here I get to fix my pawn structure. So takes d7. I didn't see a way to stop things, but obviously we're low on time, and there's potential. When you see this 3-on-1, right? There is potential to get a pass pawn or 2 pass pawns.
Yeah.
And with this, I just thought I could maybe keep the king out. So I thought, hey, for a time scramble, this is pretty sharp. So takes, bishop here, takes, and bishop there. And I did think I had chances here. But that was just optically. It's easy to say when you're down to a minute. It's like, it looks more fun to play for black.
Yeah.
But I know for sure I played some awful moves now and I was dead lost. I remember what I saw, but here...
I was going to say, I thought Hans started to play this pretty well.
His first move looked good, and I'm pretty sure I played something bad. So, like, I did calculate. I put that in these positions. I had knight d3, knight d1, depending on where it went.
Yeah.
And it looked like, hey, black has compensation. Yeah, c pawn plus the f2 pawn, but again, no real calculation here. We're just playing a tempo here. So bishop f4. That looks logical, and you don't play bishop f4 and you play, like, let's say bishop e8.
Mm-hmm.
The moves look logical, right? That white played. But why don't you play this? You can find king f1. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe
Right, because the bishop isn't necessary.
the bishop isn't necessary. King f1 was nice. I didn't see that. Maybe bishop f4 is not the right move, but something to, like, win these pawns, because afterwards I'm like, wait a second, I don't have counterplay on f2. Like, that was where
Nothing.
the realization was, like, let's just say knight d3, king f1 is a really good move.
Yeah, it's so strong. I didn't see it either.
But then I have nothing. Then I'm like, okay. So maybe bishop f4 is good by the same reasoning. Here I have to go there. Oh yeah, so I wouldn't have played knight d3, but I almost did, because now I'm starting to realize, like, I'd be lost here
Right.
because of bishop c5. So I have to play probably, a5, but there's a decent chance I would have played knight d3 and knight d1, because that was where my head was at. I was like, hey,
Mm-hmm.
these pieces are offside, but king f1 stops it all.
And at least with knight d1, you have knight c3 after, which is good.
Yeah. So bishop f4. I mean, I was less optimistic now about this pawn. I didn't care about this.
Yeah.
But I didn't really know what formation I should go for. Because I can't push the c pawn as long as the rook is there. So this feels like a losing endgame with correct play.
Yeah.
And I just try to be annoying. Why didn't I play... Like, should I not just start pushing these pawns?
So a5?
Yeah. I mean, we were both at a minute, so I don't know what would happen here, but the good thing about this is you can take this, you can push these pawns. There's no mating net.
No.
So I can just push on the queen side and it looks pretty intimidating.
Bishop c7, knight c4.
Yeah.
And just go maybe a4.
Yeah. And then in positions like this, it's like there's definitely holding chances here because nothing's hanging.
Yeah.
But I think white is the one pushing. And then I'm not sure if I go here, does it actually work or not? Like everything probably gets stuck. I was definitely worried about these pawns being undermined.
Yeah. But as you said, if white can find king f1, then probably don't need bishop f4.
Yeah, just the h pawn didn't seem as important as some way to... There's a way to freeze all the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah.
And with more time, I'm sure white can find it, but I should be too slow. So what move did I say? Did I say a5 here?
Yeah.
Some sort of like... I don't know. Like what you can't really do is allow black to push very far because there are setups that are winning, which is what happened. Like it's a very fine line. The knight and the bishop are really good for supporting the pawns, and the pawn on f3 keeps the king out.
Yeah.
As long as I'm not focused on the f2 pawn, and rather just go for this. So here, a5.
Yeah, I thought bishop c7 was the way to freeze the pawns.
Yeah. I was worried about this, so
you were happy when you went for your king side pawn, basically.
yeah. I went knight here, and again that was I was not sure here, and we're getting low on time. Like do I play, because there's another line of thought, play this, put it to a4 and then do it. So that white doesn't have a4 and your pawn already wants to push that far anyways. So knight d1. It's hard not to play the move. But after king f1, I definitely felt like, yeah, that was silly. I mean, just off the top of my head, I was assuming, and I couldn't tell for sure what I was going to take with, as you saw in the game, I almost flagged, or I was taking a lot of time to capture, that like black has some winning chances here, and that could be just totally off. Like I was just thinking some endgames when you have like a bishop and two split pass pawns.
Yeah.
But I don't have the right pawns. Like if the bishop was here and the pawn was there, that's like winning. Here, I don't know. Probably not. Well, it's probably not winning. But probably not losing either.
Lose,
probably
yeah.
not, exactly.
You're not going to lose.
The bishop.
b5, b4.
b5, b4, and put the bishop here.
Yeah. I mean, at least be okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I couldn't figure that out. Didn't spend too much time there. So I just went a5. Bishop takes e5. Probably I should be going knight c3. Is that right? Like, it's just a classic race. But it's one of those things where whatever I analyze right now, just off the top of my head, it's gonna be wrong with like precise play for the most part.
Mhm.
We just had to rely on our instincts because it's very concrete. It's very concrete. White either has a way to freeze the pawns and is probably winning, especially once you win this pawn. If you can freeze the pawns, you're winning with like an outside passer. Or black gets good enough counterplay to like, you know, at least trade this off and have like pawns on the same side or some winning stuff. But it's concrete. I just in the game we couldn't figure it out. Like, what did you think? Did you think this was winning for white after King F1?
When I saw
Because it looks
King-
slow. It looks
you-
doesn't look like I don't.
When I saw the endgame at the start,
Yeah.
I thought it was winning for white.
That's my impression as well.
But when I saw b5 and that you weren't losing any queenside pawns, then I started to switch. Like basically as soon as the pawns got one step further, then I felt very optimistic for black.
Oh, sorry. Right here, get this move right.
Yeah, b5 takes and there should be nothing.
So I saw this and I was So I'd seen this because previously I was expecting bishop b8, and that's why I'm like, dead lost here. I don't have a move because of King F1. Like this is why I really didn't like my move, because I can play other moves like knight a4 that would guard against this and still introduce
at
knight
least play
c3.
it, yeah.
Because look at this, I just don't have a move.
Yeah, you at least lose a pawn here.
Can't even
You
like,
can't even play b4.
but I can't take f2.
Yeah, not being able to take f2 is so frustrating.
So here
either piece.
takes, this would be dead lost. Can't touch this. Can't trade. No, this is at least a simple win that white has. Up until then, it's hard. But this is probably why instinctively I didn't like the bishop f4 move, is because that h pawn didn't matter ever in my head as black, and I was always concerned about these pawns. I was always like, the reason you would want to win the h pawn though is it gives you winning endgames in a lot of lines.
Yeah, if
Where you
can
just have an
handle the
outside
pawns.
pass pawn. If you can freeze these pawns and you have this, now you have a real majority on the king side, which you didn't beforehand. Yeah, bishop c7. So my move, I didn't play. What I don't like about that is it's not very hard to find. So if I want to like be annoying here, play this.
Right.
Let's say king here. You got to go like,
Yeah, or even like bring your king or something. Like if white was not threatening anything, then
yeah.
at least you can play.
Actually, their king. You only play king f1 after knight d3, knight d1. So white's up a tempo. I need to go a5 early. They're not gonna play. They don't have to go king f1 right away.
Mm-hmm.
That's why what he did was very precise. It looked all very precise before bishop takes h6. I think I'm taking too much time analyzing. Not too much time analyzing. There's no such thing as that. But definitely wouldn't be a YouTube recap. We need some serious editing.
No, it wouldn't.
No?
Like I mean, no, it would. You know, I'm saying it wouldn't be a YouTube recap.
Oh, it wouldn't be a
That's
YouTube
agreeing,
recap. Yeah, it's too long.
Yeah, put the boys to sleep on the extra channel for an hour.
Absolutely. Yeah, maybe we put it on the extra channel.
Yeah.
And I don't know what you thought about my decision here, but once I had b5, I thought... So I took with the bishop after a long think, taking with the knight. I didn't think I'd lose this. Although I was looking at... I didn't calculate everything. I was looking at this move, and I was like, here, there's rook a5.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop here, king f2. And I thought if I take like this, and we go into bishop versus rook,
Back.
I'm going to go bishop
Yeah.
d4, rook d3. And to me, this looked really dangerous.
Yep.
Because I thought I was in time.
Yeah, this
'Cause
looks great.
So I thought
So I like the decision. But
I thought cutting off the rook was...
initially, I only thought of
Yeah.
knight takes.
So I took with the bishop, and I also started seeing that I had a bunch of like...
Yeah.
Once you see like this, you're like, oh, I need to keep that knight. I got all these checks. He saw that, right? Because he played rook d8 without
Yeah.
taking too much time.
Yeah, you did.
That's an easy way to blunder, by the way. Like, a lot of people at 10 seconds could blunder right here.
For sure.
And the thing is, it's like losing, like, yeah, very. You can't go here, but people will blunder it. It's not the silliest blunder when you're down to 10 seconds. So it takes, and I'm like here. At least now, after seeing those other lines, I had clarity that I have to go full on the queen side.
Yeah, your pawns are also mobile. Like,
And
it's a
this
big improvement.
felt completely winning off the top of my head, and I just must have misplayed it. And I was calculating here because I played b4, which I thought was tricky because, sorry, I prepared b4. I played f5,
Yeah.
freezing the pawns. But there's a
But maybe you could play b4. You mean?
well, in hindsight, yeah, I can play b4 because I thought about it. I think after the game,
Oh.
that I think I have some extremely nasty stuff. I could be wrong about this. Knight here.
There's no rook c4.
I was looking at this afterwards. I was like, I have some.
Yeah, some geometry there.
There's some geometry here. But I can't push b2, so I don't know. It's funny because you can never take. You can
Right.
truly never take, even if your king's on a different square, because I can still.
That's right.
So I was just thinking about this after the game, and I'm like, how do you make progress here? You go rook here. Yeah. Yeah. I was having too much fun. So maybe that doesn't work, but I was just thinking after the game that kind of looked funny. F5 I thought was a good move under the circumstances, but it wasn't my top choice in that I felt like there should be a way to get these pawns through.
Like with calculation, maybe b4. My instinct was f5, so I was calling for f5 as well.
So with this move, I didn't play this because of a3.
Yeah. Maybe
But-
b4 and a3.
How does it work? Ah, here. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's it.
'Cause you'll
That's it.
and there's no checks. So like, let's say the move gets passed to you, like g4 or something, and you take a2. Technically, white could try to freeze you with rook b5, but then you just go knight c3 and a2, and the rook has no checks to get to the a file.
Yeah. Why are people suggesting this move, by the way?
Probably hoping you'll play rook c3.
Oh.
It's a quick ticket to a loss. But b4, especially under time pressure, isn't a move I'd feel that confident playing. f5, I thought was like long-term winning. So when I saw
That's what I
F5,
thought. I thought it was
I
tricky.
thought it was great.
I thought it was a tricky move. You know, this sounds ridiculous. I didn't. This move was out of my head for some reason. So you just suggested a3. That makes sense.
Wait, even just knight a2. Like you have two connected pass pawns.
I
How was he winning?
yeah. I just missed that. I just forgot or something. Something in the lines.
Because you've never been able to move your knight for a while. Like
Yeah. No. I mean this is a yeah. Because what black. So if I get c4 and
then it's over.
it's over.
Mm-hmm.
a3 c4. From here on out, I didn't think I was winning because of what happened in the game, but I thought there were winning chances because knights are tricky. But I thought I needed some help. Even this move might be wrong. I should play king g6 to prevent h5, or at least not allow it.
Is c4 easier than b3? Like, does c4 work? And try to have the b and a pawns be the two mobile pawns so your knight's not in the way.
I'm trying to remember why I didn't play this. Thing about it is it's a very tricky move that I should probably consider because even then I have knight e4. I have all those tricks. Why didn't I play c4? Yeah.
Because as you just said last turn, if you get b4, c4, it's over. And I was thinking the same thing.
Well, yeah, the king is on f3, so yeah. Looks good.
But was the game ever not winning, you think? Or
Yeah,
was, but it was
yeah, no,
complicated?
right. F5, I don't feel good about f5. So
Because I thought it was like sketchy, but somehow I thought it would still be winning.
so we just check everywhere. Where are we putting the king?
So I guess it kind of has to be h5, right? You were scared like me about playing king g8, because then the white king kind of walks up.
Yeah, so here, I was worried about some mating net. And
Like the king takes f5 somehow, and
I mean, it's easy to blunder for white here. I'm trying to find a move for white, and it's like, where do you put the pieces? But king can approach.
I mean, rook f6 is just losing b2.
What happens here out of curiosity?
E2.
Oh, I thought there was rook b1, and it's completely, yeah, you can just queen. Oh, b2 is a threat. I was worried that I was messing up the game, so I hadn't processed whether I should put the king there or not. So you think this is winning?
I thought it was. I thought that it wasn't the cleanest because people in chat were pointing out as well that, okay, there were other moves that you could have done to connect the pawns better. But I never thought that you gave it away. Like, it was kind of sketchy, but after h5, king g7 must be winning. Like the game.
Oh, so one move I didn't like here. Let's see here.
Right. I guess take. So we gotta go somewhere to protect b2, like maybe d1. It's slow though, eh? Like your pawns take a while.
you have to be careful about that line. So knight here.
h5.
Yeah, I was just figuring out if this was even. If I could just go here
Play for win.
to just
Right.
go for the draw.
Right.
This something. This doesn't seem like this isn't a good setup for pushing the pawn.
No, but they don't even push.
They don't. No, they don't.
If you don't guard b2, there's knight a4, which feels a little bit better than knight d1, but. So here at least, right? Here at least king e6, and c3 c2 is a threat.
Yep.
So at least at least that feels good.
No, that this at least pushes it a little further. So here. Well, now I don't see how to stop c2 c3 or c3 c2.
Mm-hmm. And h5. But this is kind of like in line with how I was feeling, that I never thought you gave the game away. I did think you were always winning after that it was knight and pawns. but it was never the cleanest way. So when you're in the game under time pressure, you're only thinking about how you could have done it cleaner. So then you're getting less confident with how it's actually going.
Yeah.
Because h5 king g7, that must be just good. What happened in the game again? h5 king g7?
Again, I'm worried about.
I was gonna say g4. What about g4?
That's I'm worried about these moves.
Yeah. Because that's the other line, like, on crack now.
Yeah.
It's the same line, better.
But here,
check though, right? Check is important, I thought. So if you check first after knight a4, then you shouldn't go king f6, because then
there's
h6.
h6.
And if you have to go back, then I was like, what if the king,
Yeah, no,
jackpot?
definitely.
You're gonna get mated or something. Because you're really slow. B2, C2.
No, I
C2.
was trying to provoke either check. Like this looks bad for black either way, because even here, maybe it's not necessary.
But the king is close as well. So.
Yeah, it's funny the king can't get in. Otherwise, if you get in, you'd be winning as well. But yeah, no, I thought it was. Well, I think I did mess this up.
Maybe king f7 was the one, but I think if you went to h5,
So here, I saw g4 after I played king g7, but without g4, there's no
move.
no moves. And then king f2.
Yeah, just
The reason he didn't do it, I assume, was he was just looking at this, and then
e4, c3.
e4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
c3, c2.
I think something like this is probably what Han saw. I don't know what's happening.
It's like perfect geometry. That rook takes b3, c2, and can't go to b6, c3, b1.
It was what I was planning on playing after g4, but that's only because I have to do it. Not well thought out. Yeah, we'll see. Crazy endgame though. Definitely, it definitely was a thrill. A lot of adrenaline.
Especially when you knew there was a win in one move for him. It's like in your head the whole time. But this was round one. This is like.
I had a
so
feeling
much
I
happened.
had a feeling it was gonna be very sharp.
Well, the opening as well.
I mean, you do have players invited. All the young guys invited. Their job is to beat people
Yeah.
and get more invites.
Yeah.
Like these are strong juniors. They're here to scalp people. Like that's 100% the goal. And when you have white and playing players that are out of shape, then you have to take your chances. 100%. It was a fun one though. It kind of had a bit of everything.
Yep.
No, I might have to save the analysis for later before everybody passes out. Tommy's very active though. That's Tommy's enjoying it.
He's usually a good litmus test for the chat.
Yeah. He's been beating me for like 2 hours nonstop. Right after the game, he's been.
All his sentences start with Eric. Eric Hansen looks like.
Yes.
Eric Hansen, the type of guy.
Yes.
Eddie's here. You didn't put Eddie to sleep.
Eddie?
Yes. He's medicated and listening.
Was Eddie watching?
Eddie was watching. I think he was on the meds as well. Eddie was having a good time. But seriously, Eddie was like peaking to the Grunfeld games. Like he was going crazy.
Well, the positions I got, I mean, those are decent positions for me. Like if I'm, they're not the ones that, and these were like a little unorthodox because of the move order, but I can't be upset. But the last time I played this event, I also had decent openings, and I just messed things up in August. I messed up a lot of points. I mean, Rapid, yeah. Rapid, everyone's... You can hide your... classical prep is different than rapid prep. There's definitely different lines and different things to try that you can get away with less preparation for sure compared to the long games.
Did you like your positions in all your games? You
Um,
had wins, draws, and losses, but I thought in all the games you had a chance to play for a half point or more.
yeah, I definitely did. I thought I was playing okay against Le Quang. That's the game that I'm still thinking about because
Yeah.
it was a tough one, but I was like, I could have held it.
I don't think I gave his endgame enough credit. His position was like somehow just ended all of a sudden, and I didn't appreciate how quick that could happen.
I didn't either, and that's why I deserved to lose.
Yeah.
The position wasn't losing,
Yeah, exactly.
but I would need to be able to process
How
all
it could
that,
be.
how it could be, and then what I'm supposed to do, and things like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, against Prague, I was out of book there. Well, might have to save that for another time, maybe tonight or something. I have
Save it.
to dock with the Iceberger and get another charge.
Save it.
Because
That was a very fun game, though. We enjoyed that one.
it was, and that's why I played the pawn sacrifice. I don't remember anything, but
Well, you stopped him in his tracks because he was whipping.
he was
moves out.
whipping, and it's a very theoretical line. And I just saw some lines that could be fun. But I know I missed the move that game. I'll save that for after.
Yeah.
I could have done rook c8 and h6 check followed by queen h5. But I need to hydrate my...
Well, I think one of the last things I want to do after playing for 4 hours is talk about the games for 4 more hours. So
Well, postmortems are good, it's true, but on stream it's
different on stream.
It's different
as
on
well.
stream.
But we'll stream again tonight at least. That's my plan.
That's your plan?
That's
Tom
my plan.
got some plans, it looks like.
Yeah, he was keen for analysis 2 to 4 as well.
Oh, he's still here?
Yeah. Well, his last comment I thought you might have read and enjoyed. If you scroll up, that you might have appreciated what Grilled Peppers had to say.
You're getting to... maybe Tom can trade your body for analysis.
Yes.
You come by tonight, we get some numbers, and
Sell
I give
some HelloFresh
I give
there.
some analysis.
Yeah.
You want to go to Earl's right now, Tom?
I think there's a lot of people in need of a meal.
There are a lot of guys. There are a few
lot
guys
of
saying they want to
starving.
come by in Calgary. Yeah, all the games were... I played okay today, for sure, because...
It seemed that way.
This game, though, is really critical because... Yeah, dealing with 3 blacks is always hard. And then if I lose my first game against Hans... I have 2 more blacks that day. I haven't played in, like... a while. Like, I'm way more rusty than the other players. And... I don't have, like, a fix to the opening or something. So it's like,
And it would be such a
everybody would just pile on, and it would just be like
talk pile on Hanson.
it would be. It's important to get a good start. It's very easy to tilt.
Agreed.
Very
Especially
easy
if you like your position and it goes the classic route of like throwing it somehow into a loss is like the worst way to start.
And it was a game that could go either way, but like Hans is like, there's gonna be other guys upsetting. All the juniors are like strong. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not meaning they're top, they're high rated FIDE wise, but they're good at blitz and rapid, so they're like objectively probably just underrated. The 2600s are not.
They've been winning all over the place.
They probably have been. I wasn't able to see the other games.
Vincent and Hans both have a ton of wins, like 2 wins against strong, like much higher rated players. Magnus has
they're
losses.
They're very incentivized to push against me. So if I lose this game, then Prague, I mean, you already had prep against me, but they're like, everybody's coming to the playground to bully me once that happens, because you have to show you can defend yourself a little bit. And this game could have gone either way or even led to a draw, but definitely not a bad performance. And then was able to build on that because I was able to play a little relaxed against Prague.
Yes.
For me to like sack a pawn and just like play like that, it means I was kind of enjoying myself, and that's always a good thing. I enjoyed the games. That's not always the case.
Eddie didn't need to use Viagra in your second game against Le Quang, the second one with H4. He was really rocking a stiffy for that Grunfeld.
Yeah, I can imagine. I was playing that okay.
Rook A3 really got Eddie going. Rook A3.
Rook A3 is a good move.
Yeah.
I played well against Le Quang. In some ways, the game that I had to find hard moves is the one I lost. But Le Quang is tough. Yeah. A differential forums.
We enjoyed it. Dan was active. Dan was monitoring the stream. And there were a lot of, as you saw, old like resubs and names that popped up today.
No, I mean it's harder than King H2, King H7 against Le Quang. That's another topic. You can't just like. You need to come up with a plan as black there, and I didn't really process that it was that dangerous.
Oh yeah. Well, I was already on massive.
It's
tilt,
very
dealing with the chat in that endgame. Well, actually, why don't you do that?
If you input Eric's photo into age progression, you get Mamadjarov. Age progression software, you get Mamadjarov. You got a few people giggling there, Tommy. Oh, jeez. Okay. Age progression software. Reality Pizzas, did you see Tommy's comment aimed at you an hour ago? It was a good one. I didn't read it out, but he targeted Reality Pizzas.
In the chat.
And me in the same comment.
Tommy on a warpath. Well, one of his comments is gonna hit. The guy's been typing like a comment a minute for the last hour. Just mathematically.
You said like Eric only does chess analysis sessions like this to impress girls named Mackenzie. Or pick up girls named Mackenzie.
These sessions really are, they work wonders. How can you say no to this?
Out of curiosity, this game I just overestimated so much, which I didn't like. Okay. Gosu, thank you. Hello, bars.
He said this multiple times today, by the way.
He keeps saying that he does. It's in the wrong channel. If you want attention for being gay, everybody here is gay. You have to go to another channel. Like you're just among. You're not special here, unfortunately. I said I was docking before my game today.
Among the people.
I was docking. Like it's not. You gotta wait in line, buddy.
Gotta stand out, bro.
You really have to stand out. You have to say you're straight, maybe.
That you go on dates.
Yeah. No, it says there's a huge advantage for for black. See, this is.
Yeah,
of course, there's a bishop on a3. How?
I know.
It's,
no way it's not.
It's like huge.
Crushing.
Rook.
By the way, does it want queen d7, queen a4?
Which is a common one for sure.
And then you never deal with d6.
And c4, I don't deal with c4 either, right? Because of queen a4.
Queen a4, right? No way it wants to take the. Yeah, no way it wants to take on a1.
So I'm a
And
little.
then pawn on h4, no c4, bishop a3.
I'm unhappy with this for sure.
I think that's fair. This is a really, really hot position.
Oof.
Yeah. This is getting sloppy.
I mean, Yu's getting sloppy. Some resistance. He played well, but generally people know how to deal with Grunfeld in situations like this where you just leverage the pawn. So I'm not surprised he found it. Bishop c3 looks like a good move.
Okay.
Looks like a good move. I mean, bishop here, d6, and it's like, oh wait, there's a knight hanging.
Even just king.
I was looking at this position.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I didn't like it either.
Yeah. But there's so many Grunfelds, white plays a4 with queen on c4, and you have 3 pawns, but who cares? It's just can do nothing.
No.
So this one I didn't trust at all, actually. I'm very surprised the engine says that. Because I looked at bishop f6, take, rook gets to e8 and queen, and I thought that I would rather have the bishop on the board. Was my initial thought.
This makes sense. Let's go here. It's because there's gonna be some position where the king can't get in the game.
Some like c3 pawn, knight d3, b4, and
oh, no, sorry, knight c4 here.
But it's very concrete though. I would be really scared to play into this as black.
Oh, for sure. I'm not sad about missing this.
Right. Just curious.
Everything's covered.
Yeah.
It's just pawn on f3, right? You can just run.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. Well, this game could have gone either way, but I messed up a good position, and then he messed up a good endgame. It was sloppy. It was good. It was good to get that game in because, well, it's good to get those games when you win them. Because you got bad moves out of your system, you have to calculate, and you feel okay.
You got the full experience. And
wins are weighted heavier, more heavily. So that was good. Sweet.
GG, brat. Well, 2.5 out of 4. Let's go. Oh, and he's been back as well yet, so yeah. Hello, Tommy.
Yeah, one you get 750 per win,
Correct.
250 per draw, and 0 for a loss.
We were
so
doing some accountancy.
And I didn't know that, like, you don't want to play these tournaments under that structure. Like, most of them you get like a base fee.
Yeah.
Like last tournament I didn't do very well, you get like whatever, 4,000 or 3,000 or 2,000, whatever it is. Here you can actually get 0. And that's very rare. There's no such thing in an invitational of this caliber for that to be the case.
Definitely some.
There's no that hasn't. There's not tournaments with top players where like
I was talking about
somebody gets 0, could theoretically get $0. That's unheard. That's unheard of. That's unheard of.
Business time.
Yes, that's unheard of. So that was actually like that's kind of scary.
No money.
And it is possible, right?
Yeah.
Right now for Kostaniuk.
Correct. You just show up and play for 4 days and get like just 15 losses.
I'm afraid of that. I need to build the role to bet against the Leafs. But yeah. Yeah. If you don't win a single game, well, your time is worth like losing a bunch of games in most competitions. You get something. You get something, you know. There's not even coffee provided. This is all online. You know, just something.
You pay for
Actually, we
your
had to
own
pay.
coffee.
We had to pay for the customs.
That's right.
We had to pay for customs.
So we're already down.
We're already down.
We started in
Yeah,
negative.
it started in the negative. We're in the negative because of things that were shipped over. So you could actually be in the negative. That's right.
You could end the tournament losing money, paying for the privilege of 15 losses. Oof.
Yeah, so it wasn't the highest rated average day, but 3 blacks always balances it out.
Yes.
I just got it like last year. I got it as well. I played Artemiev in round 1 with black, and then I played a Wonder that day. I beat a Wonder, but it was also
Yep.
with black. And I played Laquan with black.
And whenever
And I
you
lost.
have, 8 times with the black pieces, then you always have a day where you play probably three times with black. So it's always a really one nasty day.
Yeah.
But it's probably better to have black pieces against the opponents you had today than some of the other ones. If you had to weigh them.
Yes, I have it against Magnus, which isn't the worst, but yeah, compared to playing like guys like Aronian and
It's like
stuff
your day
that.
tomorrow. You just hear your
No, I
mic.
don't know who I'm playing.
Oh my god, it's like here I'll even put the schedule up. Just like a brutal set of lads.
I think you're excited to watch Ding play me though. You want to see a Ding? Ding?
Ding, Duda, Ronian, and
Oh, I'm white against Ding.
and Eric in 20 years.
Can you leave it on? Oh yeah, this is day 3.
Yeah.
Wait, can you leave it on day 2 for a sec?
It just alternates.
Oh, it alternates. Okay.
Yeah. Shuffles with them. But yeah, Ding in form at 1 a.m., which is not surprising.
I played black against Duda last time, white against Aronian last time. Tomorrow looks like a fun day.
Yeah,
It's
those
a
are,
real sweat,
yeah,
real
those,
sweaty.
Those are gonna be some big.
That's four top 10 players pretty much. Are you excited there, Tommy? Hope people tune in tomorrow. There's no Super Bowl.
That's true. No one has an excuse really. So
Has Shirts been paying attention?
Shirts has been here. Shirts was one of the early reporters that the Eric KO button was broken, and we
Yes.
knew we were gonna need it today. So Shirts has been here.
So I'm ahead of Magnus in the standings, and that's like the first time ever
Correct.
I've played the same tournament that I've been ahead after a day.
Yep. Oh
So
yeah.
how can we turn that into clickbait?
I already went over the standings. The chess.com ones, I don't think factor in the point system, but it's still relatively.
And we can take it from other places too, like
Yeah,
official news press
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
releases.
Well, even after, round 1, I was already ready to print the article. Hansen, leads event.
Can we turn that into a YouTube clickbait?
After round 2, you are literally leading.
Yep.
And Magnus, I think, drew his second game. So
Hmm. Did PSG lose? I was betting against them. Please don't tell me they caught up. By the way, don't tell me they caught up. I'll be very upset. Yes. Excellent. Excellent.
did you make that bet in between rounds? Emad said he reportedly saw you in between rounds.
Yes, in between rounds,
Odds
I
hunting.
bet against PSG and against Toronto in between rounds.
There's a friendly comment. Are you betting on the Oilers, Eric?
He likes to troll. I was gonna bet against them, but they're up 1-0 and they're playing better under their new coach. So
That's been a
and they're playing
staple this
Winnipeg
season.
sucks this year for whatever reason. I don't know why. Hey Fiona, thank you. Hello, hello.
Just a
Welcome.
Shout out, worship. Thanks,
Get
Fiona.
a shout out for Yumketa.
146. Big Gob also with 5 gifted subs.
Yeah, Gob's been in here, I
Oh,
assume.
he's
Moj?
been-
Yeah.
Gob's
he's
been
very
present?
active.
That's good. Morning gym routine. Coffee, analysis, some chess. 27 months. Thank you, Fiona. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Eric was the one with most of the work this morning, but I've been commentating, so we've both been busy.
Do I think our subs are on average more attractive than non-paying viewers? Great question.
Are subs more attractive than non-paying?
Than plebs. Do you think subscribers are more attractive than plebs?
Definitely.
Do you say plebes?
I say plebs.
Okay, yeah, we say plebs. I think some people say plebes because of plebeian.
Plebeian, yeah.
So
pleb sounds like almost more insulting. So
yes.
I like pleb.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be the case.
It has to be.
But it's also a psychological thing. As a pleb, you probably just feel uglier. Right? It's just like by getting a sub, you can tell yourself that you're more attractive now. Like an energy drink. You just feel more energetic when you have it, even if it's not actually kicking in.
Red Bull and a Kit Kat.
Yeah.
I hardly slept, man. It's hard to sleep before these tournaments.
You know that all the boys are waiting for you. Deep files the next morning, yeah.
So Tom's got energy. There might be an evening stream, or there will be for sure.
There'll be an evening stream, yeah.
I'll have to.
Just need a bit of a break.
I'll probably eat, hydrate, record some shorter recaps if we do those. This is way too long.
Yeah, but the purists in chat.
Oh, Tom enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So we're trading. Tom and Gob.
And Jeanette as well.
Jeanette. Warship was enjoying it. So this is a Twitch exclusive.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, against Prague. After knight f7, h5, just rook c8, right?
Rook c8.
And then rook c8 is white's, should be white's move.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm winning.
And I believe that knight d8 and rook c8 is also probably winning.
Knight
But
d8 and rook
it's one
c8,
of
I was
those
just worried
sketchy-
about the pin.
Agreed.
Whereas after rook c8, it looks like it's checkmate or something with knight takes h6 check after queen c8 and then queen h5, if I recall.
Mm-hmm.
The curiosity. But
Just the back thing at the top. This one. Yeah. And then,
it was a fun one though. It was a fun one.
no, this is a very entertaining game.
I wasn't happy that he found these moves, but rook c3 is a really good move for like practical chances. It really baits somebody into playing this, and I don't know if this works, but off the top of my head, I was gonna go here.
I didn't trust any of
this
this
is-
for black, yeah.
I was gonna play this like, because anything like this is just mate with here or here, unless I'm hallucinating something. This is
Bishop
forced
G7,
mate.
very nice.
And if they don't go here, you're doing it anyways, or bishop here, or
And you have rook e8 as well as like
yeah,
just
so
keeps the
something like
pieces there,
this. Exactly. There were so many fun lines here. Oops. And
yeah.
then,
And some of those minor pieces are dropping.
So what happened in the game?
Yeah, this was funny, right? Queen h4, queen g5, queen
I
d8.
was confused by the move. I really thought he was losing the thread though. That's what I figured. I'm like,
He
I'm gonna
was,
play
for sure.
fast. He just didn't like a move here, which I understood.
Yeah, I almost understood in a way.
Because you go knight e6, I go bishop g3,
Yeah, what?
and knight e6 is coming.
Yeah.
Knight f7 is coming.
Yeah.
You can't take, you can't go back, you don't want to go here, you don't want to go here. And it's just like,
You can't touch
you
the
haven't
key.
played a bad move necessarily, but this looks way too fun for white. So I know why he struggled, but this, h5, and knight check. I assume it's just a win.
So king, knight check, king h7, and queen h5 anyway.
Yep.
With like knight f5, knight e7.
Knight f5, knight e7. Yeah.
And take rook e7, of course.
Well, yeah. Yeah, maybe even rook e7 too. Is this winning? I assume it is. Probably. Oh. let's see.
Lines.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Queen H3. If I had seen Rook C3, I wouldn't have played it, and I would have found the winning move, I think. But I forgot about Rook C3 and Bishop F2. So.
But was that good, or should he have done it in the other order? With like
He didn't see it either, though. That's what he went down to 10 seconds and played Rook C3.
Yeah,
So neither of us were planning it. We both didn't see it.
Oh no, for sure. I meant Rook C3 or Bishop F2. Is Bishop F2 first also a thing?
But like
Rook C3?
Yeah, no, for sure. I just don't think he saw it.
Oh, he for sure didn't.
And
I didn't
and-
either. Until it came on the board.
so you just mean this, right?
Yeah.
To take with tempo.
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
no, that works because I didn't see it until I played Queen H3 because this is I mean this
So-
I don't regret like
Of course.
I didn't.
This is
my-
based probably on Bishop D6 being like a move to kick the rook off the
Yeah.
diagonal. Like it's something very specific. But I was saying like this doesn't make any sense to me. It feels like you're not cashing in.
This is the very easy.
Yeah,
win,
this
and
is the
I
nice
saw-
one.
Yeah.
This is how the game should end. G6,
Just no
rook
moves.
E7. And black's pieces are so offside. Knights, bishop, like it's +7, and all the pieces are on the left side.
Yeah, I was willing to sack everything. This is a good move. This is probably how the game would have gone. Well, the nice thing here is like my king is safe, so let's say black doesn't take and they just go like here, you just move out of the way and
Threats are all there.
this knight's out of the game.
This game was great.
Hey, Submill.
He sent some Euler subs earlier today.
I saw. I still owe him money for an Euler bet. Damn it. Alrighty. Everyone's starving. Tom's thirsty. We'll save analysis for later. As long as Tommy guarantees to show up for every session, there will be more sessions. Both Tommies. Actually, all three Toms.
All Toms, yeah.
If Airbus, Grilled Peppers, and Shelby all show up, there will be more. Pen, thank you. If you're tier 3, make sure to check out the lounge.
Exclamation mark Discord. It's worth connecting your accounts. Lots of benefits in Discord.
We have so many people competing this weekend.
That's what I was saying.
It's awesome. It's like it
Everyone's
feels like
active.
everybody's attacking in different points. It's like
different
a coordinated
villages.
attack. And you got the USAID people, you got the Edmonton people, you got the Russians. Oh, actually, that's a real. Sorry, I meant JK Russia's playing chess in Russia. There's actually other stuff happening. That's probably the one country they're doing more than just chess. Actually,
Picking different places around the world.
I was talking about chess. Yeah, I was talking about chess. Twisted Tees? Do we have Twisted Tees? Is that what he means by twisted?
Maybe means different twisted.
Twisted element?
I think. No, we don't have any twisted T's. Unless you're talking about Tom, Big T. Looking to get twisted this evening.
Yeah, he's got some energy. Well, I could eat. I did not like that Kit Kat. It's like I meant to bring it to the house. It's double chocolate. I don't like chocolate.
As evidence.
I don't like chocolate.
Alan and Dan would say hi to that.
Yes.
Yeah,
As a team, as a duo. Yeah, well we can pause till later. I think everyone might need a break and a recharge, a dock. And we'll come back for an evening stream today. It's only 4 p.m. right now, so we got some hours before we come back.
You got quite a few follows. There's some good viewership today. That was
A
good.
lot of new Prime subs.
Yeah.
And a lot of followers and some good some names that haven't chatted or resubbed in a while. So
We got some people on the store, YouTube Extra maybe.
yep,
Coach, you're welcome back.
yeah, definitely a lot of new names.
Any dockers? I'll be docking tonight. 100%. 100% I'll be docking.
12 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. The exact same thing. 4 more games. So stream will be back on. Hopefully everyone adds it to their morning calendar. Next 4 days or next 3 days. Chess.com/events. You'll be able to find the same screen that we have on screen right now. And you'll be able to see all the games.
Hey, Champa's here. I didn't know that.
Yep.
He's usually a late night guy.
I
Or
think
a
your
Hannah,
chess,
Hannah guy.
Your chess gets a lot of guys going. Gets a lot of guys up.
Good. 3 more days to go, buddy.
Tomorrow's going to be a fun one.
It's a fun point system. Because the point system, I play for a win regardless, generally speaking. But the cash.
It's better for the lower rated guys.
It is better for the lower rated guys.
The principled guys. 250.
Yes. Well, were you surprised that... I could go over this. Were you surprised in the final game?
No.
Okay, yeah.
I asked the chat, and they also said, I understand.
I was going to say surprised for either player.
Probably no, because I didn't like White's position.
No. Exactly.
So I wasn't surprised by either player, actually.
Predictions for tomorrow? What do you mean, Tom?
Okay.
Well, actually, Eric, what are your predictions for tomorrow? In the games you're going to play. Has anyone ever been asked that in professional sports? Like,
In boxing and UFC, they do that. They don't do it as much in most things because they're just like, you ask a hockey guy, just get there, get the pucks in deep, and good things will happen from that. But you don't ask that outside of like in boxing, they hype it up and stuff. But it's like, yeah, what am I gonna say? I'm gonna come at Mr. Ding tomorrow.
yeah, Ding is going to get his bell rung in the morning.
I like Ding. Everyone likes Ding. I'm pretty sure Ding has been like annihilating me online.
Chef, bro.
And that would make sense based on the time zone as well. On alts. He's been doing it on alts. For sure. It's like Ding or somebody. Why is it not 3 points? 3 points. 3 pints.
Okay.
3 pints, please. It is 3 points for a win.
It's 3 pints for Tom.
3 pints for Tom and 3 points for me. I have 7 points. That's
Yep.
not bad.
7, yeah. It's good. It's good.
Hey, Squaw. What are you guys feeling for food? Good options, eh?
Few options, but definitely.
Dude,
The
playing in the
would
morning,
be
it's
nice.
going to be so much better at noon or even later.
Mhm.
They play at 6 p.m. in Europe. That's like ideal. 6 until like 9:30.
Oh,
to 10.
they should be peaking.
That's like yeah.
Ideal hour.
It really is ideal for sure.
Hello Fresh. I've ordered it, so it's coming soon.
Ding is coming at us. How did your friend Hickey do in the chess.com rapid? Were you keeping track of that?
I was not keeping track of Hickey in the Chess.com
Okay.
Rapid. People are likening your performance to Hickey's. A couple streamers making a splash in professional chess. A couple amateurs. Ghosty? Yeah, I saw that one. It looks very good. Almost all the chicken dishes look very tasty.
Sweet. Well, we'll let everyone recharge for tonight or for tomorrow. We got stream tonight, stream tomorrow.
Exactly. Stream will be busy. An evening stream.
I'm sure there's gonna be more HelloFresh subs tonight than during the day.
People, we'll get them when their bellies are hungry later.
I actually don't know where they got the picture they're using of me on social media from. I can guess the time
This one?
period. No,
Oh.
that's chess.com. The chess24 ones, like I can tell the time period, but like it's not a picture I have of myself.
Oh, with the tie, like.
No tie, no tie. Or, is there?
It is.
Oh, it
It's
is?
like off center, I think. If we're talking about the
Oh,
same one.
maybe an off.
It's like
You're right. Off center tie.
it's like
Off
kind
center
of
tie.
tied funny.
Was it when I was at Chess 24 during the World Championship broadcast?
Could very well be, which is why they have it.
It probably is. It's
Yeah.
probably 2016.
This looks like a Toblerone moment, right? You were probably wearing
That's
that.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
You were
To
probably
2016.
wearing that.
Probably
Tommy Shelby would remember.
Tommy 16, yes.
I know, Bravo. I'm getting crushed by these league bras.
League of Legends?
No, the chess.com leagues, the sweaties in my crystal division. They're really bumping me down.
Was the upload today about it?
It was recently. Yeah.
I saw yesterday.
Yes, I think yesterday or the day before, yeah.
Yeah. This is why a Grandmaster shouldn't trust the chat. Has everybody seen it?
That's today's, right? I think we just released that.
Oh, Gob is following Svidler as well, the Grunfeld guys. There you go. Very, very up to date on the Grunfeld
Very up to
players.
date on the theory,
yes.
yeah.
Very, very impressive. Good for Svidler. That'll be for the next Tulum trip there, Brandon.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
think you know people who have attended or heard things about it. The next global camp we host, there will be classes
So, yeah.
and open
A
bar.
tell-all.
I play that endgame like 10 times, lose a bunch and win a bunch. It's a very complicated endgame. That bishop and knight versus rook and bishop. Probably a lot of people would lose as white. Like
Yes.
up until a high level,
I
you
assume.
probably lose most of the time.
I assume.
Kanan, thanks for gifting to Big Brando. We got Little Brando and Big Brando.
Yeah. Definitely have a little one. Is there anywhere you want to go here?
If you go outside of chess, Wega, but within chess, I'm flexible.
Yeah.
A lot of big people there. Yeah,
I'd go here.
yeah. Big Ben,
Big Ben.
with a double B's.
We,
You will, Badkins. You will be at the next one. It's in the U.S. or Europe.
Big Badkins. There we go. Badkins and also Badchev. Badchev's been commenting on the YouTube recently.
The short list is Croatia, Germany, Netherlands, and Albania
Yeah, that's right.
due to efficient costs. Cost efficient.
Well, that'll be fun. But yeah, we have a stream tonight and 12 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. More chess. 4 more games of chess. And I'll be commentating. So, see you guys tonight.
People have been awesome, by the way. Thanks everyone for sending a message.
They're here to support.
Tweet, yell, tell them. You know, the support is good. It helps me get invites. If nobody was watching the games, I can
That's
tell you I
right.
would not be invited to this tournament.
That's right.
There would be a young Indian Grandmaster in my place. I've taken the place of one because we do have some good viewers here, and I can still play a little bit of chess. So the more people watch, the more the better chances of getting more opportunities like this in the future. It is part of it.
Mhm.
Whether, you know.
Well, you're playing like you belong there right now, bud. Thanks for watching. There, like I said, there's a lot of new viewers and new subs today. Brand new, I could tell. A lot of first-time chatters, which has been awesome. Clicking that follow button if you haven't already. Free to do, and a lot of people have been doing that today. So, hoping for more of that, more new viewers. See you guys. We're gonna raid Ben Feingold, who has who's always been nice sending some raids over here. So we're gonna send over 1,000 you back over to Ben. Big Ben, say hi to him for us. Go Ben. We'll be back streaming tonight, so hope you guys join us for a fun evening stream. And then, like I said, tomorrow 12 p.m. Eastern time, we'll see you back for morning chess. Take care, guys. Bye for now.